Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Li Yuqian felt that Carmitage would have nothing to do with him. The plot of Doctor Strange was still very early, and he was about to escape. Cassius stood up suddenly and said, "Supreme Mage, wait a moment. I have something to say. If you have anything to say, just let it go." Li Yuqian didn't like to see this guy, who was very good at being a good person. Cassius took a deep breath, feeling extremely angry in his heart. But there was no change on the surface. "Temporary Supreme Mage, your mission is to find the true successor to the Supreme Mage. Without a doubt, I feel that I am the most qualified among Kamaltaj." As he spoke, he puffed up his chest and showed unusual confidence. Among the magicians of Kamataj, he can be said to be the top one, and among that group, only himself, Modu, and Wang are relatively young. The rest are all Lao Deng. The younger ones, Xiao Deng, are very weak. Among the three, he also has the highest magical attainments. I asked who else is there. "You look very confident." "But I refuse." Li Yuqian's style of painting suddenly changed, and his tone became jovial. Cassius's expression became very ferocious. "I can't figure out who else is more qualified to be the Supreme Mage than me, regardless of magical attainments, age, or even qualifications. I'm a Supreme Mage." Li Yuqian blocked Cassius' words with one sentence. He said angrily, "Li Yuqian, you will regret it." "Aguang, why was Mao so angry during this conversation?" Under Cassius' unhappy look, Li Yuqian summoned the blue portal and walked directly in. Behind Li Yuqian, Cassius roared in his heart, "If this is the case, then I can only take that step. Even if I can't become the Supreme Mage. I also want to read the banned books. I want to get infinite power from them, live forever, and save my wife and children." Of course, Li Yuqian went back to his big flat to hang out, play games, walk the dog, have nothing to do, and crack down on criminals. Then forcefully emphasize that his hero name is his ancestor. He is definitely not a bicycle king. The days passed like this. When Li Yuqian went out for a walk, he suddenly got lucky and picked up money, $100. What does this mean? It means that he is lucky today. After Li Yuqian finished walking Pochi, without saying a word, he washed his hands and started pumping 10 times in a row. Twining of thorns. Thorns can be summoned. The user can control the thorns at will, entangle and attack others. Dog language translator dialect version. You can translate dog language into dialects. Travel card. You can randomly travel to other worlds for 3 years. Time passes slowly in the main world, and it will take 3 months. Super Flower Shaker. After shaking the flower hand, you can fly into the sky, reaching the fastest speed of sound. Ordinary Person. After using this skill, everyone will think you are an ordinary person. Half Sugar version. Random upgrade card. Randomly upgrade a skill of the user. Flying Sword. You can name it by yourself. It has conceptual skills. It is extremely sharp. Its sharpness is extremely terrifying, and it can cut everything. 10,000 Soul Banner. Universal Edition for all realms. After killing someone, you can get a ghost to fight by refining your soul. The more evil ghosts there are, the stronger the power of the 10,000 Souls Banner. If you don't work hard at cultivating immortals, you will be brothers within the 10,000 Souls Banner. When I was 18, I stood like an ant in the 10,000 Souls Banner. 10,000 World Cotton Seeds. After planting and maturing, pick and gather them together to extract world energy. "Hey brother, you lack farm tools." "Nothing." "Aguang, stop reading. You have run out of energy and you didn't get anything." "Of course I can give you one to thank you for your patronage." Wow. Golden Legend. This is the first time that Li Yuqian has drawn so many good things in 10 consecutive draws. Although the last one is "thank you for your patronage." The first one was entangled with thorns. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and several thorns appeared and tightly wrapped around table. "Being haunted by your own mother? Who dares to mess with me next time? I will just tell you that you have a way to die, and then I will be haunted by my own mother. Jia, jia, jia. The second one can be used by Pochi. Next time, put it on his head. Now it's better, it can also talk. Not to mention the third time travel card. What Li Yuqian wanted most was this, the fourth and fifth. Well, it's hard to comment. And about the half-sugar version, are you sure the ordinary people you were talking about are normal, ordinary people? Li Yuqian curled his lips, looked at the sixth one, and then used it directly. Afterwards, Li Yuqian touched his whole body, but there was no change at all. The next second, Li Yuqian felt that his little world was expanding crazily. In the small world, Xiong Da Xiong Air, who originally wanted to plant the small world with trees, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the sudden appearance of a large area without trees, Xiong Da Xiong Air fell into deep thought. He would have to work on this for the rest of the year. In fact, it is not necessarily Xiong's responsibility to protect the forest. The small world upgrade is okay. Li Yuqian is in a very good mood, as long as it's not a very rubbish skill. For example, if I have a skill that can change my hair color, if I had that skill, I would have to vomit blood. Li Yuqian made a casual move, and a flying sword full of the style of the world of cultivating immortals floated in the air. Very good, very suitable for decoration. I like it, and it also comes with a conceptual ability to kill everything. Li Yuqian said that he had to give this flying sword a nice name, and after thinking about it for a while, suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred, and Li Yuqian felt that the Tao had given this flying sword name. Just call it Wait. Li Yuqian touched his chin and looked at the last thing, the famous 10,000 soul banner in the world of immortality. Moreover, it is a universal version for all heavens and all realms. No spiritual energy is required. All you need to do is kill people and become a ghost. It is simply a necessary treasure for murder and arson. However, how can a gentleman like me use such a thing? Li Yuqian was righteous and awe-inspiring. For someone as righteous as himself, he would definitely not pull out the 10,000 souls banner. It must be a Guang's problem. This should be the human emperor banner. Yes, that's it. Li Yuqian thought, happily taking the 10,000 souls banner and the human emperor banner into the small world. A Guang. No, can this be blamed on me? As for the last one, it sounds interesting. Put it away. Put it away. Li Yuqian is not going to draw 10 consecutive rounds later. According to the law of conservation of luck, these 10 consecutive draws are so good, so they must be very good, so he should try again in a few days. Li Yuqian was in such a good mood that he couldn't help humming a song and took out the gourmet tablecloth. Then hot pot appeared directly on the tablecloth, as well as various kinds of fat beef, mutton rolls, etc. Eating hot pot and singing songs. This little day is simply wonderful. Then, with a bang, Li Yuqian's flat door was kicked open. Li Yuqian. Degree. No, it's because I can't lift the knife, or someone is drifting. Someone actually dared to kick the door of my house. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Who is it? Hydra? It can't be a horse bandit. Then, Li Yuqian heard Thor scream. Brotherly adoptive father, hurry up and save my partner. Those who heard the voice cried, and those who heard it were sad. Thor rushed in with Jane in his arms, his face full of anxiety. Jane looked embarrassed, patting Thor on the back and whispering, "Put me down quickly, I'm fine." "No, if I say you have something to do, you have something to do." Thor's words made Li Yuqian's skin crawl. "No, what are you two doing?" There is something wrong with Jane's body. His body will unconsciously emit red shock waves. You are very capable. I would like Brotherly to help you take a look. Why don't you go back to Asgard for examination and treatment? Li Yuqian thought for a moment. Jane's body bursts out with red energy from time to time. Isn't this the plot of Thor 2? Thor chuckled. Well, if I go back to Asgard, I'll be in trouble next time I want to come to Earth. There are a lot of things going on over there, and I don't want to go back to Asgard unless I can't help it. Isn't this because of you? Can anything be difficult for you, Li Yuqian? Li Yuqian likes to hear this kind of words. Oh, yes, you have found the right person. If I make a move casually, it will be the limit of this world. Psychokinesis then launched and began to examine Jane's body. As expected, the reality gem, or tie particles, was in Jane's body. Small problem, An infinite stone accidentally attached itself to your girlfriend. Li Yuqian spoke relaxedly, and Thor was almost scared to death after hearing this. Multiple infinity stones in the possession of ordinary people is likely to be a disaster rather than a benefit. Seeing Thor's excitement, Li Yuqian took action without any nonsense. The Tai particles were slowly peeled off from Jin's body, and then Li Yuqian squeezed them gently, and the Tai particles continued to compress and transform. The last red infinity stone appeared in Li Yuqian's hand. Here is the reality stone. Thor looked at Li Yuqian eagerly. Did you get the infinity stones out? It won't have any impact on Jane's body, right? I'll take action, don't worry, Li Yuqian said casually, while on the other hand, he was slowly perceiving the reality stone. In an instant, virtual reality becomes reality. Falsehood becomes real. When illusion becomes reality, various abilities emerge. However, I used to be able to do these things using the energy of the world, and now I can do these things using my own energy. It's somewhat useful, but not very useful, so I collected it. While Li Yuqian was thinking, he casually put the reality stone behind his back with his other hand and threw it into the small world. Then I looked up and saw Thor and Jane hugging each other, talking sweetly there. Li Yuqian, I feel like a light bulb for Mao Mao. Hey, pay attention to the situation. It's cured. Come on, go on. Don't disturb me from eating hot pot. Sorry, I'm a little too excited. After all, you are single and don't understand how I feel. What Thor said was so mean. Li Yuqian felt that this bushy-browed man had learned bad things, and he must have learned bad things from Tony. His face darkened. Li Yuqian flicked his fingers, and the two of them flew directly to the door, and the door slammed shut immediately. Damn it for ruining my good mood. At this time, in a remote place in the universe, inside a spaceship filled with dark paintings, a group of long-sleeping creatures gradually open their eyes. They're the enemies of Asgard, a race that wants to plunge the entire universe into darkness. Dark Elf. The leader of the Dark Elves also slowly opened his eyes. He is spicy chicken shreds. Bah, Malekith. I detected the location of Tai particles. Asgard, your end is coming. The Dark Elves are the race that rules the dark world of Vat Alhium. But a long time ago, because I wanted to use Tai particles, that is when the reality stone used the overlap of the 9 kingdoms. Let the 9 realms fall into darkness and rule the 9 realms. As a result, it was revealed that Odin and his father were holding the hammer, and the Tai particles were also snatched away, hidden, and then sealed. Malekith couldn't find the location of the Tai particles at all, so he had to take the remaining Dark Elves into a deep sleep, betting that there would be a chance in the future. As long as the seal is loosened, Malekith will immediately wake up, detect the location of Tai particles, and then snatch Tai particles. It was obvious that Malekith's bet was right. At this time, he noticed that Tai particles actually appeared in Midgard, which was lagging behind, or rather the Earth. Malekith was full of confidence at this time. The Tai particles are actually in Midgard. In such a weak place, it is easy for us to snatch the Tai particles back. The Dark Elf adjutant on the side was also full of joy. It seems that the revival of our Dark Elves is just around the corner. Okay, it just so happens that the 9 kingdoms will overlap in a while. As long as we grab the Tai particles in advance, drag the entire 9 kingdoms of the universe into darkness, and we will be invincible. Quick, I want to reach Midgard within 7 days. If we arrive at Midgard so quickly, the energy consumption and energy replenishment are completely out of proportion. There are too few space jump points in the middle path, and many distances are purely dependent on flying. How to write this material report? The adjutant looked embarrassed, which made Malekith turn green. He comforted himself in his heart. There were few Dark Elves now, and although the adjutant was stubborn, he still had ability. I don't care about this. I'm going to get to Midgard as soon as possible. Don't worry about energy. Target Earth. Move forward 4. This can't be done. Going forward in 4th gear consumes too much energy. 3rd gear is enough. Otherwise, we will not be able to make ends meet, and we will not be able to write this material report. With a bang, Malekith directly kicked the adjutant away. Does anyone else have any opinions? His cold voice reached the ears of the surrounding Dark Elves. The Dark Elves immediately took action one by one and began to send the fleet towards the earth. The adjutant, who was kicked far away, was cursing in his heart. After you gave the order, I lost my hand writing all kinds of forms and information. After Liu Qian finished eating hot pot at home, he stayed in bed and played games. Feijai Happy Water was placed next to the bed. Liu Qian said that it was not that he wanted to show off, but that the reality gems had appeared, and they also appeared on the earth. If you count with your fingers, the dark elf villain called spicy chicken shreds or fish-flavored pork shreds will definitely come towards the earth. I will definitely have to take care of it when the time comes. My more important task now is to travel across the world, and this world only lasts 3 months. It would be bad if that dark elf villain tried to beat up the Justice League while I was away, so I had no choice but to stay at home. Being idle is also idle, so I just put on a bad show and reluctantly give myself some time off. Alas, I really don't want this. A few days later, at the Justice League headquarters, Liu Qian was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, leisurely. Tony looked on with an unhappy look on his face. No, why do you have so much free time every day? People think you are taking care of your old age. What are you talking about? For someone like me who saves the world every minute, you may look very idle on the surface, but in fact, I'm very busy. Okay. Liu Qian looked like he didn't understand, which made Tony raise his middle finger. So why did you leave your home today and come to the headquarters? Find a place to lie down? Of course not. Aren't there aliens about to attack the Earth again? Let me see if you're free. It turns out that everyone is busy, and we were planning to do a team building. So that's it, wait? Aliens are attacking the Earth. Tony just took a sip of water and spurted it all out. Fortunately, Liu Qian was quick to dodge. He yelled directly, Jarvis notifies all members of the Justice League. There are aliens about to invade the Earth. Everyone gather together. Damn it. Liu Qian, you didn't tell me earlier. You didn't ask, it's true. Don't worry. You may have to pay a price for dealing with them. Let me deal with this kind of chicken poaching the dog and throwing water on it. Liu Qian said casually, but Tony's expression was serious. Liu Qian, I know you are strong, but we are a team. Liu Qian blushed. Tony was still a stubborn person. Suddenly, he looked up. Oh, it seems it's too late. I took action to solve it. Just tell them not to come back. Liu Qian said, casually opening a blue portal and walking straight in. Tony's steel suit gradually attached to his body, and just as he was about to enter, the blue portal disappeared. Damn, you didn't even take me with you. In the outer reaches of the solar system, a group of fleets with dark paintings are heading towards the Earth in a mighty manner. Malekith was in a good mood, and he rushed to the Earth on March 4th. As expected, it was very fast, even a few days earlier than expected. The adjutant on the side was so worried that Malekith's good mood almost disappeared. Okay, let's face it every day. Let's grab TIE particles directly from Midgard. What materials do we need for TIE particles ability? Can't we get it? Time flies, years pass, and after so many years, we still don't know what Midgard looks like now. I'm afraid that if we encounter a strong enemy and fall into a protracted battle, Asgard will be in trouble when it reacts. The adjutant warned carefully from the side that his boss had a very fatal flaw, which was overconfidence. If you see him a few times, he will suspect that you like him. Malekith didn't care about the lieutenant's admonishment. It's a joke, it's just Midgard. How can there be any strong people? Everyone in Midgard is so weak. Even if I alone with a team dare to go to Midgard to grab TIE particles, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? What a joke. Liu Qian. In all my life, I have never seen anyone so arrogant. Hey, you saw it today. Malekith responded directly to the sudden interruption. Then he turned around and saw that a group of Midgardians had unexpectedly run behind him. The adjutant next to him shouted, There is an intruder. Liu Qian watched the reactions of the surrounding Dark Elves, as if watching a monkey show. The surrounding Dark Elves took out their weapons and attacked Liu Qian. Various energy beams and some dark elves who tried to attack in close combat became an invisible barrier and blocked them. If you observe carefully, you can see that it is not invisible, but exudes a faint red light. Li Yuqian stretched out his finger and pointed at the dark elves attacking him. Just like the roll call of the King of Hell, one point is a dark elf head. None of the dark elves present could block the small shock wave formed by the compression of psychokinesis. Malekith protected many dark elves in front of him. Seeing that the situation was not good for him, he shouted directly, "Use the cursed stone quickly. Use the cursed warrior to kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a sturdy dark elf took out a stone that exuded an ominous aura and crushed it into pieces. In the end, his body continued to expand, his muscles bulged, and he exuded a dark aura. He held a weapon and crashed straight into Li Yuqian's barrier. Obviously, he became the Cursed Warrior. The Cursed Warrior is a warrior formed by the Dark Elves using cursed stones created by TIE particles. Cursed warriors are very powerful, but on the one hand, the number of cursed stones they know is limited, and they also have physical requirements for the users. On the other hand, this disposable item is used to overdraw one's own vitality and sacrifice one's self to gain strength. After the Dark Elf uses it, it will die after 24 hours. But the enhanced strength is indeed impressive. In the original plot, the Dark Elves who used the Cursed Stone to become Cursed Warriors were even more powerful than Thor. In the end, Thor used a black hole bomb to kill the Cursed Warrior. But to me, it's all the same. Li Yuqian looked at the Cursed Warrior who was hammering the barrier frantically, without changing his expression, and stretched out his finger to show respect. Psychokinesis, which was originally compressed at will, was compressed seriously for a while, and then Bayu made a sound. Under Malekith's shocked expression, the Cursed Warrior immediately had a hole in his head, and then lay down directly on the board. Li Yuqian felt a little surprised. He didn't get through just now. This Cursed Warrior was quite fleshy. Quick! Anyone who is qualified to use the Cursed Stone should use the Cursed Stone. Kill him. I noticed the aura of TIE particles. TIE particles are on him. There are actually only a few Dark Elves who are qualified to become Cursed Warriors. Becoming a Cursed Warrior requires a certain amount of physical fitness, and only powerful warriors are qualified to use it. And of course, these powerful warriors are following the boss. Therefore, this spaceship category includes all Dark Elves who are qualified to use Cursed Stones. With a few roars, the 4 Dark Elves turned into Cursed Warriors and rushed towards Li Yuqian. Malekith knew that Li Yuqian had just killed a Cursed Warrior with one move. Even if he had 4 of them, he might not be able to beat Li Yuqian. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, took out his cloak from behind, and took out 5 Cursed Stones. Then he took out 4 and distributed them to the nearby Dark Elf warriors. These are all the remaining Cursed Stones. Use them and see if you can become a Cursed Warrior. The Dark Elves will remember your sacrifice. At this time, the adjutant on the side jumped out. Here, these Cursed Stones have been used. Please pay for the supplies in the future. Stop for a moment. Come on, come closer. Malekith looked at the somewhat overwhelmed adjutant and waved repeatedly. Then when he got close, he took out a dagger and stabbed him directly. Report. Report. Just know the report. Go to hell. Malekith felt like he was going to be P*************** D to death by this guy. There was another roar, and the 4 cursed stones that Malekith had just distributed were released. Only one succeeded in becoming a cursed warrior, and the remaining 3 failed and died directly. There is no need for Li Yuqian to take action. These Dark Elves are all quite ruthless, except for the funny guy who was stabbed to death by Malekith just now. Li Yuqian felt that villains of the Dark Elf level were no longer a problem for him. With a thought, psychokinesis moved directly towards the cursed warriors who were constantly attacking the barrier and restrained them. Following the clicking sound, these cursed warriors were directly crushed to death. Psychokinesis continued to spread outwards, and the entire Dark Elf fleet was directly anchored in the universe by Li Yuqian. For a moment, the entire spacecraft trembled. Malekith swallowed. This was a control room. He naturally saw the operation of the spacecraft. What is the concept of directly immobilizing all spaceships in a fleet? Damn it, even Odin's old guy can't do it. The most he can do is use the Eternal Spear to blast this fleet, and it is absolutely impossible to stop it. That's right, I said it. Odin, no, what are you so proud of? Malekith also knew that today would be a bad day, and that he and the Dark Elves were just ants to the opponent. But a leader cannot just sit back and wait for death. He immediately changed his face and said, "My lord, we, the Dark Elves, are ignorant and have collided with you. From now on, I am willing to serve you as my subordinates and to serve you with due diligence. You guys are so powerful, I can't stand you," Liu Qian said while scanning the surrounding Dark Elves. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and I thought of the world cotton that I had obtained a few days ago. If it doesn't work, let them pick the cotton. My own robots are constantly updated and iterated, and they are basically ghost level. Although the upper limit has not been increased much, it is a bit wasteful to let them grow and pick cotton. Letting these guys grow is considered waste. It's not impossible to accept you. You will become slaves in the future. You are lucky. What? Sir, don't go too far. The Dark Elves will never be slaves. Malekith's eyes were firm. It will be better to die as a slave. He wanted to struggle. Don't force us, otherwise we will have to fight tooth and nail, he said as he took out the last cursed stone. Liu Qian gave him a high look now. As the boss, it was nothing to let his younger brother die. He had the courage to face death, so he was considered a figure. Even if you use the cursed stone, you still can't beat me. Besides, you're so confused. If you die, these Dark Elves will still be captured by me and used as slaves. You want to fight hard, but some people don't want to fight hard. After talking and talking, I convinced myself, and I will kill you now. As soon as he said this, some of the Dark Elves around him began to flicker in their eyes. Malekith instantly understood the value of life and suddenly shouted, "I can die. I am the most valuable, and after I use the cursed stone, I am extraordinary. I am the leader of the Dark Elves, and I have the most powerful bloodline from the royal family. I have trained for so many years, but it has been in vain. Is this good equipment in vain? Oh, can you beat Odin with the cursed stone? Can't beat it. Can you survive after using the cursed stone? Keep that enhanced strength." Liu Qian asked with interest about the spicy chicken shreds in front of him. "Bah, Malekith." He smiled confidently. "A normal cursed warrior can live for 1 day, but I can live for 2 full days. Liu Qian, I still don't understand where you are confident and proud. Odin, +1. Okay, I won't kill you. You can all go and be slaves in my little world." As Liu Qian spoke, his figure disappeared and finally came behind the fleet. With a snap, the entire fleet disappeared directly and disappeared from the same place. At the same time, Liu Qian began to call Little Sunspot and asked him to take charge of the Dark Elves. Let them grow the world's cotton and collect the world's energy. From now on, Little Sunspot and the robot army will be the overseers. As soon as he finished giving instructions to Little Sunspot, Liu Qian heard the sound of a special achievement clock coming to his ears. At the Justice League headquarters, many people gathered at this time, and their eyes were full of worry. They already knew the reason why Tony summoned them. It was another alien invasion. Although Liu Qian was the one who solved the last alien invasion, everyone still felt uneasy. There's no way. This guy Liu Qian seems too unreliable. Even though they knew that his strength was terrifying and his abilities were weird, everyone still felt full of pressure. Besides, there is such a big thing as an alien invasion. Even if I believe that Liu Qian can solve the problem, just waiting anxiously like this still makes people feel worried. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared in everyone's sight. Liu Qian walked out with a relaxed expression, which made everyone feel relieved. "How's it going? Is it solved? Take me with you next time something like this happens. I can help you, brother. I want to kill aliens. I want to tear aliens alive. Bring me one next time. Don't call me if you have such a good thing. Damn it. This period of time is so boring. I want to watch the river of blood flow. I would like to know what kind of alien race is invading the Earth this time. Is there any relevant reason and information? Everyone gathered together, and all kinds of words came out, which annoyed Liu Qian to death, so he quickly changed the subject. Where's Tony? Where did he go? He's in the laboratory. Little Spider-Man answered Liu Qian's question. I will give all the relevant information to Jarvis in a minute. If you want to find out what's going on, just ask Tony directly. This will save you the curiosity that killed the cat and bother me every day. Liu Qian's figure flashed and ran out of the crowd. By the way, what is that guy Tony doing hiding in the laboratory now? The Justice League headquarters also has a laboratory. Liu Qian's psychokinesis simply scanned it and discovered where he was. He led everyone directly towards the laboratory and then opened the door casually. I saw a pink Iron Man appearing in front of everyone. Liu Qian, everyone in the Justice League. Tony, I didn't expect you to be quite girly. Liu Qian is dying of laughter. Oh, what kind of outrageous scene is this? While laughing at Tony, he took out his mobile phone and started shooting continuously. Tony quickly took off his armor. No, don't you know how to knock on the door before opening the door? What kind of girlishness is there? Can you blame me? The pink one you gave me can't be eliminated. With this little time, I can simply use it to make a battle armor, which is awesome. You guys are just kidding. Ha ha ha, I didn't laugh at you. I only thought of happy things. Me too. There was another roar, and the 4 cursed stones that Malekith had just distributed were released. Only one succeeded in becoming a cursed warrior, and the remaining 3 failed and died directly. There is no need for Liu Qian to take action. These dark elves are all quite ruthless, except for the funny guy who was stabbed to death by Malekith just now. Liu Qian felt that villains of the dark elf level were no longer a problem for him. With a thought, psychokinesis moved directly towards the cursed warriors who were constantly attacking the barrier and restrained them. Following the clicking sound, these cursed warriors were directly crushed to death. Psychokinesis continued to spread outwards, and the entire Dark Elf fleet was directly anchored in the universe by Liu Qian. For a moment, the entire spacecraft trembled. Malekith swallowed. This was a control room. He naturally saw the operation of the spacecraft. What is the concept of directly immobilizing all spaceships in a fleet? Damn it, even Odin's old guy can't do it. The most he can do is use the Eternal Spear to blast this fleet, and it is absolutely impossible to stop it. That's right, I said it. Odin, no, what are you so proud of? Malekith also knew that today would be a bad day, and that he and the Dark Elves were just ants to the opponent. But a leader cannot just sit back and wait for death. He immediately changed his face and said, My lord, we, the Dark Elves, are ignorant and have collided with you. From now on, I am willing to serve you as my subordinates and to serve you with due diligence. You guys are so powerful. I can't stand you. Liu Qian said while scanning the surrounding Dark Elves. Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind, and I thought of the world cotton that I had obtained a few days ago. If it doesn't work, let them pick the cotton. My own robots are constantly updated and iterated, and they are basically ghost level. Although the upper limit has not been increased much, it is a bit wasteful to let them grow and pick cotton. Letting these guys grow is considered waste. It's not impossible to accept you. You will become slaves in the future. You are lucky. What? Sir, don't go too far. The Dark Elves will never be slaves. Malekith's eyes were firm. It would be better to die as a slave. He wanted to struggle. Don't force us. Otherwise, we will have to fight tooth and nail, he said as he took out the last cursed stone. Liu Qian gave him a high look now. As the boss, it was nothing to let his younger brother die. He had the courage to face death, so he was considered a figure. Even if you use the cursed stone, you still can't beat me. Besides, you're so confused. If you die, these Dark Elves will still be captured by me and used as slaves. You want to fight hard, but some people don't want to fight hard. After talking and talking, I convinced myself, and I will kill you now. As soon as he said this, some of the Dark Elves around him began to flicker in their eyes. Malekith instantly understood the value of life and suddenly shouted, I can die. I am the most valuable, and after I use the cursed stone, I am extraordinary. I am the leader of the Dark Elves, and I have the most powerful bloodline from the royal family. I have trained for so many years, but it has been in vain. Is this good equipment in vain? Oh, can you beat Odin with the cursed stone? Can't beat it. Can you survive after using the cursed stone? Keep that enhanced strength. Liu Qian asked with interest about the spicy chicken shreds in front of him. Bah, Malekith. He smiled confidently. A normal cursed warrior can live for 1 day, but I can live for 2 full days. Liu Qian, I still don't understand where you are confident and proud. Odin, +1. Okay, I won't kill you. You can all go and be slaves in my little world. As Liu Qian spoke, his figure disappeared and finally came behind the fleet. With a snap, the entire fleet disappeared directly and disappeared from the same place. At the same time, Liu Qian began to call Little Sunspot and asked him to take charge of the Dark Elves. Let them grow the world's cotton and collect the world's energy. From now on, Little Sunspot and the robot army will be the overseers. As soon as he finished giving instructions to Little Sunspot, Liu Qian heard the sound of a special achievement clock coming to his ears. At the Justice League headquarters, many people gathered at this time, and their eyes were full of worry. They already knew the reason why Tony summoned them. It was another alien invasion. Although Liu Qian was the one who solved the last alien invasion, everyone still felt uneasy. There's no way. This guy Liu Qian seems too unreliable. Even though they knew that his strength was terrifying and his abilities were weird, everyone still felt full of pressure. Besides, there is such a big thing as an alien invasion. Even if I believe that Liu Qian can solve the problem, just waiting anxiously like this still makes people feel worried. Suddenly, a blue portal appeared in everyone's sight. Liu Qian walked out with a relaxed expression, which made everyone feel relieved. How's it going? Is it solved? Take me with you next time something like this happens. I can help you, brother. I want to kill aliens. I want to tear aliens alive. Bring me one next time. Don't call me if you have such a good thing. Damn it. This period of time is so boring. I want to watch the river of blood flow. I would like to know what kind of alien race is invading the Earth this time. Is there any relevant reason and information? Everyone gathered together, and all kinds of words came out, which annoyed Liu Qian to death, so he quickly changed the subject. Where's Tony? Where did he go? He's in the laboratory. Little Spider-Man answered Liu Qian's question. I will give all the relevant information to Jarvis in a minute. If you want to find out what's going on, just ask Tony directly. This will save you the curiosity that killed the cat and bother me every day. Liu Qian's figure flashed and ran out of the crowd. By the way, what is that guy Tony doing hiding in the laboratory now? The Justice League headquarters also has a laboratory. Liu Qian's psychokinesis simply scanned it and discovered where he was. He led everyone directly towards the laboratory and then opened the door casually. I saw a pink Iron Man appearing in front of everyone. Liu Qian, everyone in the Justice League. Tony, I didn't expect you to be quite girly. Liu Qian is dying of laughter. Oh, what kind of outrageous scene is this? While laughing at Tony, he took out his mobile phone and started shooting continuously. Tony quickly took off his armor. No, don't you know how to knock on the door before opening the door? What kind of girlishness is there? Can you blame me? The pink one you gave me can't be eliminated. With this little time, I can simply use it to make a battle armor, which is awesome. You guys are just kidding. Ha ha ha, I didn't laugh at you. I only thought of happy things. Me too. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Liu Qian opened the door casually and looked down. A little kid with yellow hair and a fox beard on his face. Oh, Uzumaki Naruto is so young. So the plot of Naruto hasn't started yet, right? Naruto looked up at the strange guy in front of him. Uncle, are you my neighbor? I haven't had a neighbor for a long time. Let me meet you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, for the man who wants to become Hokage. What uncle? Am I that old? Call me brother. Uzumaki Naruto, aren't you the son of the 4th Hokage? Liu Qian said casually, and the huge amounts of information left Uzumaki Naruto stunned for a while. The ambi responsible for monitoring Uzumaki Naruto in the dark were going crazy. Who is this guy? How'd he know about this kind of thing? He must report it to the Hokage. Li Yuqian casually glanced around and saw the ANBU hiding in the dark, feeling as if he had been discovered. Wait, why can't I move? The person hiding in the dark and wearing a mask feels that his body is bound by invisible forces. Of course, Li Yuqian said that on purpose. Uzumaki Naruto was qualified to know who his father was, what he did, and what he died for. Do you know who my parents are? What are they like? Naruto had a very anxious look on his face, holding his thighs with both hands, looking very pitiful. As a good person, how could Li Yuqian not tell this poor child in front of him? It's a small thing. It's a small thing. Let me tell you, your father is the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. He died in order to save the village. Before he died, he sealed the 9 tails in your body. Your mother is Uzumaki Kushina. She is strong and rich. I heard that a whole street in Konoha belongs to her. Your parents died fighting for Konoha. As the son of a hero, how can you live such a miserable life? Where's your street? Could it be that someone is coveting your mother's property and the power of the 9 tails in your body and deliberately didn't tell you your identity? Then I will give you some living expenses every month, but you will not tell the villagers of Konoha Village the truth and let them exclude you and make you live pitifully. No way. No way. The dark part in the distance. Wei Mao feels that the tea is full of tea. Naruto thought about everything he had experienced. Don't say that children are mentally ill. In fact, sometimes they understand. The ostracism from the people around him, the nickname Demon Fox, and some past experiences came to mind. Li Yuqian, you look at Naruto, who is not in a good situation, and complain in your heart. Are you going to overdo it? Don't blacken Naruto. But after a while, Naruto, who was stunned on the spot, suddenly ran to the next room, opened the door, closed it, and hid. Oh, the psychological endurance ability is quite strong. Li Yuqian touched his chin and looked at the ANBU in the dark, and finally released the psychokinesis restraint. Then we went out for a walk. We were all in Naruto world, and we couldn't try Ichiraka ramen. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis scanned the entire Konoha and simply found Ichiraka ramen. After walking over and eating some Ichiraka ramen, Li Yuqian felt pretty good, but it was only at a good level. After taking a look at the guy known as Otsutsuki Ichiraku, he casually strolled out to a commercial street and started shopping. I actually found a TV set in a commercial street. Li Yuqian was stunned. If it weren't for Naruto, the world's technology tree was very crooked. Li Yuqian also discovered that the social environment in this world is not good. Most people are selfish and indifferent, but it's normal to think about it. After all, in a world where people go to war at the age of 12 or 13 during wartime, the social environment is not good. That's for sure. After walking to a small alley, Li Yuqian slowly wandered in. Then several figures came from everywhere and appeared in front of Li Yuqian. The 4 ninjas all wore masks, surrounding a guy wearing a cat mask. Outsiders, catch them without mercy. Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Konoha? Li Yuqian's psychokinesis checked and found that the leader of the ANBU ninja was actually Kakashi. Originally, we were planning to kill them all directly, but let's forget it with Kakashi taking the lead. Li Yuqian stretched out his hand and tapped lightly, and 4 psychokinesis compression shock waves hit the 4 of them directly with a bang. The 4 of them hit the wall of the alley so hard that the wall was cracked. The combat ability was instantly lost. Li Yuqian walked up to Kakashi, who was wearing a cat mask, and waved his finger. The mask flew aside. Kakashi, I know you, your father's White Fang, right? I heard that your dad committed suicide due to the pressure of public opinion after his mission failed. Your dad was also very miserable. He failed in his mission to save his companions. This is also his fault, but it's a secret mission that everyone knows about, so there won't be any conspiracy in it, right? Li Yuqian said that he was right. I was just trying to make someone angry. After saying this, Li Yuqian added, tell that old Hokage guy, don't mess with me. I'm going crazy. Even I'm scared of myself. After saying that, he turned and left the alley, leaving 4 ANBU ninjas lying there. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was smoking a cigarette and frowning. You mean that mysterious guy knocked down Kakashi and the four of them with one move? Yes, according to Kakashi, that's indeed the case, answered an ENBU ninja wearing a bear mask. Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered in his heart and knocked down four ENBU ninjas with one move. The leader was Kakashi. Who has this kind of strength? Even in his prime, he couldn't do it. At this time, a man pushed in the door with bandages on his head and arms. It was Danzo Shimura, the 5.5th generation Nakich. As soon as he entered the door, he said loudly, "There's a mysterious guy approaching the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hiruzen. Why don't you take action? A guy like this who comes out of nowhere and suddenly approaches a Jinchuriki must have uneasy intentions." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, and Danzo snorted coldly. "Since you are not going to take action, then I will. I want to see what secrets that mysterious guy hides." Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't speak, so it would be good to let Danzo test him. Now, it was Danzo's turn to feel strange. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen suspiciously and turned to leave. After closing the door, he opened it again after a while and shouted loudly, "I really took action." At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied slowly, "I am the Hokage. You will regret it." Danzo felt that this was the right thing to do. He was not used to not saying these two sentences, and it felt like he had never been here before. With a snap, Danzo closed the door heavily, and the sound of footsteps gradually became smaller and farther away. At night, Liu Qin did not go home at this time, but was still wandering outside. "Isn't it time? It's time to walk the dog." Pochi, who has a huge body and 6 eyes, is particularly eye-catching. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen people walking their dogs?" Liu Qin sat leisurely on Bo Chi's head with an arrogant look on his face. "I was walking my dog while waiting for someone. I was so arrogant today, and defeating 4 ANBU ninjas with one strike would not be considered as a warning to others. The weight of the chicken is not big enough, and it still has to wait for the wave to be strong." This thought just flashed through Liu Qin's mind. I felt a group of guys surrounding me, 18 in total. Oh, why is there an old man inside? There are eyes on his arms and bandages all over his body. Isn't this a pot shadow? It seems like these are roots. Liu Qin was walking his dog, and there were fewer and fewer people around his fingertips. Then in the perception, there were 4 people standing in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northwest. Then a rectangular barrier of purple transparent flames opened in these 4 directions, with purple flames attached to the barrier array. 4 purple flame formation. No, the 4 red yang formation, bad review. Danzo Shimura stayed outside the barrier of the 4 purple flame formation, and all the remaining 14 ninjas rushed in. Although he had just come to this world, Liu Qin judged Kakashi, who had just beaten him some time ago, as an example. These 14 guys all have more than 0.5 calories of Kala, which is the energy in their bodies. There are only 2 guys whose chakra is on par with Kakashi's. But unfortunately, it is still too weak. Various ninjutsu bombarded Liu Qin's direction, either fireballs or wind blades. Liu Qin did not dodge or dodge, and the faint red screen in front of him blocked all attacks. Those attacks only threw up huge amounts of smoke and dust, and the smoke dispersed. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Liu Qin. The guy suddenly formed a seal with his hands and pushed forward with both hands. Liu Qin, this action, well, people who don't know would think that General Yu is possessed by you. A burst of spiritual power struck Liu Qin. Is it the art of reincarnation? But I know how to use mental power, and Liu Qin also pushed his hands together flatly. A long time ago, in the ability to awaken with the Mind Stone, psychic shock was directly used. In an instant, all 14 people in front of them froze, their eyes full of confusion, and they were stunned on the spot. After a while, all 14 people in front of them were lying on the ground. Oops, it was the first time I used this skill. I accidentally used too much force. Liu Qin touched his chin, and all of them died from the impact. Anyway, it's the root. Everyone has been brainwashed into whatever they are. It's okay. Liu Qin waved his hand, and the black flames instantly cremated the bodies of 14 people, saving them money on cremation. The other side's eyes slowly looked into the distance, and Shimura Danzo, who was watching the battle from a distance, felt his heart skip a beat. Although there was a 4 purple flame formation in front of him, to be able to defeat 14 elite root ninjas in seconds was probably not an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse. The 4 of you continue to maintain the 4 purple flame formation. Yes, although Danzo Shimura was a little panicked, he still felt that I had the advantage. If you want to break the 4 purple flame formation, you need tailed beast-level power. I can still fight. Go call someone now. With this thought, Danzo turned around and ran away. He wanted to bring all the combat power of the entire branch here, and he didn't want to live anymore. He didn't believe that so many people couldn't kill this guy. There was a pop, like a balloon being popped, and Liu Qian tapped lightly under the shocked expressions of the 4 root ninjas. The 4 purple flame formation burst open directly. Such a violent method of breaking the formation caused the 4 root ninjas to immediately vomit blood and fall to the ground. Liu Qian's figure flashed and immediately appeared behind Danzo and patted him on the shoulder. "Why are you running?" Before Liu Qian could finish his words, he saw Danzo in confusion, took out a kunai, and stabbed it at the light red barrier in front of him. With a snap, the kunai was broken into 2 pieces. "Liu Qian, you broke it yourself. I won't pay for it." "No, so many people just hit this barrier, and the barrier didn't even waver. How did you have a nerve to stab me with a kunai?" However, when I thought that the person who stabbed me was Danzo, it immediately made sense. Danzo saw that his kunai was ineffective, and then thought about the terrifying fighting power of the man in front of him, and started to pull his bandage with his other hand. Then he revealed the eye he had covered all the time and said, "No God. Nothing. Other gods. What God? Oh God. Wait, why doesn't it work?" Danzo looked at the guy in front of him, who seemed to be watching a monkey show, and became furious. With a wave of one hand, would release, spear tree. His left arm instantly turned into a big tree, and the branches on the big tree were like spears hitting Liu Qian. Unfortunately, the barrier in front of Liu Qian remained motionless, so this move had no effect at all. I don't even have the strength to hit anyone. With a snap, Liu Qian threw a left hook that caused Danzo to spin 360 degrees on the spot and twist his neck. After killing Danzo, Liu Qian did not leave, but looked straight at Danzo lying on the ground. Danzo, who used his Anaji to resurrect, saw Liu Qian's direct eyes as soon as he was resurrected. "Danzo, when you saw me dead, you shouldn't let down your guard, and then I took the opportunity to sneak attack." Danzo took a deep breath and then used the psychic technique, and a strange psychic beast with a big nose was channeled by him. Most of them have red fur, and they also imitate their owners and wear bandages, making them look like non-mainstream animals. This is Danzo's psychic beast, the Dream Taper. It opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force began to erupt in front of it. At the same time, Danzo shouted, "Wind release, vacuum waves." Drink, it's still a combo skill, but unfortunately, it's useless against Liu Qian's barrier. Liu Qian waved his hand gently, and a blue portal gradually lengthened and elongated, turning into a sharp blade. With a swish, he cut the ugly Ming taper in front of him in half. At this moment, Liu Qian was satisfied. This was a new skill, and his control this time was not very good. Liu Qian then looked at Danzo, and with a slight click, psychokinesis shockwave directly penetrated Danzo's chest. Liu Qian still looked at Danzo's body with a smile. After a minute, Danzo couldn't bear it anymore and got up, then turned around and ran away. This guy was too cautious. He didn't relax when he died for the first time, and he didn't relax when he died for the second time. "Damn it," Liu Qian said. "Aren't you kidding me? Even if I don't know what ability your Danzo has. If anyone dies by his own hands, he must ensure that he is completely cool. Caution is on the one hand, and on the other hand, if you kill someone yourself, you should either shoot the head or leave the whole body intact. The second time I kill you, I punch you through the chest. This method of killing is inherently risky. If it were placed on the protagonist, what if his heart grows on some foot or buttocks? That would be bad. And the most important thing is when you are pretending to be dead, you have a doggy look on your face. Isn't it too obvious? Li Yuqian watched Danzo running further and further away, then turned to look at Pochi behind him. Pochi understood instantly, jumped up with his legs, trotted all the way, easily bit Danzo with his big mouth, and then brought him back. Needless to say, this place isn't a strange place. There was such a big movement just now, but it still didn't attract many people's attention. However, it is possible that Danzo had specially arranged it. I guess what's behind is the truth. Danzo was confused. Even if he couldn't beat this mysterious strong man, why couldn't he even beat his dog? Damn it, since when have there been such strong ninja dogs? Danzo watched himself getting closer and closer to the mysterious strong man and continued to use Izanami with heartache, hoping to change the current situation. But with a snap, Danzo's arm with eyes was cut off instantly, and Li Yuqian hooked his finger. That arm was wrapped in psychokinesis and flew into Li Yuqian's hands. The Sharingan has some collection value, so you are useless, go to hell. It's just that you don't have many eyes on your arms. But that's right, the Uchiha haven't been exterminated yet, so you really don't have that many eyes to replace. Li Yuqian said casually and shot Danzo directly in the head. He also wanted to use his Izanami, but unfortunately Li Yuqian had an idea and dug out the only Sharingan on his head. This allows people to use other gods, Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, which is a precious collection and cannot be spoiled by him. Li Yuqian waved his hand again, and a tarnished Sharingan on Danzo's arm flew up and then flew into Danzo's eyes. After doing all this, he stretched himself and slowly left here, preparing to go home. After a while, the first few ninjas who arrived here looked around suspiciously. Finally, when he saw Danzo's body, he said, "Damn, this old bidung is actually dead. God bless us, Uchiha." He broke his arm and shot his head. He was so cruel, ha ha ha. I'm definitely not gloating about my misfortune, ha ha ha. No, Captain, look. Why is one of this old lamp's eyes a Sharingan? It's also lost its luster. Damn it, Danzo actually stole the power of our Uchiha clan. We must report it to the family as soon as possible. After that, several Uchiha police ninjas quickly left the scene with Danzo's body. Far away, Li Yuqian touched his chin with an expression as if he was watching a good show. Jia 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 jia. Danzo's right eye had long lost its luster, and it was specially reserved for them. Li Yuqian was about to leave when he suddenly discovered that there were several Uchiha ninjas patrolling the area suspiciously. This is not a good way to make Konoha angry. I don't know if the Uchiha Hawks will directly fight with Konoha when they see the Sharingan in Danzo's eyes. Have fun watching it. Seeing that they were sure to find it, Li Yuqian waved his hand casually. On the other side, the third-generation Ianbu ninja felt that he could move again. One after another, they took out their weapons or assumed ninjutsu postures and began to form seals and look around cautiously. After blowing the cool breeze in place for a while, he left the scene with a suspicious look on his face and ran towards the place where Danzo carried out the operation. As soon as Li Yuqian returned to his house, he saw Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, why do you kid enter other people's rooms without their permission? You are still a naughty kid. Li Yuqian watched Naruto make fun of him, but Naruto was unmoved. He changed from the sunny and cheerful boy in the past, and his mood was a little depressed. Why didn't third-generation grandpa tell me the truth? Is it because of the power in my body? Yes, reality is very cruel. Your background is quite miserable. There is nothing you can do about it. You see, your elders can protect you, but your father's teacher is unreliable in writing pornographic books. One of your father's apprentices died, and the other went crazy in love. There is another one who is not bold. Sandai doesn't want you to live such a good life. How can he dare to stop you? The rest of the relationships are either not good enough, and the villagers of Konoha Village are just like everyone else. They're all very gossipy, and they especially like to bully others online. This is not considered internet violence. Public opinion attacks are. Just like now, if you say you're the son of the fourth Hokage, no one will believe me. It's so miserable. You're almost alive. Li Yuqian didn't think it was a big deal at all. He felt like he'd said this. So why didn't Naruto transform into a tailed beast? When the time comes, it will be fun to release Pochi in Ninetales 1v1. Naruto was shocked by his own life experience. What does it mean to be an elder who writes a pornographic book? Does he still have a love brain? How about you hang out with me and eat 9 meals a day with me? If I have meat to eat, you will have bones to eat. Naruto, I don't want to eat bones at all. Oomph. Then I will become Hokage, find out the truth myself, and then make it public. I am not a demon fox. I am the son of a hero, the son of Hokage. Okay, I'm ambitious, but I'm going to bed. You can leave. As a neighbor, you're crossing the line if you don't leave. Liu Qian sat down on the bed, and Naruto left the room with a look of disgust, but he felt a little better. That means family didn't feel any discrimination or exclusion at all, although the attitude wasn't very good either. After Liu Qian watched Naruto leave, he did a backflip and disappeared. Just kidding. Who can live in this small room when there's a big villa? Small world, here I come. Let's play music and dance. Early the next morning, as soon as Liu Qian went out, he saw Naruto Uzumaki running away from his home without acknowledging his relatives. It looks like he is late for school. Oh, this is a childhood memory. I bet he will be late for a while and will be punished by standing. Liu Qian suddenly felt like he had the feeling of being a strange uncle in his childhood memories. Is it possible that I am too old? It shouldn't be. It must be Aguang's fault, the damn Aguang brat. Aguang, who hides his emo in his mind. I'm already like this. Why do you have the nerve to rely on me? On this day, Liu Qian started the daily life of a second-rate man in the village, eating, drinking, having fun, and gossiping. I'm telling you, Danzo is dead. I heard that his eyes were found to be Sharingan after death. He stole the power of the Uchiha clan. Who is Danzo? They are the higher-ups in the village, who specialize in handling some dirty work, you know. Oh, so that's it. Have you heard? Konoha's top brass, greedy for Uchiha's power, killed several Uchiha tribesmen and gouged out their eyes. Hey, have you heard? The top management of Konoha wants a Sharingan and is planning to exterminate the Uchiha clan and gouge out their eyes. Liu Qian listened to the chatter of the passers-by with a look of gloating on his misfortune. Oh my God, that's not how I spread the word at first. Don't blame me if it spread like this. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned green. What is going on? Where did these rumors come from? Even if you do have this idea, haven't you done it yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he had been wronged. How should we deal with the mysterious man named Liu Qian next? Should we send a large number of ninjas to surround and kill him? Mito Minyan on the side asked a question. Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered that Danzo had lost news, and that where the Jinbis originally encircled and captured Liu Qian, there were the bodies of 17 Jinbi elite ninjas. I was afraid that Danzo was already in serious danger, so he called Mito Monobu and Koharu to discuss how to deal with the mysterious man Liu Qian. As a result, no solution has been negotiated, and now that such rumors have emerged in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that his head is getting bigger. His strength is unfathomable. If you want to kill him, you may need someone with the same equipment as the third Raikage. Konoha cannot afford such a big loss now. I will send people to conduct surveillance to see what he is doing in Konoha. The most important thing now is to resolve the rumors in the village and refute them quickly. This kind of thing is getting more and more outrageous. Be careful of the Uchiha clan launching a coup, and those ninja families will be a little wary when they hear these rumors. After all, Konoha's top brass wanted to seize Uchiha Sharingan and also annihilate the clan. What would those ninja families with secret skills or blood-stained boundaries think? What should I do if the rabbit dies and the fox is sad? Liu Qian, what should I do? I'm trying to refute rumors with cold scrambled eggs. I haven't heard a word of it. Spreading rumors with just one mouth will break my legs if I refute the rumors. Besides, this is not a rumor. Although you haven't done it yet, it is true and false, false and true. This kind of rumor is the most difficult to refute. Even if Lao Din uses his identity to force ANBU ninjas to refute the rumors, it won't work. Even if people don't say it openly, why can't they say it secretly? Otherwise, Why would there be such a thing as unofficial history in the world? The more forcefully you refute the rumors, the more outrageous they will become, and the wilder the wild history will become. In the afternoon, the square below the Hokage building was overcrowded. A group of Uchiha Police Department ninjas carried Danzo's body and placed it in the square. Originally, the friction between Uchiha and the village was getting more and more intense. Now that the evidence of Konoha's high-level persecution of Uchiha has been obtained, it has been firmly in Uchiha's hands. Even the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, kept urging the Uchiha clan members to calm down. But still, after a voice said, "Let's carry the body of Danzo Louden to the Hokage building together and let the third generation Louden give us an explanation." The Uchiha tribe went completely crazy. A group of people dragged Danzo's body and ran swaggeringly onto the street, rushing straight towards the Hokage building. A group of melon-eating people slowly gathered around. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku was originally planning to stop them in order to avoid a bigger conflict. But every time he was about to take action, he always suddenly lost consciousness, as if someone was secretly attacking him. Liu Qian said, "Yes, it's me. You're welcome. I'm just a passerby." "The one who died is Danzo, right? You see, his eyes are indeed Sharingan. So the rumors are true. That's for sure. I'll give it a try, but I didn't expect the top management of Konoha to be quite ruthless. Oh, it's quite normal to gain strength. It's not just for the Sharingan, right? How strong is the Sharingan? You don't know this, right? After the 3 Magatama Sharingan, you can still advance to the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as you have the Manjikyu Sharingan, you're guaranteed to be a Kaga-level powerhouse, and you can even level up online. What about the Eternal Sharingan? Is it so powerful? Damn it, bro, how did you know? As we all know, the passerby who is doing commentary nearby knows a lot of things. This is a normal setting. So that's it. It sounds quite reasonable. It's so reasonable. I'm a passerby too. Why didn't I know? The people eating melons around were talking a lot, and various voices reached the ears of the people around them. People were eating melon and eating, and suddenly they felt that something was wrong. They seemed to have heard some terrible gossip. The Uchiha who were originally gathered together were stunned. The sound was obviously not loud, but it was extremely clear and could be heard by everyone present. The Mangekyo Sharingan is still known to the Uchiha clan, although it has not appeared for a long time. But what the hell is the Eternal Sharingan? Damn it, we don't even know. At this time, the third generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, came down with a group of people. Looking at the chaotic scene, it became quiet after the appearance of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lao Deng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The prestige he had accumulated over the years was not in vain. Uchiha clan, why did Shimura Danzo's body appear in your hands? He was discovered by a dozen security ninjas on patrol. When they found him, he was already dead. Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, looked at the messy scene and sighed inwardly. She didn't know how to deal with this situation. Although his nickname is Evil Eye Fugaku, his character is extremely hesitant. The death of Danzo is too strange. I will send people to investigate. I hope it has nothing to do with you, Uchiha. However, I've also heard rumors in the village that Danzo may indeed have done those things, and I will give you an explanation. Hit him with a stick and give him a sweet date. Hiruzen Sarutobi just wants to solve this matter quickly and stabilize Uchiha first. At this time, a person in the melon-eating crowd suddenly shouted, "Uchiha Fugaku, haven't you already activated the Mangekyo Sharingan? Why are you being so cowardly? Just do it. Don't embarrass Uchiha. You should be more domineering, fold your hands on your chest, and say loudly, 'Do you also want to dance?'" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the person who spoke loudly. They were not impressed. He seemed to be a person from another village. Finally, he looked at Uchiha Fugaku again. Is the Mangekyo Sharingan real or fake? Clan leader, is what he said true? Uchiha can be saved. Let us see the divine power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Liu Qian was in the crowd, touching his chin and whispering, "Fight! Fight!" Sarutobi Hiruzen was also stunned. Uchiha Fugaku opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Real or fake? This seemingly honest and honest guy is hiding so deeply. Looking at the fearful eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fiery eyes of the surrounding tribesmen, Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this putting me on the fire? Uchiha Fugaku's fierce face took a long time before he said, I hope the village can give us, Uchiha, an explanation. I'm so cowardly. Stop looking, there's no fight. Everyone around, who said this kind of words that are not too big a deal to just watch the excitement. The people around them felt that the originally tense atmosphere seemed strange after Li Yochin's heckles. So we are just part of your fun? In fact, many Uchiha people gathered there where the Uchiha clan held meeting. They looked directly at the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. One of the old men with a gloomy face suddenly said, Chief, do you really have the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? If it is true, under the leadership of the Patriarch, as long as we launch a coup, we will definitely succeed. He is Uchiha Setsuna. He is very old, and because of this, he has seen the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a while, and the three Magatama Sharingan in his eyes gradually changed form. As soon as the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, the surrounding Uchiha people could no longer calm down. It's true. What a terrifying eye power. Is this the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Konoha has been suppressing us, Uchiha, and that be ****ch Danzo even stole our Sharingan. Now, the Patriarch already has a kaleidoscope, and under his leadership, our coup will definitely succeed. Coup, Li Yuqian, coup, Aguang, coup. Wait, there seems to be something weird mixed in. Li Yuqian. That must be Aguang's weirdness. He made a voice in my head. People who don't know, listen to me speaking with two accents. It's very strange, okay? The Mangekyo Sharingan in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes began to emit its power, and suddenly, the noisy voices around him fell silent. Li Yuqian was not affected at all, but he was very sensitive to the changes in the scene and stopped making noises. He secretly punched Aguang on the way to shut him up. How could this guy have learned so badly? Really? Moreover, even if you learn bad things but fail to succeed, you must pay attention to the rhythm and control, and you will almost be exposed. Disgusted face, Omega. The high-pressure policies adopted by Konoha over the years have indeed made us miserable. No, but we need to make a detailed plan. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the Uchiha people around him. These are all Uchiha ninjas, and they can all be trusted. We need to control the Nine Tails to cause chaos and seize the leadership of Konoha Village. Itachi, as the only Anbu ninja among the Uchiha tribe, I need you to serve as an informant during this period of time to obtain intelligence and coordinate internal and external cooperation, but the specific plan will have to be formulated slowly. When Uchiha Fugaku called out his name, Uchiha Itachi stood up and looked directly at his father, silent. With rejection written all over his face, Uchiha Fugaku sighed and hit him. Itachi, you are the young leader of the Uchiha clan. You should know your position. The surrounding Uchiha clan members began to whisper, What does this mean? What do you mean? As an Anbu ninja, how is he the same as us? We suffered hardships in the police department and were looked down upon. They don't have the misfortunes we have, so they definitely don't want a coup, and they still want to live a good life of their own. Impossible. He is the young Patriarch. Snort. Although many people in the Uchiha clan are somewhat dissatisfied with Uchiha Itachi, most of them still approve of Uchiha Itachi. After all, the strong are respected. As a ninja genius and the young clan leader, Uchiha Itachi is respected by most people in the Uchiha clan. And, given his identity and position, it is impossible to really betray the Uchiha people. Anyway, he can't think like this. A voice sounded. That's not necessarily true. Uchiha Itachi has long been brainwashed by those 3 generations of old men. And he also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is very powerful. With 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, plus the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. If he had shown his strength earlier, our Uchiha clan would have launched a coup long ago. Why are you waiting until now? The Uchiha clan present were shocked. Why did the Mangekyo Sharingan appear one after another today? If you, father and son, both have the Mangekyo Sharingan, why are you hiding it? Everyone looked at the person who had just made the sound. Uchiha fellows, who is this guy? Wait, why does it look so familiar the more you look at it? Isn't this the passerby who just broke the shocking news at the Hokage building? Don't think that if you change your hairstyle, we won't recognize you. Also, if you have a hedgehog hair, why can you blend in so well with Uchiha ninjas? Li Yuqian, almost everyone in your Uchiha clan has prickly hair. Do you still need to ask? Is it you? Get him. What happened today must not be passed down. Oh, I've been discovered. Li Yuqian shrugged, and a barrier wrapped around his body, blocking all kinds of attacks, kunai, or ninjutsu. Why do everyone like to use fire escapes so much? Oops. The damage is 0, and there's quite a lot of smoke, which blocks the line of sight. In particular, why are there so many powerful fireball techniques? This thing seems to have never killed anyone in the Naruto plot. I'm so happy. I just changed a name to the Art of Smoke, and no injury. Li Yuqian complained in his heart, and with a wave of his hand, all the smoke dispersed. As a passerby, I must have come here to eat and watch the show. What I said is true. Don't doubt my professionalism as a passerby. Don't hit me. Be careful, Uchiha Itachi. Believe it or not, your young patriarch will leak information to the third generation Laoden in a short while. He even used his backhand as a sharp blade to stab you hard. Li Yuqian said in a joking tone, and the Uchiha people scattered around had different expressions. Although most of them still believe that their young patriarch would not do such a thing, there's still some seeds of doubt entering their hearts. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and a blue portal appeared. Bye. I'll sneak away first. Don't worry. I will keep a secret for you. After all, it's fun to watch, and I won't stop you. After saying that, in the eyes of everyone in Uchiha, this mysterious guy passed through the mysterious blue hole and disappeared directly. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were full of fear, time, and space ninjutsu. No one who knows space ninjutsu is good at it, and what he just said, everyone present looked at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku said helplessly, Itachi, you stay in the clan area during this time and don't go out. Uchiha Itachi looked at the expressions of the people around him, nodded, and stood still. But Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. What are you going to do? With the influence of his pupil power, Uchiha Itachi, who had been staying in place, gradually disappeared. That was an illusion just now. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was running outside, well, in a typical ninja running posture. Li Yuqian said that this kind of running posture is not scientific at all, and the running method of swinging both hands is more scientific. For example, the scientific expert Orochimaru understands this principle. When he runs with his hands swinging. This is the only scientific running method among Naruto. As expected of you, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi was indeed very strong, and with the illusion he just used, he had the upper hand and ran far away. For a moment, everyone in Uchiha really couldn't catch Uchiha Itachi. As for Uchiha Fugaku, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is letting go. But it's normal to think about it. After all, in the original plot, my son killed me, and this guy didn't even resist? That's outrageous. And before he died, he said he understood his son. Uchiha clan ninja. Ordinary people of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Itachi had already run to the outskirts of the Uchiha clan. He only had one idea in his mind now, which was to tell the third Hokage about the Uchiha coup. He felt that if Uchiha launched a coup, even if he succeeded in gaining leadership, it would end in failure, and it would also create an excuse for other countries to invade, and in the end, even Konoha village would be destroyed. This is not worth the gain. Uchiha must be stopped. Li Yuqian said that I disagreed. Originally, Uchiha Itachi was about to rush out of the Uchiha clan. Suddenly a blue light door appeared, a hand stretched out, and flicked lightly. Psychokinesis, Li Yuqian's terrifying mental power transformed by psychokinesis, slammed into Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi fell into a baby-like sleep. Young people are good and fall asleep as soon as they fall down. A stream of light appeared from his body and then disappeared directly into the portal. And in the blue light door, there was a sentence. Can't you even dance in front of me? Uchiha Itachi, you will be defeated with a snap of your fingers. After saying that, the light door gradually disappeared. The Uchiha who were pursuing him looked at each other in shock. The last few people reacted and rushed directly towards the unconscious Uchiha Itachi. Some Uchiha tribesmen who were chasing after him said, "Nah, he's quite handsome. He has the style of an Uchiha." Li Yuqian, "Yes, I'm just pretending." Agwang TSK. Li Yuqian pretended to be a show-off in front of the Uchiha clan. He felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and was in a good mood, right? Moreover, Li Yuqian looked at his hand and saw an extra Mangekyo Sharingan, and his eyes blossomed with joy. Shirsue's two eyes were put together, and Uchiha Itachi still carried them with him. Not bad. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is more valuable for collection than a single Mangekyo Sharingan. Li Yuqian was in a good mood, so he went directly to a barbecue restaurant to eat barbecue. Judging from the figure of the owner, he was probably opened by someone from the Akimichi clan, and the food was quite good. After eating, Li Yuqian packed up some and took some away, and returned home leisurely. As soon as he returned home, he saw the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen Louden, opening the door of Naruto's house and coming out. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that Li Yuqian was waiting for him. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came here specially to comfort Naruto, would have left. How could it be such a coincidence that he would go out as soon as Li Yuqian came back? Mysterious strong man, why did you come to Konoha? Just having fun. Li Yuqian casually glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen threw the packed barbecue in his hand and threw it on a small table in Naruto's house. Naughty boy, hey, let's see what good things your big brother brings you. I didn't recognize you as my big brother, okay? Oh, I'm not a dog, don't call me that. Little Naruto in the house had black lines all over his face, but he couldn't help but swallow when he smelled the aroma of barbecue. My eyes looked at the living expenses given by my third-generation grandfather on the table. It seemed that today was a good day. Is it for the tail beast? So you are fanning the flames and provoking conflicts in the village to weaken Konoha's power. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take what Li Yuqian just said seriously. And there's another thought in my mind. I am afraid that living next to Naruto is also for the convenience of doing things. Just for fun, spreading all kinds of precious information around and provoking conflicts. Who is so free? Li Yuqian, can't Sigma, surprise face, winky face? I don't care, Li Yuqian replied, then looked at the old man with disgust, turned around, and went home. Agwam, TSK. After hearing these 4 words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. I don't care. He is really arrogant, even more arrogant than that man Uchiha Madara. Especially the look in this guy's eyes. Do you really think he is invincible? He slowly left this place, while the number of ANBU ninjas responsible for monitoring this area on the other side continued to increase. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided that after settling the matter in the village, he would mobilize all the ninjas to kill this mysterious guy. Li Yuqian, don't worry. The matter with me in the village won't be solved so easily. Oh, D. The first thing Li Yuqian did when he returned to the house was to pull a Guang out and beat him up. TSK, you are quite arrogant. I was wrong. Don't be a dead ghost. Don't be like this. Li Yuqian, Guang, why have you become so cheap? Can you please stop saying some misleading words? I learned it from you. Guang's answer left Li Yuqian speechless, disgustingly throwing a Guang into his mind. Li Yuqian was not in a hurry and returned to his own little world. Li Yuqian stretched out his finger and drew a circle, and a small blue portal appeared in front of him. He got directly in and took out 2 books from inside. Both books had the word sealed book written in 4 large characters. When Li Yuqian was eating melon in the Hokage building and watching, Psychokinesis scanned it and found out which room the sealed books recording forbidden techniques were hidden in. It's a good time to learn. And you can also try the chakra refining technique of this world. Li Yuqian touched his chin and thought, while he kept moving his hands and took out various sealed books from the blue portal. Using the portal to steal books to study is quite convenient. The ninjas who were responsible for guarding the room where the sealed book was placed found nothing. Li Yuqian even cunningly built a small portal behind his head and waved his hand behind him. Even so, the ninja was nervous. He looked left and right, and after finding no one there, he relaxed. It feels like Strange is using the portal to tease Master Wang. Li Yuqian made a copy of all the sealed books and looked at one of them, the forbidden technique called Reincarnation of the Dirty Land. He touched his chin and made a jie sound. The Uchiha group of red-eyed and dumbfounded people really started a fight with the Sand-Eye group of guys. As for these stupid young people, I have to arrange a trump card for Uchiha. Aguang. TSK. To be honest, the Uchiha clan is really stubborn, and the police department, this kind of thankless and offending work, is completely inconsistent with the proud character of the Uchiha clan. No one in the Uchiha clan can see this, and each one is more stubborn than the other. While Li Yuqian was thinking about it, he researched the idea of reincarnation from the filthy soil, and also wanted to sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living person, which was really troublesome. Pure Land. Li Yuqian touched his chin. Reincarnation in the dirt is to summon the soul to the real world, which is a bit like a special form of spiritualism. So can I reverse channel? It seems like something is wrong. Li Yuqian first used the blue portal to pull out several books on chakra refining techniques from the ninja school. Some ninjutsu collected by ninja families also came out. Psychokinesis scanned the entire Konoha, and it was clear where there were any good things in Konoha. Oops, it's just someone who doesn't sleep well at night and does that kind of thing. It's really not polite to look at it, but she is a pretty good figure. Aguang. TSK. Li Yuqian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed and began to try practicing. The principle of chakra refining is to combine physical and mental energy and refine it into multi-purpose chakra. Although Li Yuqian is not from this world, his body is somewhat different from that of people in the Naruto world. For example, the number of cells in the human body in the ordinary world is not as high as the exaggerated 130 trillion of humans in the Naruto world. However, Li Yuqian said that these are all minor problems. I think as long as physical energy and mental energy are mixed together, it will be chakra. The logic is perfectly closed, and chakra is successfully extracted, and it is the kind that requires as much chakra as you need. After all, Li Yuqian's body is a truly immortal body, and his mental power is extremely terrifying, with more or less physical and mental energy. After a while, I will steal some more ninjutsu to practice. I will also clap my hands and do whatever I want. It is quite interesting to think about it. Li Yuqian touched his chin and felt quite refreshed, but now that the chakra was successfully refined, it was time to get down to business. I took a look at the principles of channeling and reverse channeling, and then studied them carefully. Li Yuqian clapped his hands and disappeared instantly, then appeared in a gray world. This is the Pure Land? The scenery is not very good. He looked left and right, and found that the world was deserted, with many light spots floating around. After a casual perception, he found that these were human souls. The brighter and dazzling the light spot seems to be, the stronger the decedent was during his lifetime. Li Yuqian's figure flashed and came to a group of light spots emitting dazzling light. Oh, this is Madara, right? This is Senju Hashirama. We'll get them next time. We're not in a hurry to let this world enter Hall of Valor mode now. Those few light spots near the class, well, that's all. Li Yuqian happily took away a few spots of light. At this moment, a voice came. Quickly release the souls of those people. Li Yuqian turned around and saw an old man wearing white clothes with horns on his head flying towards him quickly. Six Paths Sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo. He can also move in the Pure Land. Li Yuqian thought like this, and slapped Otsutsuki Hagoromo with his backhand. Otsutsuki Hagoromo was so happy. I am so far away from you. Is your slap just hitting the air? At the last second, Lyochian's arms stretched more than 10 meters, and he slapped Otsutsuki Hagoromo with his backhand. The snapping sound locked him in place, preventing him from moving at all. The soul of the Pure Land is quite good and moist, Lyochian said, and was suddenly stunned. So many souls, wouldn't they be of great benefit to my 10,000 souls banner, Ba? The Human Emperor banner. Jia. A big flag exuding black energy appeared in Lyochian's hand, and he waved it. Countless souls were absorbed by this atmosphere exuding black energy. As more and more souls were absorbed, the black energy emitted by the Human Emperor's flag became more and more intense. Looking at Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was frozen beside him, his heart was filled with confusion. What kind of villain is this? An evil alien. The smile is so evil, and the strength is so terrifying. No wonder his mother is so afraid of the so-called outsiders, before the old man can think about it. Lyochian held the big flag and slowly looked at Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Old man, I think you still have charm. Come and be a guest in our Renwang banner for a few days. Don't worry, you only need to stay for a little while, and you'll be fine. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your promise. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, do you think I can speak now? The suction power of the Human Emperor flag in Lyochian's hand became more and more terrifying, and Otsutsuki Hagoromo was immobilized again. Renwang banner easily collected Otsutsuki Hagoromo into the banner. Lyochian is very satisfied with this, and he is also very satisfied with this world. Some worlds have no underworld or hell. After a person dies, the soul dissipates. What a waste. The world of Naruto is good. After a person dies, the soul goes to the Pure Land. Lyochian decided to seek permanent residence in this world when 3 years are up for this sustainable, renewable resource of the soul. Anyway, after the people in this world are dead, the soul cannot perceive the outside world. So, it is a waste to float here. It's a shameful waste. Lyochian feels that he is really kind. Agwang. TSK. Lyochian casually clicked on the blue portal, after using the dirty soil to reincarnate into the Pure Land. After obtaining the specific transmission information of the Pure Land, you don't need to go to so much trouble next time. You can just open a teleportation gate. Lyochian stepped into the portal and disappeared into the Pure Land. Then he appeared in the house in reality. As soon as Lyochian came back, he heard the sound of special achievement clocking in his ears. It's normal when you think about it. After all, there is not a single soul in the Pure Land now, and it is as clean as a dog licking it. In the original plot, Master Kabuto realized his dream, but now it is impossible to realize his dream. There are so many strong men who have been reincarnated from the dirty land. It's normal for the plot to change drastically. Lyochian started to have fun while thinking about it. Now that he has a soul, he has to make some bodies and resurrect these guys. Don't be completely resurrected. Just reincarnation in the dirt is just right. With this thought in mind, Lyochian went out for a walk, playing with gold, enforcing justice, and arresting a few people. In the Hokage's office in the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi was sweating profusely at this time. That's not right. Why didn't Uchiha Itachi report to me the situation of the Uchiha clan today? At this point in time, he was already late. Could it be that the Uchiha clan discovered it? Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that things have not been going well recently. The pink-eyed Uchiha group are not really going to rebel, right? Then they can only strike first. But Uchiha Fugaku actually already possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi, who has been baptized by his will of fire, is now missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly felt a little regretful. He should not have indulged Danzo and implemented a high-pressure policy against Uchiha. If I had known earlier, I would have boiled the frog in warm water. I've been too anxious these past few years, but there is no point regretting it now. Uchiha Fugaku hides the Mangekyo Sharingan as his trump card. He hides it on weekdays. It must be because he is not strong enough. We must attack Uchiha first, as for that mysterious strong man. Alas, before fighting the outside world, we must first settle down the inside. Let's deal with the Uchiha first. Let the Uchiha know what it means to be a master of Konoha. The Wrath of Thunder. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and directly called the ANBU ninjas, summoning all the ninjas except the Uchiha clan ninjas. He wanted to hammer out the idea of a coup d'etat among the Uchiha clan first, then directly send the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan to directly attack the Uchiha clan, and then they will throw dirty water on the Uchiha clan. Even if they don't want a coup, they will have to do so. It just so happened that the Uchiha clan was located in a remote area and had a bad reputation. Even if other Konoha ninjas were summoned, these Uchiha ninjas would be difficult to find. It's a pity that I have to do it myself this time. It would be nice if Danzo was here. Let him take action when the time comes. After everything is done, he will appear on the stage and say, "I am the Hokage." Then he replied, "You will regret it." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The Uchiha clan is too dangerous now. It's like a dynamite barrel that can explode at any time. By then, the matter is a foregone conclusion. Let the Konoha ninjas cooperate with the Sarutobi clan ninjas to annihilate the Uchiha clan. That way the losses will be smaller. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly thought of Danzo. He left behind dangerous roots, which could also be used as a fighting force. The roots are too dangerous after Danzo's death. And by the way, they're also the Shimura clan. Suddenly, the entire Konoha was undercurrent, and Uchiha was still debating how to formulate a plan. Most of the Uchiha clan believes that don't be a coward, just do it. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Fugaku wanted to use the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails to cause chaos, and then led the Uchiha clan to seize the opportunity to seize the leadership of Konoha. This method is actually the most intelligent. However, it's right to think about it. How sinister and cunning can such a village-level coup be? After a long discussion, the plan was finalized, and the tasks each Uchiha was responsible for were also determined. At the same time, the Sarutobi War also secretly summoned all Konoha ninjas, except Uchiha. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans, plus ANBU ninjas, also surrounded the Uchiha clan. The stage was about to begin, and Li Yuqian wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. There were 5 large pits in front of him, with a coffin placed in each pit. As the soil filled the pit again, the coffin was covered. Li Yuqian clapped his hands. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the drama to begin. It's better to just strengthen the Uchiha a little bit. I guess Konoha won't be able to destroy the Uchiha clan by then. However, seizing power is somewhat difficult. As long as the Uchiha at that time had some brains, it shouldn't be a problem to escape with the whole clan. Li Yuqian rubbed his chin. It would be good to build a country in the Naruto world and recruit some subordinates and Uchiha ninjas. The man is handsome and the woman is pretty. They are really eye-catching. As for strength, that doesn't matter. In this small world, I have a group of subordinates. There are several dragon-level ones, and coupled with a robot army and the ability to explode troops, these combined can directly overwhelm the current ninja world. At dawn, Uchiha Fugaku led an elite team, preparing to set off secretly and use the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. The remaining Uchiha ninjas were also ready to attack, just waiting for the QB to go crazy and cause chaos, and then attack in one fell swoop. Afterwards, the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan and the ninjas of the Uchiha clan faced each other directly, and they noticed both sides while staring at each other. Hiruzen Sarutobi took the lead. "Hey, who are you, Uchiha? Let's take a walk in the morning and do some exercise." "Hokage-sama, what's wrong with your clothes? Are you going to fight again?" Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. He was currently wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform and a ninja hat. Even this fool can see that this old man is going to take action against the Uchiha clan. I am also doing morning exercises. I am taking my juniors to exercise. How did I end up here by accident? Oops, I have to go back quickly. I have to deal with official duties later. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, and Uchiha Fugaku quickly agreed. You said I also remembered it. I have something to do, and I have to go back. Both parties turned around one after another, took 3 steps in the direction they came from, and finally turned around at the same time and used ninjutsu. Fire escape, the art of fiery flames. Fire release, the art of fireball. Both sides used fire escape, and violent explosions sounded, mixed with the sounds of abuse from both sides. You, the Uchiha clan, are indeed an evil clan. You are so shameless and do not show any martial ethics when it comes to sneak attacks. Haha, I learned it from you. Uchiha Fugaku said that he knew there was a conspiracy just when he saw the old man smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer preparing for a sneak attack. A large number of ninjas were attacking the Uchiha clan from all directions. Uchiha Fugaku led an elite team to quickly join the Uchiha clan ninjas, and together they resisted the attacking ninjas. However, from a numerical point of view, the Uchiha clan is at a disadvantage. After all, the Uchiha clan now has to fight the two ninja families of Sarutobi and Shimura, plus the Anbu ninjas. What put the most pressure on the Uchiha clan was that there were many Konoha ninjas watching on the outside of the battlefield. Now, the Uchiha clan has not clearly shown that there is a coup, but due to the prestige of the third generation and a number of ninjas under their control, most of the ninjas remained silent, and there were also a few who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury. The Uchiha clan was stationed in the most remote part of the village, but it was extremely lively at this time. Various ninjutsus appear constantly, and the most common one is fire escape. Illusion and reality are intertwined. Kunai and shurikens are flying everywhere. The opponent is not his own son, and looking at this posture, he is going to exterminate the clan. Without Konoha's promise to keep Sasuke, and without Uchiha Itachi's promise, Uchiha Fugaku was at full strength at this time. Huge amounts of skull-like Susanoo wrap his body, and he's like a war machine on the battlefield. He uses his huge size to continuously attack the surrounding ninjas. That's right, he directly started the second stage of Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but swallowed. It was really dangerous. The Uchiha clan, but I am not a vegetarian. A huge body is also a huge target. He also summoned 4 shadow duplications, looking at the huge amounts of Susanoo in unison, forming seals at the same time, and chakras of 5 different attributes gathered in their respective bodies. 5 escape Dalian bullet technique. As the smoke cleared, the relatively large Susanoo gradually appeared in front of everyone, with a more complete body. This is the third stage of Susanoo. The Uchiha clan ninjas cheered, but Hiruzen Sarutobi was keenly aware of the huge chakra structure in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were bleeding, and he thought about the description of the Mangekyo Sharingan in the relevant information. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted directly, "Consumption him! Delay time. He can't use this ability for a long time." At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku also shouted, "The Uchiha clan ninjas are breaking out from one direction. We are leaving Konoha village. The young, old, women, and children have to leave too. The Uchiha clan ninjas should take care to protect them, for the glory of the Uchiha clan." But unfortunately, the Uchiha clan gradually fell into decline, and many ninjas began to join the battle. At this moment, 5 roars resounded in everyone's ears. How dare you? Who dares to act arrogantly in the Uchiha clan? Could it be that he is AB************** D of the Senju clan? At this time, all the ninjas on the battlefield only had big question marks in their eyes. Li Yuqian sat leisurely high in the sky. Konoha village is encircling Uchiha, and the sleeping ancestor of the Uchiha clan boldly takes action to suppress the intruders. It sounds like a fantasy novel. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and the figures of 5 people appeared in front of them. That stance looks terrifyingly strong. Li Yuqian was astonished. This skill was so natural. He was truly a pure Uchiha. I saw those 5 people wearing armors of various colors, and the style of dressing was the style of the turbulent period in the Naruto world. Some gray-haired old men from the Uchiha clan shouted in disbelief. Those are Uchiha Taijuna and Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother and father. Ancestor, Who are the 3 people next to you? They should be Madara-sama's other 3 brothers. What's their name? I didn't know they died too early. The 3 Uchiha brothers. So, don't I even deserve a name? Ancestor, save us. At this time, the 5 Uchiha people were posing in various poses, and various messages slowly appeared in their minds, explaining the current situation. Li Yuqian hiding in the sky. Yes, I use psychokinesis to convert the mental power information into transmission in the identity of Uchiha Madara. Anyway, I am not the only one pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Li Yuqian has his hands on his hips and cannot be upright. After Uchiha's death, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had a big battle and finally lost. For various reasons, Uchiha Madara put aside his hatred and led Uchiha and Senju Hashirama to establish Konoha village. But Uchiha Madara found that his ideas were very different from those of Senju Hashirama, and that Senju Tobarama had always hated Uchiha. That guy is extremely insidious, an old sinister, uneasy, and kind-hearted. Uchiha Madara is preparing to leave the village and take the Uchiha clan with him. But that day, no one in the tribe was willing to follow him, and there was no one behind him, so the double-faced Susanoo was born. But he still had some feelings for the Uchiha clan, so he used a forbidden technique called Jitsu reincarnation to leave a trump card for the Uchiha clan. Relying on the blood relationship, he summoned his father and brothers in the Pure Land, whenever the Uchiha clan's life and death were at stake. The 5 people will wake up and protect the Uchiha clan, but due to the lack of your flesh and blood, the Earth reincarnation is affected, and therefore loses the ability of the Earth reincarnation to be infinitely resurrected, and it can only exist for 1 day. But don't worry, my 3 weak brothers, I've specially strengthened them for you. Yes, I strengthened them, so these conditions are also added. On the one hand, the 5 of them must be stronger together, but not too strong. Li Yuqian said it was too difficult for me. Even now, you Uchiha must work harder to escape from Konoha. If you don't cherish it so much, I'll have to flip the table. After the 5 people understood the current situation, their expressions instantly became cold and severe. My stupid son, is he still bewitched by that Senju Hashirama? I should kill him myself that time. Uchiha Taijima's face was grim. Remembering the day, he followed his son to a river and saw him and his rival's son reporting information to each other. Uchiha Izuna's face was full of anger. Brother was deceived by those bastards. Dad, brothers, I want to avenge my brother. B***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hashirama. You tricked my brother into founding the Leaf Village with the Uchiha clan, only to secretly suppress it. I'm going to kill these guys. The three Uchiha brothers. Me too. The three of them felt that their bodies had been horribly strengthened. Although the three of them were originally strong, they were not bad at all. But when he died, he was still too young and had not reached his peak strength. He was only a jounin when he died. But now the three of them feel that their bodies are frighteningly strong. With this body, the three brothers can definitely become the leader of the clan. In their turbulent era, there was no concept of shadow, and the clan leader level was equivalent to the shadow level. That's for sure. Li Yuqian said that his shots must be high-quality products, and he specially strengthened the bodies of these three guys. In fact, it is just a little gangster who wants to steal his gold by using the biopharmaceutical strengthening technology of Superman's world to get a few copies and strengthen them. The three Uchiha brothers focused on strengthening to make them stronger, while the other two were originally strong enough and only strengthened a little. Although he got out casually, he was also very tired. Okay. Li Yuqian, showing off. Not to mention Uchiha Yamajima, who is already a veteran clan leader, and Uchiha Izuna has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In just a moment, the five people with strong postures rushed directly towards the Konoha ninja. The most important thing for ninjas at that time was their own family. Although the current Uchiha clan is unsightly, except for a few, everyone else is pitifully weak. Of course, the most important thing is that when his son, eldest brother, left, this group of tribesmen did not follow him. Degree. Forget it. Family inheritance is the most important. Kill these Konoha guys first. Konoha ninjas, why are you still standing there? The Uchiha clan must not leave Konoha. The Uchiha clan has been completely wiped out, and the resources they control will be reasonably distributed among the ninjas who have contributed to this battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little unable to bear it anymore and immediately shouted loudly. In an instant, the onlookers' family ninjas also rushed in. Although the genocide made everyone a little sad, there was nothing they could do in the face of interests. Besides, if the Uchiha clan is really allowed to escape Konoha, the consequences will be very serious. Konoha exterminated the Uchiha clan. Although it also weakened its own strength, it proved that Konoha still had strong strength. But even one ninja family cannot be destroyed, and Konoha's weakness will be exposed to the other 4 countries. Those 4 villages will definitely look at it with eager eyes, and they will definitely test it and cause trouble. Maybe it will start another war. Another huge amount of Susanoo appeared on the scene, which was the divine power of Uchiha Azuna. At the same time, Uchiha Taijima held a long sword and combined physical skills with illusions to instantly kill several Konoha ninjas. Now, the strongest person in the Uchiha clan, don't use your eyes anymore, let's do it, so that I can lead the Uchiha people to survive and make the Uchiha family more prosperous and prosperous. His words were decisive. Compared with him, he was more like a real clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku thought so, and Susanoo slowly disappeared at the same time. But the larger Susanoo still tilted the balance of victory towards the Uchiha clan. At this time, Uchiha Izuna Susanoo had already reached the armor form. Izuna felt that this feeling of unlimited chakra was so refreshing. Suddenly, a scream came, and one of the 3 Uchiha brothers was killed by Kakashi and Kai. Kai had already reached the 7th gate, and at the moment when Kakashi used ninjutsu to restrain one of them, he used the Day Tiger and killed it instantly. At this time, he bared his big teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. This is a close friend. This is youth. An Uchiha nearby shouted, "No, my ancestor is dead. My great-grandfather, save me." "Why great-grandfather? You're stupid. Those 3 people are our ancestors. Is he Uchiha Taijima, the ancestor's father? According to seniority, we have to return it to our great-grandfather. Liu Qian, I'm happy. Fortunately, I didn't reincarnate Uchiha Taijima's father and a series of other fathers. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that my ancestor is dead and my great-grandfather saved me? My great-grandfather is dead and my great-grandfather saved me. The scene now is really interesting. Interesting. It's really exciting. Ha 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 ha. Liu Qian looked at the Uchiha clan below, who had broken through the blockade of Konoha ninjas and escaped from Konoha village. Seeing the appearance of those Konoha ninjas, it seemed that they were going to take action. The numerous Chunin and Jinin of Konoha were nothing but chickens and dogs when faced with the resurrected Uchiha ancestor. As a containment, they were quite good at effecting cooperation. Among the Uchiha trio, another person was also fought by 3 ninjas. They are the trio of Ino, Deer, and Butterflies this year, and one of them is also joined by several ninja family heads to fight. Uchiha Taijima faced Kakashi and Kai. At this time, Uchiha Izuna, who summoned Susanoo and kept attacking, faced Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Sealing Squad. There are also AMBU ninjas and root ninjas. Liu Qian is playing with a soul in his hand, which is one of the 3 Uchiha brothers who just died in the battle. He randomly stuffed this soul into the small world and let him be absorbed by the human emperor flag. At this time, Agwong in his mind suddenly asked, "Host, I have a question. The original 10,000 souls banner is because there are 10,000 soul-changing ghosts in it. Now that you have absorbed so many souls in this world, there are no longer 10,000. So what should you call them? Billion soul banner. It's not that laborious. Just change it to the soul refining banner. No, it's the 10,000 soul banner. The soul refining banner. This is obviously the human emperor's flag." Liu Qian's expression was righteous and awe-inspiring. Would a just and kind-hearted person like himself used the kind of thing used by people in the Devil's Path? Aguang. The main character is a shameless person, right? At this time, everyone in Konoha really had no choice in the face of Uchiha Izuna with unlimited chakra. At this time, the Sannin of Kanagakure were not here, so there were really not many people who could deal with such a big Susanoo guy. The attack power of Hiruzen Sarutobi's 5 release and large continuous bullet technique is quite strong, but with his current old body. How many times the 5 release and large continuous bullet techniques can be used is also a problem, and it cannot be eliminated at all. Such huge amounts of Susanoo. Is it possible to use the Gulban? But these guys just want to cover the Uchiha clan's escape. Is it worthwhile to spend my life to kill that Uchiha Izuna? Moreover, these guys themselves can tell that they have used the forbidden technique of reincarnation. But it is obviously different. There seems to be no caster and only one life. Is it a backup plan left by Madara Uchiha? Evil Uchiha. Damn it. Hiruzen Sarutobi was caught in a tangle. If the Uchiha clan directly attacked Konoha village, although he did not do well in some places, he would still dare to sacrifice his life as a Hokage. Liu Qian had 2 more Uchiha souls in his hands. No wonder these 3 guys didn't even leave their names. The body has been strengthened to the level of shadow, and it is so early. Liu Qian threw the 2 souls into the small world with a look of disgust, and were absorbed by the human emperor banner. With the change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, the Konoha ninjas also began to be ineffective, and they were not so strong in wanting to prevent the Uchiha clan from escaping Konoha. Their escape from Konoha is a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. The top priority is to preserve Konoha's strength. Makino Ninja thought so, but Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Izuna didn't think so. Originally, I heard intelligence left by my son, eldest brother, that there were many ninja families and civilian ninjas in Konoha village. He still has strength, but he is a dead man and can only live for 1 day. The top priority is to protect the Uchiha clan from escaping from Konoha. But looking at it now, it seems that they're a bit weak and they dare to beat their own brother's sons to death. Even if they're not considered alive now, they can't bear it. Okay? Uchiha Izuna controlled Susanoo Ryu to attack Konoha village with huge amounts of size and terrifying power if he was allowed to enter the densely populated areas of Konoha village. The damage caused would definitely be no less than the Nine-Tails Rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and then, as an honest man, he honestly started to form seals. After completing 9 seals, he clasped his hands together. A death god dressed in white with a sharp blade in his mouth appeared behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Izuna also discovered the death god and subconsciously felt something was wrong. As a result, a transparent hand suddenly appeared from the death god's stomach. Uchiha Izuna looked at the weird death god and the outstretched hand and used Susanoo to block it. But that hand seemed to be fake and went straight in, pulling out Uchiha Izuna's soul from his body. And the death god took out the sharp blade in his mouth and cut the connection between the soul and the body. The soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen also suffered the same treatment. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen had some regrets before he died. If he had known that the Uchiha clan had such a trump card, he would never have been so anxious to suppress the Uchiha in the past few years. After the death god devoured the souls of the 2 people, when he was about to disappear, his expression changed, and it seemed like there was something in the sky, sucking them away. In this regard, everyone present did not react too much. After all, very few people have mastered this forbidden technique, and few people have seen the use of this forbidden technique. Maybe this is how the death god exited. Aguang, you think the death god is Ultraman, yet he flies into the sky. Of course, it may be because except for the subject and the caster, no one else can see the death god. Liu Qian held the human emperor flag in his hand at high altitude and sucked the death god into it. He felt that his good treasure was suddenly strengthened a lot. This death god is a special soul. It is very good and has the appearance of a main soul, but it must be cultivated and cultivated. At this time, Only Uchiha Taijima was left on the scene, and many Konoha ninjas attacked him. Some people wanted to cross it and attack the escaping Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan had already fled far away. Moreover, Uchiha Taijima said, "His grandma, I am still here. Don't even think about living, Ba. Get over it. It's a pity that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, let alone how many hands there are." Slowly, it also ends up with its soul returning to the human emperor's banner. Li Yuqian listened to the sound of special achievements clocking in his ears, feeling pleased with himself, and waved the human emperor flag again. The souls of the ninjas who died in this battle were sucked away, and they left the sky happily. Kakashi and Kai were stunned in place. Kai looked at the dead 3rd Hokage with some tangles and guilt in his heart. When facing the Uchiha clan, I still couldn't bear to kill them directly, because they just wanted to escape. Kakashi looked at the body of the 3rd Hokage with very complicated thoughts in his heart. The 3rd Hokage, you are really a complicated person with good and bad qualities. Obviously, you are dead, and I should be sad. After he heard about the mysterious man's instigation, he investigated and found out how his father committed suicide. Indeed, there was someone behind the scenes who was adding fuel to the fire. In fact, I had guessed in the past that Li Yuqian's words only made him determined to investigate. Li Yuqian had already used the portal to return to his room and was about to return to the small world. But he heard the cry of the child next door. Li Yuqian touched his chin. Will Uzumaki Naruto still cry? Will he still be scared? But it's normal now. After all, he is just a child. I have to take a look at this, take some photos, and show it to him when he grows up. Agwong, you're more like a weird uncle. In Uzumaki Naruto's room, at this time, little Naruto was hiding under the sheets, crying silently and making some noise from time to time. It looked quite miserable, and Li Yuqian felt like he had to develop a conscience. But think about it, a child learned about his life experience. As the son of the heroic Hokage, he should be praised by everyone, but he was ostracized. Li Yuqian guessed that he might have proven his identity like those who excluded him during this period, but who would believe it? Maybe he would be sarcastic, and now, with the people of Konoha surrounding Uchiha, there would be the sound of various ninjutsu clashing at night. There was an inexplicable feeling like the Syrian battlefield. Seeing how frightened the child was, Li Yuqian suddenly became very kind and felt pity for him, and took out the video he shot on his cell phone. Hey, isn't this Naruto? Why are you crying at night? I have to keep it as a souvenir. Naruto rushed to the corner and looked up, only to find that it was the strange uncle next door. Li Yuqian, wait a minute. I can only be regarded as a strange brother. Am I that old? No. Why are you such a dog? Akamaru is not as good as you. You are an adult, and you are still scaring a child. Why did you come to my room? That's not right. My room door didn't open either. Are you a pervert? Wait a minute. Stop thinking too much. I just heard you crying. Come here and take a look. Seeing that Naruto was going to label him a pervert, Li Yuqian quickly defended himself. As soon as he said this, Naruto's face turned red, and he stood up directly, putting his hands on his waist. What are you talking about? Why are you crying? I haven't cried yet. Li Yuqian shook his hand, and in Naruto's eyes, the mobile phone in his hand actually played in the glowing iron box. He looked ugly crying just now. Naruto jumped and wanted to snatch the mobile phone from Li Yuqian's hand. Unfortunately, if Li Yuqian let Naruto snatch the mobile phone, it would be okay. With a flick of his hand, Naruto dropped it into mud without even touching the edge of the phone. Li Yuqian held the phone and made Naruto look like a villain. Agwong's view. Suddenly, an ominous premonition hit him. Li Yuqian covered his hip with one hand and looked back. Naruto, who had just thrown his dog into the mud, actually sneaked up behind his butt, preparing to use the secret of ninjutsu, 1,000-year kill. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, even though there was no physical damage from this move, the mental damage was full. Okay. Li Yuqian casually stuffed his cell phone into his own little world and looked at Naruto with a shocked expression. You're so vicious. I even brought you a barbecue. Why do you have such a shameless demeanor like Agwong? Agwong. No, host, are you sick? I'm just going to eat a piece of melon. Why are you scolding me all the time? Boom! Liu Qian gave Aguang a punch. Although Aguang didn't say it directly, Liu Qian said that the change in the expression of the dog-licking system showed that he had something bad to say. Aguang! Naruto had an expression on his face that he didn't know what you were talking about. What's Hikari? I don't understand. Just wait. When I become a powerful ninja in the future, I will snatch that thing from you. Naruto, you don't want others to see you like this. Liu Qian smiled evilly and immediately had a bad feeling when he saw Naruto. What do you want to do? Do I want money? Even if it costs me my life, I won't give it to you. Naruto was a little panicked, but he wasn't too scared. This guy was actually a good person, but his behavior was a bit abstract. Well, that's right, he was mean. Anyway, I will definitely not kill myself, nor will I steal my money. At most, I will make some mischief. Wait a minute, this guy isn't really robbing kids of money, is he? Naruto looked at Lee asking for money with a wary expression, and carefully blocked the place where his frog wallet was placed with his not tall body. Liu Qian looked at Naruto's movements, a little confused, and didn't bother to scare the child. Okay, don't be afraid. I will definitely keep your social death video. At most, I will threaten you in the future and eat you to death for the rest of your life. I'm not teasing you anymore. Let's go. By the way, the noise outside is because the entire Uchiha clan defected to Konoha. Now the matter is over. Don't worry. Don't cry in fear. Liu Qian turned around gracefully, opened a blue portal, and was about to walk in. Naruto reacted for a while, and then a shocked voice came. What? Real or fake? Don't lie to me. Although I know you like to lie to children, you can't just joke about this kind of thing. Liu Qian, am I that kind of person? A Guang, Tisk, you know what I mean. Why are you so excited? Liu Qian felt that Naruto's reaction was a bit abnormal. Naruto didn't know what to say for a moment, and he spoke slowly after a while. Do you know Uchiha Sasuke? He also defected from a village with the entire Uchiha clan. Liu Qian touched his chin, and based on his wanderings these past few days, he discovered that in this timeline, Class 7 has not yet been established, and Naruto has not even graduated from the ninja school. Uchiha Itachi didn't rebel against the village and massacre the entire clan. At this time, are Naruto and Sasuke already on good terms? What's wrong? He's your good friend. How can a stinky guy be my good friend? But after all, he's also my classmate. Well, I don't know why. Although I sometimes feel uncomfortable with him, I always feel that he is very important to me. Oh, I get it. You're miserable. You've fallen in love. Don't worry, I won't discriminate against you two. Liu Qian teased Naruto and murmured in his heart. Does this seem to be the mutual attraction between Azura and the reincarnation of Indra? Naruto was speechless. How could this guy have the nerve to say such a thing to a child? This can be considered friendship at best. The person I like is Haruno Sakura. And don't change the topic. Did Sasuke also defect to the village? That's for sure. If the whole clan runs away and he is left alone, then he will be even worse off than you. Liu Qian answered casually and accidentally made Naruto speechless with one sentence. Just tell me what you want. Why bother mentioning me? Liu Qian also realized something, shrugged, and walked into the blue portal. Naruto, who was left where he was, didn't know what he was thinking. Of course, Liu Qian was actually quite curious about Naruto's thoughts. Now that Sasuke and Naruto don't have many interactions, will they still fall in love and kill each other like in the original plot? There's a bit of suspense just because he had been eating melon for the past 3 years. Liu Qian touched his chin and smiled, then did a backflip and disappeared. Only one sentence was left. Kids, keep having fun. Okay, Konoha village seemed particularly depressed this morning. Yesterday, the entire Uchiha Madara clan defected to Konoha. This bombshell news spread quickly throughout the Konoha village. Everyone in Konoha village, whether they were ninjas or villagers, seemed a little at a loss. On the one hand, anyone with any sense knows that Konoha has become weaker after the Uchiha clan left. On the other hand, there was a battle after the defection last night, and many Konoha ninjas died. Even the third-generation Hokage died. It can be said that there were heavy casualties. Liu Qian, this is true. After all, the soul has entered our human emperor banner. Aguang, kill people. You also want to kill your heart. The only thing that is different in Konoha village is probably Li Yuqian. He strolled happily, and his appearance made the ANBU ninja who followed him secretly look as dark as the spies sent by Yunin village. Suddenly, all the ANBU ninjas who were monitoring Li Yuqian stiffened and froze in place. Li Yuqian walked forward leisurely, extending his middle finger with one hand and giving it to the back, then gradually walked away and disappeared. ANBU ninja. In a forest outside Konoha village, countless robots appeared behind Li Yuqian, led by the oxhorse worker Sunspot, who looked like he was working hard and ready to do big things. It seems that he is used to it, and there must be work to do if he calls himself out. Li Yuqian looked at his Iron Legion with satisfaction and began to speak as a leader. Very good, very energetic. Now I will assign you a task. Build a country and bring the Uchiha clan under your control. Annex the 5 countries in this world, directly unify them, and create a huge territory. Li Yuqian just said this, and little Sunspot was about to break his leg, but little Sunspot was worthy of being born with a worker's holy body, so he came straight away, guaranteed to complete the mission. Li Yuqian couldn't bear to squeeze little Sunspot like this, but after thinking about it, if he didn't let little Sunspot do it, could he do it himself? Rather than embarrass yourself, it's better to exploit others. Aguang tis. No, you are getting more and more arrogant. Li Yuqian pulled Aguang out, rounded and flattened it, and used it as a stress relief toy. Aguang cried like a ghost and howled like a wolf, making Li Yuqian let him go with a look of disgust. Host, why are you still trying to establish a country? Unify the 6 countries. Aguang stretched out 2 small hands and rubbed his face while asking casually. Li Yuqian looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with his hands behind his back. You have never stood at my level. How can you understand my thoughts? How dare you judge my achievements? Aguang, to be honest, my host is crazy and worried. Stop cosplaying Qin Shi Huang. Tell the truth. On a whim, it's more fun this way. Aguang, okay. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and little Sunspot led the Iron Legion and disappeared. Along the way, he formulated a plan to completely unify the 6 countries and made it into a document. Little Sunspot said that if Li has money, he doesn't need a plan, but he can't stop doing it himself. Aguang, no, you're trying to trick me. Are you the system, or am I the system? Little Sunspot, why isn't artificial intelligence a system? Aguang. Li Yuqian stuffed Aguang, who had a complicated look on his face and was acting out a palace fight in his mind, into his mind, turned around, drew the portal, and walked in. As soon as he returned to Konoha village, within 10 minutes, a group of ANBU ninjas were monitoring him again, and the efficiency was quite high. ANBU ninja, forget about insulting me. Can you respect my profession? Li Yuqian's cheerful expression was completely inconsistent with the entire Konoha village now. His expression looked like he was gloating over his misfortune. Everyone in Konoha village, except for a few fools, can tell that Li Yuqian is definitely not from Konoha. He has never liked Konoha and is most likely a spy. You're rich. Woo. Did you start running because you were sad? I've run 100 laps, but I'm still feeling depressed. Mekai suddenly ran past Li Yuqian and said hello. Li Yuqian echoed a few words very nonchalantly. Ah, yes. As expected of a villager, I am so touched to see you have such deep feelings for the village. This is youth. I want to run 100 more laps. As Mekai spoke, he accelerated towards the distance, leaving the people around him with a black look on their faces. But the people around him seemed quite reasonable, and he couldn't tell that it was normal. Aguang, so you think he's stupid? People around me. I'm not. Don't get me wrong. Kakashi looked complicated in the distance. This mysterious guy is really mean. People around you are so depressed and sad, and you are too big to join the fun. You deserve a beating. Li Yuqian said, I just like your expressions of wanting to hit me, but not daring to hit me. From the previous actions of the roots, Some businessmen and ninja families already knew that a guy named Li Yuqian suddenly appeared in Konoha. His strength was unfathomable, and he should not be messed with. Coupled with the current special situation, it cannot be provoked. Coming out to hang out is about power and background. The people above know it, and the people below also know it more or less, except for some stupid young people. For example, the guys in front of me were a few ninjas who had no impression at all. Seeing themselves arrogant and happy, they couldn't help but want to beat themselves up. As a result, Li Yuqian beat several of the ninjas on the spot and then stacked them on top of each other. Now, he didn't even bother to pretend. He was just strutting around. All the surrounding Konoha villagers saw it, and they all looked at Li Yuqian with fearful eyes. They breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this kind of unique guy was definitely not easy to mess with. They had to have a few good ones to test him out. After walking around for a while, Li Yuqian arrived near the Hyuga clan's home. It is worthy of being a wealthy family, and it is also a wealthy family that has not been suppressed. The place where the entire family lives is quite luxurious and large. Li Yuqian casually drew a portal and walked in. At this time, in the Hyuga family, in a hall, the head of the clan family, the elders, and the branch elders were all gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Why can a Sharingan still evolve? And are our Byakugan really the second best in 10,000 years? An elder of the clan complained, with some jealousy in his eyes. The elder of the Hyuga clan, next to him, sighed. Now the entire Uchiha clan has defected. The third Hokage died in the battle, and that dark-eyed Danzo is also dead. What a great opportunity. But it's a pity that in our Hyuga family, we don't have a strong person who can convince others. Yes, in this situation, the Hyuga clan also wants to be Hokage, but unfortunately they always feel that their family's strength is still a little bit behind, or that the entire Hyuga clan has enough qualifications, but no one is outstanding. I have a way. Who said the Byakugan can't be upgraded? It would be amazing if the Byakugan could be upgraded again. Li Yuqian's voice sounded, making everyone jump. When they turned around, a mysterious guy suddenly appeared in the corner of the hall. "Are you that mysterious passerby?" a clan elder exclaimed. Li Yuqian expressed that he was very satisfied and there was no need to introduce himself. In return, he would release some big news. Li Yuqian has the final say whether Konoha will be in chaos or not. "Are you that stupid passerby who sits around with nothing to do and tells all kinds of confidential information?" A clan elder with a gloomy face said slowly, as if he had thought of something. When Li Yuqian heard this, he almost choked on his own saliva. He was so stupid. Okay, I was originally going to give you some pointers, but now I've decided if you want to know how to evolve the Byakugan into the Tensigan. I want this guy's eyes, Li Yuqian said in a cowardly manner, causing the gloomy-looking clan elder to darken his face. Li Yuqian leaned against the wall, stretched out one hand, and waved to ask Hinata to be more conscious. The old guy who happened to scold me didn't have the caged bird curse mark on his head, so he must be from the clan. Only the supercilious eyes of the clan are valuable for collection. Hyuga Hizashi fell into silence. According to reliable information, this guy killed Danzo, and his strength was terrifying. If he wants to run away, he will never be caught, but can the Byakugan really evolve like the Sharingan? Sansagan. Hinashi thought for a while. I can give you the Byakugan of the branch family, but the Byakugan of the clan cannot be allowed to live outside. Don't worry, we can control the caged bird seal without destroying the Byakugan, and leave it to you. The elders of the separate family who heard this said looked ugly. Although it sounds nice, they're called elders of the branch family, but in fact they have no higher status than ordinary clan members. It's just a slightly higher status than the ordinary branch family. The branch family is just a branch family after all, and their eyes gradually become numb. It is normal for Hinata and Hizu to make such a decision. After all, even his own brother is willing to die, let alone us. You think I'm stupid and look down upon the separation, because a bird in a cage can only be regarded as a defective product, and I don't want it. Besides, I remember Wu Ying's Qing. His white eyes seem to be from the Zong family, right? I hope the Zong family's white eyes don't leak out. Why don't you give it to Kirigakure village and not to me? Aren't you bullying an honest person? Hinata Hizu, how can you have the nerve to say that you are an honest person? The Byakugan ability of the Hyuga branch is limited, and there will be a blind spot when using the Byakugan, but the AO in the plot does not seem to have this blind spot. Liu Qian felt that the system of dividing the Hyuga family and the Zong family was quite disgusting. Basically, everyone in the separate family would be filled with despair the moment they were put in a cage. Suddenly starting to think, Liu Qian touched his chin and thought of a question. If the Hyuga family's tricks were applied to the Uchiha clan, how many Mangekyo Sharingan would be stimulated? Happy. Agwong. No. Host, why are your thoughts so hellish? You are a pure prison-style person. At this time, everyone around them looked at Liu Qian, who obviously didn't take him seriously, with their eyes shining. The clan elder with a gloomy face just now suddenly rushed towards Liu Qian and struck a blow directly. Bagua Kombi Palm. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of Liu Qian's distraction to launch a sneak attack. Just for the quickness of the sneak attack, the long-range skills of the Hyuga clan were also used, and chakra was aimed at acupuncture points to attack from a distance. It's a pity that an attack of this level failed to break Liu Qian's defense. Agwong. TSK, 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 your skin is so thick. For a moment, Liu Qian and the clan elders stared at each other, making the scene a bit awkward. Well, my foot just slipped. Do you believe what I say? This gloomy-looking elder actually has a talent for comedy. After saying a few awkward words, Liu Qian patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, just be careful in the next life. That's good. Hey, that's not right. Liu Qian tapped his head lightly and penetrated his brain. His eyes floated up, and Liu Qian took it into his hands. Hinata Rizu didn't make any moves, and looked at Liu Qian with fearful eyes. This guy was too strong, and his physical strength was stronger than the barbarians in Yunin village. I'm afraid his physical strength is not inferior to that of the third-generation Reikage. The elder of the clan is strong enough to be at the level of a Jounin, but he didn't even break his skin. What the hell? Hinata Hizashi has decided to endure it. Liu Qian, you think you're the Dragon King with a crooked mouth. You have been killed, and Baiyin has taken it. Where's the thing you promised? Hinata and Hinashi promptly reminded him that if his family died, he would not be able to gain anything. Liu Qian rolled his eyes into the small world. Don't worry. Even though he wanted to die, and I killed him, I won't break my promise. This pair of Byakugan belongs to me, and I will tell you how the Byakugan becomes the reincarnated I. I'm the kind of honest person who pays a bowl of pink for every bowl of pink. Hinata and Hinata scolded this guy in his heart for being shameless. What kind of honest man would he come to kill someone? It's actually very simple. If you integrate a large number of Byakugan together, you can evolve into the Tensigan. Your relatives on the moon have tried it, and the effect is very good. If it succeeds, you can use the reincarnation I to gain terrifying power. The strongest one can split the moon. Liu Qian finished speaking in a calm tone, but the content of his words shocked Hinata Hizu's heart. What does it mean to integrate a lot of eye rolls together? What about those who have lost their white eyes? The most important thing is that there are actual cases of relatives far away on the moon. Real or fake? Liu Qian looked at the head of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hizashi, in front of him. His expression was the same as that of Jiraiya in the Peking opera, and his face kept changing. Especially those guys standing around with numb eyes and dragon-like bird marks on their heads. There seems to be a little more sparkle in their eyes. If Byakugan is really that strong after evolving, will he still be controlled by the cage bird? Hinata Rizu and the elders of the clan did not pay attention to this. Maybe they were riding on the head of the Sun family and became the masters. It's been too long, and no one pays attention to the family members at all, let alone their expressions. Liu Qian felt like he was in for a good show. Anyway, if the Sanjikan really came out, and that Sanjikan used a move, the Golden Wheel reincarnation exploded, there were really not many people on Earth who could catch this move. Of course, for Liu Qian, this is just a sprinkling of water. Liu Qian finished speaking. With a flick of his hand, the portal appeared, and he walked directly in. everyone in the Hyuga clan who stayed where they were looked at each other. To be honest, everyone in the Hyuga family still believed Li Yuqian's information. After all, during this period of time, all the information this mysterious guy told was not false. But this information was too explosive. Hinata Hizu felt that he enslaved his family members and even abandoned his younger brother, all for the sake of the family. I can't just massacre my branch family just because of a piece of information just to gather a lot of Byakugan to integrate into the Tensigan. What kind of clan? You're kidding. If you don't die after dividing the family, how can it be the clan's turn? This can be clearly seen. He has some conscience, but not much. But he has a conscience, while other clan elders have no conscience. They all looked at the people behind them, and the meaning was obvious. It's funny to say that although the information that Li Yuqian spread everywhere during this period is true, but because of a piece of information, he was tempted to kill the family members and collect buy-in. It's obvious that the people of his own family really don't regard the people in the branch family as human beings. All the branch family members present lowered their heads even further, but their eyes that lowered their heads were full of madness. That's enough. Now that Uchiha has defected and the third generation has died in battle, we, the Hyuga clan, are now the strongest in Konoha village. We don't need any reincarnation eyes or anything like that. Don't even think about this kind of thing. If I know that you want to take a large number of Byakugan from the separation family and integrate them into the Tensigan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hinata's eyes glanced at the clan members present. The clan members looked at each other and nodded, but they didn't care in their hearts. After a while, try secretly killing a few, and there shouldn't be any big problems. After all, Hinata and Rizu are talking about a large number. It should be no problem to get 4 or 5 pairs. At this time, Li Yuqian returned to his home in Konoha. He had received good news from Little Sunspot and the robot army that had been released in the morning. By the afternoon, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had been arrested, and even the capital was occupied. A series of operations such as collecting supplies, exploding troops, etc. have now begun. Li Yuqian is very satisfied with the speed of Little Sunspot, and he is not planning to live in Konoha anymore. Wouldn't it be nice to live in the palace directly? Now he came back just to take a look at little Naruto. Li Yuqian was still carrying a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, the takeaway version. Seeing that the door of the neighbor Naruto's house was closed, he drew a portal and walked directly in. He found that there was no one there, and he didn't know where he went to play. Li Yuqian placed Yalaka ramen on the table and casually found a seat to sit down. Anyway, at this time, he would probably be back soon. Li Yuqian felt that the light in this room was very dark. If he didn't turn on the light, he would feel like he was possessed by Nick Fury. However, I am not as perverted as the black braised egg. I like to turn off the light and wait for someone to turn on the light, and then suddenly appear and startle me. Nick Fury, no, you can also scold me? Sure enough, after a while, Naruto returned to his room, and the one who came back was in a hurry. After seeing clearly who was inside, I felt relieved. There was no one in my house, and the lights were still on, so I thought there was a thief. Naruto had only 2 thoughts just now. It couldn't be the weird uncle next door, and the other one was, why are you stealing from my family? My family is so poor. Why should I steal from next door? Li Yuqian. Next time, please don't come into my room when I'm not here. Naruto's words were full of resentment. Li Yuqian didn't take it seriously. I came here to ask you something. Will you hang out with me? I'm ready to leave Konoha. What do you mean? How could I leave Konoha with you? This is my home. Naruto's words were decisive. Li Yuqian had no choice but to nod, turned around, and was about to leave. Naruto just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly he felt a pain in his head. He raised his head with the last of his strength, and then he saw Li Yuqian's smiling face. I'm not asking you. I'm informing you. With a bang, Naruto fell down and fell asleep. Li Yuqian had just hit him on the head and knocked him unconscious. Li Yuqian had a pretty good impression of Uzumaki Naruto in the Naruto world, and since his childhood was so miserable, he might as well follow him. After walking away, Li Yuqian took Naruto Uzumaki and walked into the blue portal. A few days later, Konoha village has been in unusual chaos recently, with many things happening. The entire Uchiha clan defected, and 3 generations died in the war, and the impact began to appear gradually. These 2 pieces of news quickly spread from Konoha to the surrounding area. After losing its backbone, Konoha was forced to take charge of the overall situation by Mito Kaden and Koharu, who moved to another dormitory. The abilities of the 2 of them were not even as good as Danzo's. After a few days, Konoha not only failed to stabilize the overall situation, but became even more chaotic. At this time, something big happened within the Hyuga clan. In a hidden basement within the clan, a large group of Hyuga clan members stood together, and they all had the mark of a caged bird on their foreheads. 2 of them faced each other, getting closer and closer, and then they both took out a kunai and stabbed each other in the heart. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scene was chaotic for a while. After a long time, one of the people stood up from the corpse, his eyes full of excitement. My white eyes really absorb his eyes, and my pupil power has increased. I feel like with a few more pairs of eyes, the caged bird will not be able to restrain me. As soon as these words came out, fighting suddenly broke out in the entire vast basement. They wanted to be free, and now they finally had hope. Although it is cruel, there is no way. Even if someone wants to voluntarily donate their eyes, the separated people cannot do it because their eyes leave their bodies. Affected by the caged bird, the Byakugan will be directly damaged. This is the only way now. The 2 of them fought each other, and while the man was still alive, they cut open his face and flesh so that his eyes could touch their own. Let the eyes blend together. There is no technology or method. In order to pursue freedom, the only hope, even if they fall on the road of experiment, they are happy. Liu Qian, no, it's too cruel. As a member of the Hyuga clan, I'm afraid you will suffer the consequences. The killing gradually stopped, and the number of people in the basement shrank tenfold. But the caged bird curse mark on their foreheads gradually disappeared, and their strength also changed. We are free, but we have not succeeded in evolving into the Sanjikan. Let the people of the clan help us. Good. At this time, a voice came from the entrance to the basement. I'm just telling you, where have you guys who separated their families gone? It turns out that you are here, and you dare to be lazy without me teaching you a lesson. The most important Hyuga ninja walked into the basement and saw corpses everywhere and monsters from different families showing fierce eyes. You guys are crazy. Clan leader, patriarch. These guys are out of control, and the caged bird has failed. Quick, after Hinata and Hanabi leave here, as well as the Hyuga ninjas of the clan, enjoying the care of the family. Now it's your turn to offer your eyes. The Hyuga clan broke out, and the war between the branch family and the main family broke out. It seemed that the evil caged bird was going to disappear in the world of Naruto. However, it is also possible that the Dragon Slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. Who knows? At this time, Jiraiya and Tsunade were on their way after learning that something big had happened in Konoha. Liu Qian left Konoha, and after walking around the Fire Country for a few times, he came to the Palace of the Daimyo, the capital of the Fire Country. Should I say it or not? It's really pretty bad. Liu Qian disliked his face dash, but when he saw someone, his expression immediately changed. Old horse. AI. Old horse. Traitor. Evil thief. Old thief. I don't know you, so don't shed any crocodile tears. Sarutobi Asuma, who was tied up by the 5 flowers, looked at the eyes of his companions who were also tied up around him, and quickly defended himself. No, you guy with this look, it makes us look so familiar. Liu Qian pouted at this. This old horse didn't know how to cooperate at all. Little Sunspot, get all these guys to work. These guys are all ninjas and are in good health. 1 hour of rest every day is enough. Do you understand? Little Sunspot nodded repeatedly and took an hour off every day. The salary was already very good, and he worked 24 hours a day. The 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire, who were tied up, looked shocked. What? They work 23 hours a day and only have 1 hour of rest. This is what a person can say. This is an ugly man with a fan on his head among the tied people. He struggled and shouted, I am not a ninja. I only rest for 1 hour every day. I will die. Guardian Ninja. Make it as if we only have 1 hour of rest every day and will not die. Oh, then you have to rest for 2 hours. Okay, little sunspot. Hurry up and put it down. Li Yuqian said that he did not like this kind of feudal ruler at all. A Guang. I don't know who it was, but some time ago, he called himself me. Li Yuqian watched these irritating guys being suppressed, and then turned to look at little Sunspot. Where are those Uchiha pretenders? I have temporarily used Master, your name and slogan, and defeated the strongest among them, to successfully recruit the Uchiha clan. At this time, the main person in charge of the Uchiha clan is in the side hall. The rest of the Uchiha clan were arranged to live in vacant houses in that part of the capital. Li Yuqian asked casually, "What slogan and name?" "The slogan of establishing a country and unifying the 6 countries, in the name of the master of our Iron Legion." Little Sunspot answered solemnly. Li Yuqian touched his chin. No wonder he was able to recruit the Uchiha clan. Such domineering slogans and names really attracted the Uchiha clan. Coupled with the special circumstances of this world and the special connection between the country and the ninjas of the ninja village, Little Sunspot wants to build a country on his own. The identity of the future master of a country and the communication with ninjas, coupled with the terrifying strength of Little Sunspot, the recruitment was quite smooth. Of course, the most important thing is the terrifying strength displayed by Little Sunspot. The capital of the country of fire was occupied, and a new country emerged called the Iron Empire. Their king doesn't call him king either. Those horrible puppets call him emperor. Li Yuqian, "Oh, you can't do it. I'll be proud of you." Really, who can act on their own initiative like that? Calling me emperor is really hurting the emperor. Aguang, TSK. Little Sunspot controls the Iron Legion to carry out a series of tasks such as assault, production and construction, etc. In a short period of time, the capital of the Fire Country evolved into a modern city. Those ninjas and nobles who made mistakes have become tools for mining. However, the living standards of ordinary civilians have improved at a rapid rate. The technology in the Naruto world is extremely crooked. There is a TV, but the production level is extremely low. Farming relies on manpower, and the output is still very low. Now that the Little Sunspot Steel Legion has intervened, various high-tech production materials have gradually appeared, and it can be expected that the crops will officially mature. It would shock people in this world. Of course, during this period, their lives were pretty good. Ordinary civilians basically only had to work and take care of 3 meals a day. Li Yuqian looked at the eyes of those civilians with admiration and respect and felt embarrassed. Inexplicably, there is a rush to exchange industrial waste for gems in primitive tribes. The territory of the Iron Empire also expanded very rapidly, taking up a lot of territory in the Kingdom of Fire, Kingdom of Heart, Kingdom of Fields, Kingdom of Wind, and Kingdom of Earth. Roughly speaking, it is centered on the capital of the Country of Fire, spreading to the surrounding areas, and then occupying the territory of some surrounding countries. To be precise, except for the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder plus some small countries, all of which were not occupied by the Iron Empire. In fact, the speed of this kind of attack was quite slow, mainly because the Yuqian also asked Sunspot to deal with some things of the local civilians, which seriously slowed down the speed. Moreover, there's been strong resistance during this period, and it seems that the ninja villages have also reacted. Li Yuqian stood on the city wall, looking at his steel army, his face full of confidence. The steel army is attacking the 5 major ninja villages. The advantage is mine. Aguang, don't set the flag casually. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. In the Tsuchikage building of a Wagakure village, Anoki, the 3rd-generation Tsuchikage double scale, turned green. I had just obtained information some time ago, and civil strife broke out in Konoha, causing heavy losses. The entire Uchiha clan defected, and even the 3rd Hokage died in the battle. I thought I could take advantage of this opportunity to do something good, but I didn't expect this Iron Empire that suddenly appeared. What the hell is this? The most outrageous thing is that their strength seems to be quite strong. However, The Iron Empire seems to be indiscriminately invading the territories of various countries. Maybe I should contact other ninja villages. In the Kazekage building of Sand Hidden Village in the Land of Wind, the fourth-generation Kazekage Raza's face turned green. No, why are there still countries invading their own territory? It's all sand, and some people want it. Is there any natural reason? It's more like birth than birth. Even if the established Lao Ninja village countries bully us, this new country will also bully us. Then fight. Sand Hidden Village must not be timid. Especially the remote control puppet technology, its own village must obtain it. About 10 miles away from Konoha Village, there is a huge red toad with a giant pipe in its mouth, a bandage on its waist, and a short sword, and a slug of the same size. There were two huge amounts of psychic beasts, each with a ninja standing above their heads, namely Jiraiya and Tsunade. They cooperated with their respective psychic beasts and not only attacked the robots rushing towards Konoha Village. With their huge size and rich combat experience, the two of them really stalled the attack of these robots. Damn, why are there so many puppets? Jiraiya felt that his chakra was almost drained. You can't do it, Kinyu. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in disgust. Jiraiya immediately became energetic and used all kinds of Rasengan, Fire and Earth Break, Super 6, and Chakra Na without feeling distressed at all. Men must never say that they are not good enough. Both of them were exhausted in the end, and then they wiped out the wave of robots. What they didn't know was that this wave of robots was just a cannon fodder team from the Iron Empire, coming to investigate the situation. It belongs to the small sunspot. The enemies created by the violent troops in this world are generally at the tiger level in strength. The advantage is that they are easy to make, with assembly lines and mass production, and there are as many as you need. The two released the psychic spell, glanced at each other, and then walked into the Leaf Village. The two of them hurried back. At this time, I really want to know what is happening in Konoha. The wave of enemies just now was very close to Konoha Village, but Konoha ninjas did not react. It was obvious that something big happened in the village, which attracted the attention of Konoha ninjas. After Jiraiya and Tsunade rushed into Konoha Village, they ran straight towards the Hokage building. There were very few people along the way. The closer they got to the Hokage building, the more people there were. It seemed that something big had happened. As the two of them gradually approached the Hokage building, they suddenly discovered that on the roof of the Hokage building, there was a light ball emitting purple light, which vaguely seemed to have many white eyes. A group of people gathered around the square in front of the Hokage building. The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Hayashi, stood on a high platform built in the square and was telling something. The two vaguely heard a few words, such as the fifth-generation Hokage. Hinata Hizashi laughed. He never thought that one day he could become the fifth-generation Hokage. Some time ago, the separated family had been oppressed for a long time. After learning about the reincarnation Eye, they successfully used the power of the Byakugan Integrate to break through the shackles of the caged bird. When civil strife started, the Zone family had no choice but to face the branch family members who had become stronger, some guys who were usually arrogant and domineering but weak in strength. They all volunteered their eyes. Li Yuqian, is it really voluntary? I don't believe it. However, the power of the Byakugan cannot be fully integrated, or this crude method cannot be promoted to the reincarnation Eye. The Zone family gathered many white eyes together to form this aggregation of many white eyes that emitted purple light. This aggregate slowly emits purple light and can even be controlled by Hinata, emitting terrifyingly powerful and huge amounts of purple chakra light. Those who separated from the family also died under this power, and their eyes were also put into huge amounts of aggregates. Maybe this is the reincarnation. Hinata is indeed my daughter. My daughter Hinata will be invincible in the world. Hinata Hizashi said that his daughter can control this kind of reincarnation, and her daughter's power is my power. The position of Hokage takes turns and will come to my home this year. Unfortunately, the cage bird can no longer be used to create family separation, because the cage bird is no longer safe. Jiraiya and Tsunade listen below for a while. Until now, after Hinata Hizashi became the 5th Hokage, they were surprised for a while, and then they thought it was quite reasonable. Hinata's status in Konoha is not very bad. There are some ninja families with relatively good relationships. It is barely possible for Hinata and Hizashi to become Hokage. Tsunade also thought it was okay. She just happened to be too lazy to become Hokage. She originally thought that the old guy in Konoha would let her become the 5th Hokage, but she didn't expect that she was overthinking it. However, the top combat power of the Hyuga clan is rare, so it is strange to become Hokage, and there are quite a few mainstays of the Hyuga clan, but there are so few Hyuga clan members at the scene. There are problems, but now that the overall situation has been decided, let's take a good look at the specific situation. At this time, Liu Qian was walking around the capital of the Land of Fire, followed by 2 little kids, Sasuke and Naruto. The 2 of them were behind Liu Qian, looking at each other with noses that were not noses and eyes that were not eyes. "Uncle Wei, when are you going to let me go back?" Naruto shouted loudly towards Liu Qian. Liu Qian said without looking back, "Go back? Did you make a mistake? Have you ever heard that kidnappers will send the child back?" Naruto, "That makes sense. Lord Emperor, this brat should dare to go to the mine and provide raw materials for the Iron Soldiers of the Iron Legion." Uchiha Sasuke spoke in an extremely cold and arrogant manner, but he showed great respect for Liu Qian. Ever since the Emperor casually destroyed a mountain in front of Uchiha, the entire Uchiha clan respected Liu Qian. Of course, Liu Qian said that it was purely an accident that he took action to show off his strength, and it was definitely not for show of comparison. Aguang. Yes. As soon as he said this, Naruto bared his teeth and claws like Sasuke, stepped on his tail, and the 2 of them started to make a noise. Liu Qian touched his chin, feeling that a kid like this still had to go to school. At this age, he didn't study and felt so happy. How could this be allowed? Liu Qian himself was not treated like this when he was a child. Soon he asked Little Sunspot to set up a new school to teach ninjutsu and various advanced educational concepts, technological concepts, and ideas. To make the Land of Fire more popular, the school should provide more homework and let the children experience their miserable childhood. Liu Qian was thinking about this when a message from Little Sunspot attracted Liu Qian's attention. Orochimaru and Scorpion and the 5-Village Alliance? Interesting. In a room at the Steel Legion's violent base, Little Sunspot looked at Orochimaru and Scorpion in front of him and was seriously recording relevant information. Ciel looked at Little Sunspot with his fiery eyes and muttered, "Have your own consciousness, my god. It's perfect. This is the real art." Suddenly, a blue portal appeared, and Liu Qian strode out of it, followed by 2 children. "Hey, not bad. I met 2 ninja scientists, 1.5. Orochimaru is proficient in the ninja world, various biology, and ninjutsu, and he has the feeling of a scientist. Scorpion is a genius proficient in machinery and puppets. However, these 2 geniuses of this level are of little use to him. Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Iron Empire, is ridiculous," Orochimaru said with a smile on his pale face. Looking at the Emperor who suddenly appeared, his eyes were full of inquiry. The appearance of Orochimaru at this time is similar to that seen in the early stages of the anime. He should be Uncle Snake, not Aunt Snake. Orochimaru now only has 2 dreams. One is to live forever, and the other is to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. He has a thirst for knowledge. So since the emergence of the Iron Empire and the Emperor, Orochimaru has maintained a high degree of attention. Especially for puppets like Little Sunspot, there is not a single biological structure in the body, and they are all made of special metals. If you think about it from another perspective, isn't this mysterious life form also considered immortal? Orochimaru wanted to steal this knowledge that was completely different from the ninja world, so he sneaked in and was then caught by Little Sunspot. However, Orochimaru is not panic at all. This body will die if it dies. Not to mention Scorpion on the side, he was also caught by Little Sunspot for sneaking into the capital. A person who likes puppets so much, suddenly someone told him that a puppet army appeared, and it was controlled remotely. Even after seeing a puppet with its own consciousness, Scorpio felt that his life had reached a climax. It would be great if he could become like this. Li Yuqian, what? Someone wants to work 24 hours a day? Scorpion's eyes were unusually hot, and little Sunspot felt strange. Li Yuqian took a few glances at Orochimaru and Xie, and immediately decided where they were going. Are you two my little brothers? Follow me, and you will get all the knowledge you want. Is it possible to live forever? Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, his eyes full of desire. Li Yuqian shrugged. It depends on your value. By the way, you are now members of the Shao organization, right? The people there are quite interesting. If you have a way, leave a message saying that the Emperor of the Iron Empire is also recruiting them. Regarding Li Yuqian's recruitment, Xie directly agreed, as long as he could see little Sunspot every day, and he had to study it carefully. Even if you can't see little Sunspot, you can still see the other powerful robots. As for Orochimaru, just get enough knowledge. The two of them now feel more and more that Li Yuqian is mysterious. Even the Shao organization knows about it, but they don't know how strong he is. But being able to subdue those Uchihas and control so many puppets, or in their words, robot legions, must be a strong man. As for how strong it is, you will have to observe it later. If it is not strong enough, then hey. After the relevant robots took away Orochimaru and Scorpio, little Sunspot began to report some information. The 5 major ninja villages united and declared war on the Iron Empire at the same time. In addition to the Kingdom of Fire, the remaining daimyo of the 4 countries also sent a large amount of samurai money and food support. After all, it has long been known that after the Iron Empire captured the name of the Fire Country, he threw him into a mine-to-mine and only gave him 2 hours of rest every day. Coupled with the fact that the Iron Empire continued to occupy the territories of various countries, those noble names were scared to death. Even the Kingdom of Wind gave an unprecedented amount of money to Sand Hidden Village. You must know that Sand Hidden Village has the least support from all the 5 villages. The 4th generation Kazekage even had to work hard every day to mine gold through magnetic release. I heard that his eyes turned green when he saw such a large amount of money. Li Yuqian shook his head. He had been living in the desert. He didn't have a piece of cloth on his head in Shine Village. I had the best luck in the whole village. By the way, the ninja world doesn't use oil now, and it's useless to dig it out. But it is useful to me. Li Yuqian is going to give priority to destroying the Kingdom of Wind, and then dig some mines in oil. Oil will breed steel legions. Time passed quickly, and the 5 major villages gathered ninjas, prepared some supplies for the war, and launched a counterattack almost at the same time. The scale and intensity of resistance are quite impressive. Li Yuqian also waved his hand, no longer making small fuss, and prepared to directly wipe out these ninja villages, wipe out the country, and unify the 6 countries. The robot army was divided into 5 groups, and each faced the corresponding ninja village. Li Yuqian led part of the robot army towards the Konoha ninja army. Li Yuqian was very happy after seeing the so-called Konoha ninja army. Is there 10,000 people in total? On the other hand, those tiger-level mass-produced goods on our side, oh, there are so many of them, they will take up all the space if there is no war. Even if it is an upgraded version of the Ghost level, there are more than 100,000 robots in the army. This is a slap in the face. Is there any need to beat him? Moreover, after Orochimaru became his younger brother, he contributed many of his spies in Konoha. Li Yuqian knew exactly what Konoha was trying to do, including unequal information, unequal numbers, and unequal strength. Anyway, the advantage is mine. When the Konoha ninjas on the opposite side saw the terrifying number of enemies, most of them felt extremely depressed. However, they looked at the center of the Konoha ninja army, a place covered by black cloth, and felt a little more hopeful. There were 5 people standing in front of the Konoha army, namely Tsunade, Jiraiya, Hinata, Hizu, Kakashi, and Kai. During this period of resistance against the robot invasion, Kakashi and Kai repeatedly performed extraordinary feats. As Jounin, their status in Konoha was already very high, and now they have great influence. And their strength is really high, except for Hinata and Hizu. While others compete for strength, he competes for his daughter. Li Yuqian looked at the people in front of the ninja army and couldn't help but shook his head. The low-end combat power is incomparable, and the high-end combat power is only these few items, and I am embarrassed to take action. However, Konoha Village's trump card needs to be removed to avoid any surprises. Li Yuqian was thinking about it, and with a casual hook, dozens of ninjas in the Konoha army suddenly floated up and flew directly to Li Yuqian. And among the Konoha ninja army, a blue portal appeared in the sky above the thing that was heavily wrapped in black cloth, sucking the thing directly into it. Then, next to Li Yuqian, the black cloth fell, and a purple light emitted, with a texture like stone, but a huge aggregate that looked like countless white eyes gathered together appeared in everyone's eyes. Damn, how did this come to light? No need to ask. The information must have been leaked, and there must be a spy. Hinata, quickly control the reincarnation. All ninjas, defensive formation. Li Yuqian felt the chakra of the huge reincarnation eye gathering next to him, and stretched out his palm to touch it directly. The red light enveloped the entire reincarnated eye, and psychokinesis sealed this reincarnated eye. At the moment of complete blockade, Hinata's face turned pale in the Konoha ninja army, and she lost control of the reincarnation eye. Originally, she could control the reincarnation eye only because her Byakugan was pure enough. The connection between the two is not strong. Not to mention that Li Yuqian personally used psychokinesis to block the reincarnated eye's contact with the outside world. Li Yuqian smiled and took the reincarnated eye into the small world, and looked at Tsunade, who was getting angry. During this time, she had learned how destructive this thing called the Tensigen was, and she was originally planning to use this thing to turn the tide of the battle. Unexpectedly, it was snatched away by the enemy before it was even used. Tsunade was so anxious that she almost became the king of urgent. Tsunade, combined with the ninjas who had just flown out, had guessed the general situation. Damn it, you are the traitors, right? Why did you betray Konoha? Are you worthy of Konoha's training? Before Li Yuqian could speak, a ninja flying in the air suddenly said loudly, "That's enough. I will repay Konoha's kindness, but in this world, no one can accuse me of riding a horse for God's sake. I just want to become stronger. I just want to progress. Am I wrong? Only under the leadership of the Emperor can we live a good life." Li Yuqian gave this guy a thumbs up in his heart. He was so flattering, and this guy looked so familiar. Oh, this seems to be a chunin named Mizuki. He has a promising future. Based on what he said, file size can be a director. Li Yuqian was not prepared to say anything, so he just waved his hand and started doing it. The overwhelming robot army rushed towards the ninjas, leaving only Naruto and Sasuke behind Li Yuqian. These two guys had to follow them. Now the Uchiha clan mainly works as policemen in the capital. In their mind, it is similar to the police department. The robot army was large enough, and there was no need for them to go to the battlefield. But the Uchiha clan was so anxious that they all defected from Konoha. In the end, he returned to Konoha openly and had the opportunity to beat up those guys, but he couldn't go to the battlefield. All of them have become urgent kings, but no matter how they apply, it is useless. However, Uchiha Sasuke begged several times in a row because he often had access to Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian agreed to take him with him. After Naruto learned that Sasuke was going, he had to go. After a period of ideological and political education, Naruto also knew that unification was inevitable, and he also knew that the feudal system of the Naruto world would have to be eliminated by the time sooner or later. But he still couldn't bear to attack people in Konoha. So the main reason for going to the battlefield this time was to put some pressure on him and even knock down a few more people to make them lose their ability to move so as to avoid immediate death. Li Yuqian said it didn't matter. Anyway, these two guys were very weak now. After all, he had only been in this world for a short time, and together they could survive for half a year. Sasuke took a deep breath and rushed into the battlefield. He remembered what the family said before leaving. Sasuke, Seiko, we are the Uchiha clan. We can't lose our status. Yes, be more energetic on the battlefield. Sasuke thought of this, and then thought of the rejection of the Uchiha clan by everyone in Konoha village when he was a child, causing his entire clan to defect. He roared, F******K. After saying that, he rushed into the battlefield, followed closely by Naruto, who wanted to fall in love with Sasuke and kill him. Liu Qian stood there, watching the battle. After a while, the tiger-level cannon fodder was almost gone, and then he took action. We need to stop manufacturing this kind of mass-produced robots. The current number is almost enough to control the entire Naruto world. Any more will affect the development of this world. Liu Qian doesn't want the world he controls to be the same. Each world has its own special features. For example, the magic of the Demon King and the hero, the ninjutsu chakra of the Naruto world, etc. Liu Qian was not going to abuse the food directly, but everyone on the other side was very brave. I saw 4 figures rushing over, namely Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Kai. Huge amounts of smoke appeared, and Jiraiya and Tsunade directly channeled Toad Bunta and Slug. Kai, on the other side, directly used the 8-gate Duanjia to open to the 7th gate, and was met by a Sun Tiger. He was still shouting, "You actually deceived me before. You're not from the village at all." Liu Qian was happy. I didn't say I was from the village, I just shouted a slogan. On the other side, Kakashi suddenly opened his left eye and shouted, "Kamui!" Facing these 2 attacks, Liu Qian did not dodge or dodge. Ryu directly blocked the psychokinesis barrier and faced Shinwei. That's even simpler. Ability in space. After Liu Qian owns the space gem, what can't he do? With a slight click, the divine power disappeared instantly, and Liu Qian felt the twisted space that had just attacked him, and there was a strange space inside. Without saying a word, space ability pulled this different space and shouted loudly. Liu Qian used the power of space to seize control of Shinwei's different space, and let the small world swallow up the different space. Needless to say, this space is quite large. Free of charge makes the small world grow in size. Not bad, not bad. The only thing that Liu Qian wants to complain about is, why are there all kinds of messy things in this different space? What does Kakashi usually stuff into this space? Obito doesn't even clean it. Kakashi, Obito. Suddenly, there were 2 screams on the battlefield. Liu Qian turned around and looked over. Except for Kakashi, the one who screamed was dressed in black and covered with white things. He should be by Zetsu. As for the person who screamed, no need to guess, it must be Obito. Hey, it's hard to hide my tears because of Kamui. He just swallowed up that other world. So the pupil technique in Obito's eyes should be considered useless now, right? Not necessarily. If he has the power of his eyes, it seems that he can connect to other alien spaces. I have to have these eyes. At this time, Obito felt that the divine power could no longer be used, and his heart skipped a beat. After feeling it carefully, it seemed that the different space that the divine power was originally connected to disappeared. Damn it, Kakashi, what on earth are you doing? You just throw rubbish into my other dimension, but why are you throwing away all my space now? To be honest, Obito was very afraid of the sudden appearance of the Iron Empire and the Emperor. It possesses a terrifying number of battle puppets with super powerful combat capabilities and attacks the 5 kingdoms. Even the 9-tailed Jinchuriki was kidnapped by the Emperor. This guy and the force of the Iron Empire are simply the biggest obstacles to his goals. Originally, Obito planned to deceive Akatsuki and let Pain lead the Akatsuki organization to cooperate with the 5 major ninja villages to attack the Iron Empire. Anyway, what the Akatsuki organization has done during this period is also the work of mercenaries. When the time comes, the 5 major ninja villages can provide some money, and I think Pain will be extremely happy. As a result, Pain actually refused. He personally visited the area occupied by the Iron Empire. After that day, he became silent. He felt that the Steel Empire's approach was similar to his own, which was to eliminate all countries, unify the land, and let the land feel pain first, and then establish peace. It is obvious that in the area occupied by the Iron Empire, the civilians are indeed living a peaceful and excited life. Therefore, Paine rejected Obito's suggestion and even had a heated fight with the people of the Iron Empire. Obito failed, so he had to sneak around and prepare to take advantage of the moment when the Leaf Village and the Iron Empire army were facing each other. Let's see if we can make a sneak attack on the Emperor, the ruler of the Iron Empire. As a result, his pupil technique suddenly failed, and Obito, who had been hiding in the battlefield using virtualization and preparing for sneak attack, was directly exposed. For a moment, the scene was a little awkward. Whether it was the ninjas of Konoha or the robots of the Steel Empire, they all looked at Obito. After all, he just appeared and shouted again, which attracted attention. Obito looked around, and his pressure suddenly exploded, and he was sweating profusely. It felt like a python suffocating. Keep fighting, I'll pass by. As he said this, Obito prepared to use the floating technique secretly, so he ran first as a courtesy. With a bang, Liuqian's body instantly came to Obito and punched him in the face. Obito's white vortex mask was directly shattered, revealing his original appearance. Kakashi shouted in shock, "Obito, you are still alive." Yes, he is still alive, and he killed his master and his wife. By the way, Naruto, his master and his wife are your parents. Sasuke, it was this guy who caused the Nine Tails Rebellion and made you, the Uchiha clan, take the blame. But it doesn't count as taking the blame. He is also from the Uchiha clan. Do you need me as the eldest brother to take revenge? Liuqian casually said words that shocked everyone present. Everyone. Don't use such a plain tone to say such important things. Liuqian's words stunned Naruto and Sasuke, who were fighting on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke absolutely believed in Liuqian's words. He might deceive others and amuse them in some trivial matters, but he won't joke about this kind of thing, or he doesn't even bother to joke about it. Naruto's mood was very complicated. He had never met his biological parents, but he undoubtedly longed for family affection. He should avenge his parents. Sasuke looked at Obito, his eyes full of hatred. If it hadn't been for this guy, would the Uchiha clan have been reduced to the point where the entire clan had defected? Although the people of Konoha hated the Uchiha clan in the past, at least they still had a temper. But after the Nine Tails Rebellion, those people did not hide their malice towards Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has been blamed for so long. That damn guy, he doesn't deserve to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke looked into the guy's eyes, which were full of disgust. At the same time, he turned around with a Chidori and helped Naruto kill an enemy. Naruto has been letting off steam on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the enemy will not be soft-hearted. The battlefield is very cruel. Naruto, this idiot. Sasuke and Naruto's current ninjutsu learning is similar to the original plot. Liuqian used the portal to basically wipe out the number books of Konoha Village. Liuqian also knew the principles of the Chidori Rasengan and so on, and could analyze them easily. Kakashi covered his head and collapsed. Obito, did you really do those things? The memories of Obito in his mind overlapped with reality, and Kakashi couldn't believe it for a moment. Liuqian also noticed the look in Naruto and Sasuke's eyes, and by not speaking he acquiesced. It just so happened that these eyes also belonged to me. He psychokinesis restrained Obito, and with his other hand he was about to clasp his eyes. Before gouging his eyes, he also used a special psychic attack to knock Obito unconscious. Obito, no, I haven't spoken yet. I haven't explained my ideals yet. No, I want to create a world with Lin. Liuqian didn't care about this. It was better to knock him unconscious directly, so that it wouldn't hurt if he picked it. Liuqian felt that he was really a living bodhisattva. Agwong, living bodhisattva? Are you the living king of hell? Don't ignore me. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Tsunade shouted loudly and waved her strange power fist. It hit Liuqian hard, but the thin barrier emitting red light showed no change at all. Tsunade is about to faint. Let's start the battlefield now. Don't feel like you were shopping. This damn feeling of relaxation. Li Yuqian ignored Tsunade, who kept attacking him, and held Obito with one hand. Obito also struggled desperately and launched an attack. But the attack had no effect at all. As Li Yuqian waved his hand, Tsunade, who kept punching, was directly thrown dozens of meters away and hit the ground heavily. Jiraiya hurried over and helped her up. At the same time, Toad Bunta pulled out the short knife of huge amounts and slashed hard at Li Yuqian. There was a bang. Toad Bunta raised the short knife and saw cracks appeared on it. With a click, the tip of the knife fell off. Damn it, Jiraiya. I knew you summoned me, and it would be up to no good. I'm afraid I can't beat you. The originally huge amounts of slugs had split into countless smaller ones, rushing towards each Konoha ninja to provide them with treatment. Tsunade felt that several bones in her body were broken. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, pushing Jiraiya away. The diamond-shaped mark on his forehead began to change. Ninja technique, creation, regeneration, 100 heroes technique. Black curse marks began to spread all over her body, and Tsunade felt her injuries recover instantly, feeling that she was okay again. With a high jump, he hit Li Yuqian with a painful kick, hitting Li Yuqian's head, but it still didn't even break the barrier. Li Yuqian ignored Tsunade and had already removed Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was a little annoyed by Tsunade's actions. Hey, don't think that because you have big breasts, I won't hit you. Don't force me to destroy them with my cruel hands. Li Yuqian was not prepared to say anything, so he just waved his hand and started doing it. The overwhelming robot army rushed towards the ninjas, leaving only Naruto and Sasuke behind Li Yuqian. These two guys had to follow them. Now the Uchiha clan mainly works as policemen in the capital. In their mind, it is similar to the police department. The robot army was large enough, and there was no need for them to go to the battlefield. But the Uchiha clan was so anxious that they all defected from Konoha. In the end, he returned to Konoha openly and had the opportunity to beat up those guys, but he couldn't go to the battlefield. All of them have become urgent kings, but no matter how they apply, it is useless. However, Uchiha Sasuke begged several times in a row because he often had access to Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian agreed to take him with him. After Naruto learned that Sasuke was going, he had to go. After a period of ideological and political education, Naruto also knew that unification was inevitable, and he also knew that the feudal system of the Naruto world would have to be eliminated by the time sooner or later. But he still couldn't bear to attack people in Konoha, so the main reason for going to the battlefield this time was to put some pressure on him and even knock down a few more people to make them lose their ability to move, so as to avoid immediate death. Li Yuqian said it didn't matter. Anyway, these two guys were very weak now. After all, he had only been in this world for a short time, and together they could survive for half a year. Sasuke took a deep breath and rushed into the battlefield. He remembered what the family said before leaving. Sasuke, Seiko, we are the Uchiha clan. We can't lose our status. Yes, be more energetic on the battlefield. Sasuke thought of this, and then thought of the rejection of the Uchiha clan by everyone in Konoha village when he was a child, causing his entire clan to defect. He roared, F***K. After saying that, he rushed into the battlefield, followed closely by Naruto, who wanted to fall in love with Sasuke and kill him. Li Yuqian stood there, watching the battle. After a while, the tiger-level cannon fodder was almost gone, and then he took action. We need to stop manufacturing this kind of mass-produced robots. The current number is almost enough to control the entire Naruto world. Any more will affect the development of this world. Li Yuqian doesn't want the world he controls to be the same. Each world has its own special features. For example, the magic of the Demon King and the hero, the ninjutsu chakra of the Naruto world, etc. Li Yuqian was not going to abuse the food directly, but everyone on the other side was very brave. I saw 4 figures rushing over, namely Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Kai. Huge amounts of smoke appeared, and Jiraiya and Tsunade directly channeled Toad Bunta and Slug. Kai on the other side directly used the 8-gate Duinjia to open to the 7th gate, and was met by a Sun Tiger, He was still shouting, "You actually deceived me before. You are not from the village at all." Liu Qian was happy. "I didn't say I was from the village. I just shouted a slogan." On the other side, Kakashi suddenly opened his left eye and shouted, "Kamui." Facing these two attacks, Liu Qian did not dodge or dodge. Rihu directly blocked the psychokinesis barrier and faced Shinwei. That's even simpler. Ability in space. After Liu Qian owns the space gem, what can't he do? With a slight click, the divine power disappeared instantly, and Liu Qian felt the twisted space that had just attacked him, and there was a strange space inside. Without saying a word, Space Ability pulled this different space and shouted loudly. Liu Qian used the power of space to seize control of Shinwei's different space, and let the small world swallow up the different space. Needless to say, this space is quite large. Free of charge makes the small world grow in size. Not bad, not bad. The only thing that Liu Qian wants to complain about is, why are there all kinds of messy things in this different space? What does Kakashi usually stuff into this space? Obito doesn't even clean it. Kakashi, Obito. Suddenly, there were two screams on the battlefield. Liu Qian turned around and looked over. Except for Kakashi, the one who screamed was dressed in black and covered with white things. He should be by Zetsu. As for the person who screamed, no need to guess, it must be Obito. Hey, it's hard to hide my tears because of Kamui. He just swallowed up that other world. So the pupil technique in Obito's eyes should be considered useless now, right? Not necessarily. If he has the power of his eyes, it seems that he can connect to other alien spaces. I have to have these eyes. At this time, Obito felt that the divine power could no longer be used, and his heart skipped a beat. After feeling it carefully, it seemed that the different space that the divine power was originally connected to disappeared. Damn it, Kakashi, what on earth are you doing? You just throw rubbish into my other dimension, but why are you throwing away all my space now? To be honest, Obito was very afraid of the sudden appearance of the Iron Empire and the Emperor. It possesses a terrifying number of battle puppets with super powerful combat capabilities and attacks the Five Kingdoms. Even the nine-tailed Jinchuriki was kidnapped by the Emperor. This guy and the force of the Iron Empire are simply the biggest obstacles to his goals. Originally, Obito planned to deceive Akatsuki and let Pain lead the Akatsuki organization to cooperate with the 5 major ninja villages to attack the Iron Empire. Anyway, what the Akatsuki organization has done during this period is also the work of mercenaries. When the time comes, the 5 major ninja villages can provide some money, and I think Pain will be extremely happy. As a result, Pain actually refused. He personally visited the area occupied by the Iron Empire. After that day, he became silent. He felt that the Steel Empire's approach was similar to his own, which was to eliminate all countries, unify the land, and let the land feel pain first, and then establish peace. It is obvious that in the area occupied by the Iron Empire, the civilians are indeed living a peaceful and excited life. Therefore, Pain rejected Obito's suggestion and even had a heated fight with the people of the Iron Empire. Obito failed, so he had to sneak around and prepare to take advantage of the moment when the Leaf Village and the Iron Empire army were facing each other. Let's see if we can make a sneak attack on the Emperor, the ruler of the Iron Empire. As a result, his pupil technique suddenly failed, and Obito, who had been hiding in the battlefield using virtualization and preparing for a sneak attack, was directly exposed. For a moment, the scene was a little awkward. Whether it was the ninjas of Konoha or the robots of the Steel Empire, they all looked at Obito. After all, he just appeared and shouted again, which attracted attention. Obito looked around, and his pressure suddenly exploded, and he was sweating profusely. It felt like a python suffocating. "I'll keep fighting, I'll pass by." As he said this, Obito prepared to use the floating technique secretly, so he ran first as a courtesy. With a bang, Liu Qian's body instantly came to Obito and punched him in the face. Obito's white vortex mask was directly shattered, revealing his original appearance. Liu Qian's words stunned Naruto and Sasuke, who were fighting on the battlefield. Naruto and Sasuke absolutely believed in Li Yuqian's words. He might deceive others and amuse them in some trivial matters. But he won't joke about this kind of thing, or he doesn't even bother to joke about it. Naruto's mood was very complicated. He had never met his biological parents, but he undoubtedly longed for family affection. He should avenge his parents. Sasuke looked at Obito, his eyes full of hatred. If it hadn't been for this guy, would the Uchiha clan have been reduced to the point where the entire clan had defected? Although the people of Konoha hated the Uchiha clan in the past, at least they still had a temper. But after the Nine Tails Rebellion, those people did not hide their malice towards Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has been blamed for so long. That damn guy, he doesn't deserve to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke looked into the guy's eyes, which were full of disgust. At the same time, he turned around with a Chidori and helped Naruto kill an enemy. Naruto has been letting off steam on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the enemy will not be soft-hearted. The battlefield is very cruel. Naruto, this idiot. Sasuke and Naruto's current ninjutsu learning is similar to the original plot. Li Yuqian used the portal to basically wipe out the number books of Konoha Village. Li Yuqian also knew the principles of the Chidori Rasengan and so on, and could analyze them easily. Kakashi covered his head and collapsed. Obito, did you really do those things? The memories of Obito in his mind overlapped with reality, and Kakashi couldn't believe it for a moment. Li Yuqian also noticed the look in Naruto and Sasuke's eyes, and by not speaking he acquiesced. It just so happened that these eyes also belonged to me. He psychokinesis restrained Obito, and with his other hand he was about to clasp his eyes. Before gouging his eyes, he also used a special psychic attack to knock Obito unconscious. Obito, no, I haven't spoken yet. I haven't explained my ideals yet. No, I want to create a world with Lin. Li Yuqian didn't care about this. It was better to knock him unconscious directly, so that it wouldn't hurt if he picked it. Li Yuqian felt that he was really a living bodhisattva. Agwong, living bodhisattva? Are you the living king of hell? Don't ignore me. B asterisk 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 D. Tsunade shouted loudly and waved her strange power fist. It hit Li Yuqian hard, but the thin barrier emitting red light showed no change at all. Tsunade is about to faint. Let's start the battlefield now. Don't feel like you were shopping. This damn feeling of relaxation. Li Yuqian ignored Tsunade, who kept attacking him, and held Obito with one hand. Obito also struggled desperately and launched an attack. But the attack had no effect at all. As Li Yuqian waved his hand, Tsunade, who kept punching, was directly thrown dozens of meters away and hit the ground heavily. Jiraiya hurried over and helped her up. At the same time, Toad Bunta pulled out the short knife of huge amounts and slashed hard at Li Yuqian. There was a bang. Toad Bunta raised the short knife and saw cracks appeared on it. With a click, the tip of the knife fell off. Damn it, Jiraiya, I knew you summoned me, and it would be up to no good. I'm afraid I can't beat you. The originally huge amounts of slugs had split into countless smaller ones, rushing towards each Konoha ninja to provide them with treatment. Tsunade felt that several bones in her body were broken. She gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, pushing Jiraiya away. The diamond-shaped mark on his forehead began to change. Ninja technique creation regeneration 100 heroes technique. Black curse marks began to spread all over her body, and Tsunade felt her injuries recover instantly, feeling that she was okay again. With a high jump, he hit Li Yuqian with a painful kick, hitting Li Yuqian's head, but it still didn't even break the barrier. Li Yuqian ignored Tsunade and had already removed Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, but he was a little annoyed by Tsunade's actions. Hey, don't think that because you have big breasts, I won't hit you. Don't force me to destroy them with my cruel hands. To be more direct, after psychokinesis compressed, it directly impacted Tsunade, knocking her hundreds of meters away. Li Yuqian narrowed his eyes. As expected of Tsunade, she was so strong that her breasts would explode after being hit by an ordinary woman. Well done, Tsunade. Although she was probably seriously injured, she is still strong. I give you a thumbs up. When Tsunade flew backwards several hundred meters, Toadbunta began to spit out a large amount of oil, and Jiraiya also spit out Fire Escape. Fire released Toad, Oil Flame Bullet. These two guys directly came up with a combination of ninjutsu, which had strong damage and wide range, just when Liu Qian and Tsunade were fighting. The surrounding ninjas consciously stayed away from this area, which was very suitable for this kind of situation. It's a pity that this move still doesn't break the defense. In an instant, everyone present fell into despair. They couldn't even break through the thin red barrier. What a joke. Liu Qian's psychokinesis firmly bound Obito and threw him into the small world, where every injustice has its own owner and every debtor has its owner. Let Naruto and Sasuke decide how to deal with it. As for whether Naruto will be as soft-hearted as in the original work, forgive him? That doesn't matter. Naruto has forgiven him anyway, but the Uchiha clan has not yet forgiven him. The mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion told the Uchiha clan about this matter. The Uchiha clan is ready to tear Obito apart. After Liu Qian thought about how to deal with Obito, his eyes turned to Jiraiya, who had just attacked him. With a wave of his hand, the variant space cutter of the space portal appeared and slashed directly at Jiraiya. It's not his style to just take a beating without fighting back. At this time, Jiraiya had a toad standing on each shoulder. There are lines on the face and some pimples on the nose. It was just now that I used the fairy mode. Looking at the space cut from the attack, I had a feeling in my heart that I would die if I took this blow, but the attack speed was too fast. In a flash of thought, he had already arrived in front of Jiraiya. Even if he could run away, Bunta couldn't. Jiraiya jumped up and quickly condensed chakra in his palm, turning it into a super large jade Rasengan that was dozens of times larger than an ordinary Rasengan. Immortal technique, super large jade Rasengan. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Even a magical ninjutsu in this world didn't work. Huge amounts of Rasengan were cut in half. Jiraiya thought he was about to be split into two, but a man suddenly appeared and pushed Jiraiya away with a hard push. Unfortunately, Mrs. Toad didn't have anyone to risk her life to help her. If she wanted to unlock the psychic spell, it was too late to escape, so she just cut him in half and cut him off. The person who pushed Jiraiya away was Tsunade. After receiving this blow, Tsunade was directly cut into version 2.5. Fortunately, Tsunade rushed over. Cut it in half. Cut it in half. Not cut it vertically, otherwise it would be so scary. Agwong. If Gojo Satoru is cut in half, it is 2.5 Satoru. How can Tsunade count it as 2.5? Liu Qian. Tsunade, are there 5 fingers on one hand? If cut in half, are they 2.5? Agwong. Liu Qian touched his chin. You're so kind and righteous, risking your lives to save each other. You make yourself look like a villain. Agwong. So you are quite self-aware. Liu Qian. Oh, it's true. Tsunade will not die if she is cut in half. At most, she will lose her fighting power. That's good. Then this crazy woman is bothering me. It should not be said that Tsunade's vitality is indeed tenacious, but she was cut into 2 pieces. A group of slugs crawled on her body, and it seemed that she was indeed immortal. Much more tenacious than Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, don't scream at me. With Tsunade's fall and Jiraiya's collapse, there is no time to mourn Tsunade. Next up is Konoha's blue beast, Mekai. Kai already knew that Chiman couldn't deal with the man in front of him. Tsunade was cut in half. Even Jiraiya-sama's sage-like attack with all his strength was no match. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan looks like someone has changed the Wi-Fi password, and even Kimui cannot use it. Liu Qian, it's very insightful, and to a certain extent, it's vividly described. You're so wise as you are foolish. The so-called victory is not to defeat the strong, but to protect your important things. Kai, do you want to use that move? Kakashi heard Kai's words with complicated eyes. Now that I have lost the ability of Kamui, I can normally provide very little help to everyone. It would be great if I could use Susanoo, at least not as powerless as I'm now. Kakashi looked at Kai with heavy eyes. Kai had no negative emotions on his face and grinned. He looked at the retreating Konoha ninjas and those robots with terrifying numbers and terrifying strength. That's right, self-restraint. This situation is the time to open the gates of death and protect your most important things even to the death. Youth will not shrink, so will never end. Yikai, Kai's whole body exuded red steam, and he made a starting gesture, matching his words. It was burning, it was too burning. Liu Qian felt that he had to watch Boruto to cool down, and carefully felt Kai's chakra, which was a bit strong. But it's still not enough to break my barrier. Just kidding. Exploding stars is my strength when I first started to travel through the world for 1 or 2 times. Now that I have evolved so many times, let alone Yi Kai, even if I am reincarnated and exploded, I may not be able to break the barrier even if I put it close to my face. But seeing Kai working so hard, Liu Qian couldn't bear it, so he should cooperate. Kai is stupid enough and still bullies him like that, so I should buy him melon seeds. With such chakra, I recognize you. In terms of physical skills in this world, no one is better than you. I would like to call you the strongest. Madara, these are all my words. Metkai gathered chakra to condense the red steam into a huge amount of red dragon head, and then rushed towards Liu Qian at an extremely fast speed. With a direct flying kick, Liu Qian could feel that the surrounding space was indeed distorted, but it was of no use to him. With a random movement, the twisted space returned to normal, but Liu Qian did not dodge and stayed in place to eat the flying kick. A terrifying roar sounded, and the wind and waves stirred up, making the people around them unable to open their eyes. Even the battle between Konoha ninjas and robots in the distance was affected by it. As the battlefield calmed down, Liu Qian's barrier was thin, but still extremely strong. Kai, who was using Yikai, was lying on the ground and seemed to have less air coming out and less air coming in. Liu Qian clicked lightly, and a super small ball of light entered Kai's body. Kai gradually recovered from his injuries, but his skin was still the same as that of the country and police who immediately emptied their magazines, and he was still in a coma at this moment. Liu Qian felt that he was interesting enough, so he spared his life and always looked at other people's stupidity and would not bully fools. But I guess his leg was determined. He took action against himself and saved his life because he was a more likable character. Liu Qian looked at the battlefield quietly. The defeat of the Konoha ninjas was a foregone conclusion. It seemed that it would not be long before the ninja world would fully enter the management of the Iron Empire. As for these defeated ninjas, let's go mining first, or support infrastructure construction. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, who were close to Liu Qian as high-level officials of Konoha, actually knew the treatment after being captured by the Iron Empire. It's miserable. It's like using people as cattle and horses. But after seeing how powerful Liu Qian is, the 3 of them felt that they could not escape. They retreated strategically and found it difficult to come back in the future. For a moment, there was silence around Liu Qian. Kakashi lowered his head and was now desperately using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, a feeling came to my mind, as if I could summon Susanoo. Sure enough, people can't do anything without fighting hard. When there is no pressure, Hatake is 50-50, but when there is pressure, he directly turns into the evil Uchiha clan. But Kakashi knew that even if he had this power, he would not be able to defeat Liu Qian, nor would he be able to bring Konoha's vitality. Didn't you see that your good gay friend Kai's kick just now with so much force was of no use? Kakashi thought about it and twitched the corner of his mouth. Who dares to believe that this kick was reserved for him? Kakashi was thinking about how he stayed with the high-level people of Konoha after being captured, and then suddenly used Susanoo to escape with everyone. It is possible to keep this trump card to yourself and escape unprepared. Then he looked up and saw Liu Qian. I was looking at Obito's eyes, and I forgot to buckle you. Liu Qian's words made Kakashi secretly say something bad. Then Liu Qian knocked Kakashi unconscious with a knife, and then gouged out his eyes. Liu Qian felt that he was getting more and more skilled at buttoning his eyes painlessly, but there was nothing he could do about it. Naruto is referred to as the Eye Saga. Good thing, most of it is eyes. At this time, Li Yuqian was bringing the kaleidoscope Sharingan into the small world. Suddenly, a burst of smoke dissipated, and Jiraiya escaped with Tsunade's counter-spiritual technique. Li Yuqian felt the spatial traces of the counter-spiritual technique and muttered in his heart. No wonder Jiraiya was so quiet just now. After searching for a long time, he found that he was too strong and was ready to make a strategic retreat. If he was alone, Jiraiya would definitely live and die with Konoha. Unfortunately, there was a seriously injured Tsunade beside him. However, even so, you can't escape. It just so happens that the location of Miamu Mountain has been exposed, saving you from having to look for it in the future. Li Yuqian saw that the cannon fodder combat robots on the field were almost consumed and waved his hand. The invisible psychokinesis swept the entire field, suppressing all Konoha ninjas, and the human emperor's flag floated out, absorbing the souls of the dead on the battlefield. The black flag and black gas made Li Yuqian look like a world-destroying villain. Li Yuqian had a flash of inspiration and went back to modify the human emperor's flag. He changed the flag to gold and the black energy emitting from his body to a golden one. Who dares to say that my human emperor's flag is not the human emperor's flag? It doesn't bother me at all. I'm simply a genius. A Guang. No matter how brilliant you are, you still don't look like a good person by absorbing souls. Li Yuqian, what are you talking about? This is called absorbing heroic spirits. On the battlefield at this time, the robot army has begun to accept prisoners. Facing the robot legions of the other 4 major ninja villages, they all won. Some of the plans that little Sunspot had made before were completely successful. For example, the robots used to deal with the Kirigakure village were equipped with thermal imaging sensors. Simply adding a small function perfectly solves Kirigakure's silent killing technique. Most of the robots that deal with Yunin village are coated with a layer of anti-electricity material. Even to deal with some shadow-level experts, there are corresponding robot teams to arrest them, and they are restrained to death. Li Yuqian was very satisfied with this scene. The next step was to catch the 2 people who had just run away. It's outrageous to say that just now, when Li Yuqian was watching a show, he noticed Jiraiya's aura again. After finally escaping, he actually dared to come back, feeling like there was a conspiracy. Thinking like this, Li Yuqian's figure disappeared from where he was. MT Mayaboku is one of the 3 holy places in the Naruto world. There are many toads in it. No one knows how long it has been passed down, but its legend has been spread in the ninja world. A few hours ago, Jiraiya looked at the weak Tsunade and breathed a sigh of relief. The body that had been cut in half had actually healed. Although he looked very weak, his life was probably not in danger. Jiraiya, at this time, there is no other way. I know that my second grandfather once created a forbidden technique called Utopia Reincarnation. But this forbidden technique stains the decedent's soul. I was not prepared to use this ninjutsu before, but now I have no choice. You go to the Hokage building to find a forbidden technique, and find a way to reincarnate the uncle from the dirt. Remember to let the uncle fully display his strength. Only he can solve the current problem. In a weak voice, Tsunade solemnly told Jiraiya that the only way to reverse the situation was now. There were many toads running out around, and Jiraiya asked the toads to take good care of Tsunade. He immediately used the psychic technique and started running back to Konoha to find the forbidden technique. I have to get it all done in a short time. This is the only hope. After Jiraiya ran back to the Hokage building, he could see the roar in the distance and knew that it might still be continuing. However, the explosions of those ninjutsu gradually became less and less. Knowing that this war was about to end, Jiraiya ran into the Hokage building where the forbidden arts were stored. I found the Book of Seals and rummaged through it to find the forbidden technique called Reincarnation of the Earth. Seeing the complicated uses and various conditions above, Jiraiya's head shuddered. No, Tsunade, you really trust me. But that's right, I'm the majestic toad sage Jiraiya, the teacher of the children of prophecy, so it's normal for this important task to fall on me. Tsunade, apart from Toad, you were the only one I had around at that time. If I didn't trust you, Who would I trust? Even if you give me a long time to study, I may not be able to master it. If you let me learn in this short time and summon the first Hokage, aren't you going to kill me? Suddenly, Jiraiya had a flash of inspiration. It was so difficult to reincarnate in the dirt, but there were still so many requirements. It was because he wanted the ninja reincarnated from the dirt to reach the level of his previous life. If the second Hokage is reincarnated from the earth first, it doesn't need to be very strong, as long as he can reincarnate in the earth. Then let him reincarnate in the filthy land as the first Hokage in his heyday. My God, I am simply a genius. Jiraiya also discovered Huadian. As for the second generation Hokage, as long as he can be summoned, the requirements are not very high, whether he looks similar or is strong. It doesn't matter as long as he pulls his soul out of the pure land. For example, at the beginning of the original plot, Naruto summoned duplication. That kind of duplication is also considered duplication. In the same way, the second generation Hokage who can speak and guide himself to achieve a true filthy reincarnation will be regarded as a successful filthy reincarnation. As long as you can speak, appearance is not important. The second Hokage should not care about these details. Senju Tobarama, Evil Jiraiya. The storage room where the forbidden techniques were placed also contained a lot of information about the village. Jiraiya learned from it where the cells in the first and second generation Hokage's bodies were. It was even discovered that a person in Konoha village had awakened the wood release, which was simply the peerless material used to reincarnate the first generation from dirty soil. Jiraiya quickly found the materials needed for the relevant instruments in Konoha village, and then rushed towards the battlefield without saying a word. Fortunately, most ninjas are on the battlefield now, and the defenses in the secret bases where the cells of the first and second generations of Hokage are stored are extremely empty. Jiraiya rushed in, grabbed and ran. It was really a race against time. After Jiraiya rushed into the battlefield, he found a guy on the battlefield who used would escape to restrain the enemy. Originally, Jiraiya had some impression of him, but not much. After all, his wood release was far different from that of the first Hokage. Although that guy was a bit weak, he was indeed a wood release. Jiraiya grabbed his hand without saying a word and said something directly before he could resist. "Don't move. Come and save Konoha with me." Then quickly reverse channel back to Miamu Mountain and then ask for help from the Great Toad Immortal. Although it is not required that the reincarnation of the second generation from the dirty soil is very strong, but even so, the difficulty of the reincarnation of the dirty soil is terrifyingly high. If there is help from the Great Toad Immortal, the success rate of the plan will be greatly improved. Yamato was confused and didn't know what happened. "So, you're going to sacrifice me, summon the first Hokage, and destroy the Emperor?" Yamato was a little silent, but looking at Jiraiya, who was pleading, he still nodded. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the Great Toad Sage. The body of the big Toad Immortal is not huge. It is orange all over and has a string of beads around its neck with the word oil written on it. The two began to discuss how to reincarnate the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, from the dirty land. Jiraiya was a little uneasy. "Great Toad Sage, are you sure you can summon him after being reincarnated in this filthy land?" "It should be possible to summon it, but it's just a little weaker, just like an ordinary person. But it doesn't matter. What's important anyway is to let him guide us in summoning the first Hokage." The Great Toad Sage has lived for a long time, and he also knows in his memory that the power of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama is indeed terrifying. He is also very happy to help Jiraiya, because according to his prophecy, the son of the prophecy is Jiraiya's apprentice, and the son of the prophecy will bring peace to the ninja world. The guy who calls himself the Emperor must not be the son of the prophecy. None of the conditions are met. But the Emperor's current power and strength will definitely have an impact on the prophecy. This is an unstable factor, and it would be best if it could be resolved. The Great Toad Sage thought this way, while commanding various toads to help Jiraiya and deal with the materials for the reincarnation of the Dirty Land. The prisoner who was reincarnated as the second Hokage in the evil land was a prisoner, and Jiraiya first channeled him to MT Mayaboku when he was in Konoha. Jiraiya took a deep breath. Come on, you can do it, Jiraiya. Yamato on the side also kept firming up his thoughts in his heart. The time has come to sacrifice himself to protect Konoha. So you want to be reincarnated? Li Yuqian's voice sounded in disbelief. Jiraiya, Yamato, and all the toads looked at the place where the sound came from. There stood a young and handsome man who was the emperor of the Iron Empire, Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian has been watching for a long time, feeling very happy. The entire Pure Land soul has been sucked dry by him. Reincarnation in the dirty land is useless. He really didn't expect that Jiraiya could actually think of this method. Originally, Orochimaru was following him around now, and Yakushi Kabuto was still young. I originally thought that no one would be able to use it anymore, but unexpectedly, the old toad took a few glances, and it seemed like he could barely use it. Needless to say, the old guy does have some skills. Before Li Yuqian could tell the truth, the toads around him attacked him one by one. He was still shouting loudly. Hurry up and use the dirt to reincarnate. We will hold him back. Evil thief, don't try to stop the ritual of reincarnation from the dirty earth. Li Yuqian, no, I didn't even move. You slandered me. Actually, I have been to the Pure Land before and collected all your souls into the Human Emperor's banner. Li Yuqian looked at the various toad attacks around him and remained motionless with his hands behind his back. These toads also use ninjutsu, plus some particularly large giant toads. It seems that the attack is quite powerful. Looking at the densely packed toads around, there are two huge amounts of Toad Jian and Toad Guang, and there is even a toad that is as big as a hill. Already waving it with huge amounts of arms, make sure you slap it away. That should be a Wajikadai toad. Jiraiya once summoned part of his body and part of his stomach in the original plot. Now, in Yamu Mountain, looking at his true form, it is indeed a bit outrageous. If you think carefully about Miyamu Mountain, the strength of this force is actually no worse than that of a certain village in the ninja world. Think again about the world of Naruto and Boruto after the plot of Shippuden has passed. The overall strength of the ninjas is getting weaker than the last, but the strength of Miyamu Mountain and the two holy places has not weakened at all. It's terrifying to think about it. Li Yuqian stayed where he was, and black flames appeared on the red barrier around him. The only toad that attacks you, whether it's ninjutsu, body, or weapon, is that it's contaminated with flames. These flames immediately burned toward their bodies, and even using water escape could not extinguish the flames. For a moment, all the toads fell into screams of pain, and as they moved, this time the flames began to cover Mount Miaomu. Li Yuqian touched his chin, feeling a bit like setting fire to the mountain. If it were left to modern society, he would at least have to sit in jail. Li Yuqian's words were just heard by Jiraiya, Yamato, and Toad Sage, but they didn't believe them. Running into the Pure Land and taking away all the souls is too outrageous. Who do you think you are? The immortal of six paths? The toads at MT Mayaboku stalled for time, and Jiraiya felt that it was almost time to give a try. Although the face of the big toad fairy was a little ugly, it regretted intervening in this matter. This time, the Mayaboku mountain toads suffered serious casualties and had to rest for many years. However, the Son of Prophecy must be the strongest in this era. It is simply unimaginable that he is stronger than the terrifying guy in front of him. When the time comes, let the Son of Prophecy have a good relationship with Myomushin. One person will achieve enlightenment, and the chicken and dog will ascend to heaven. The great toad immortal decided to stud directly. Stud is an art. Jiraiya feels that he is under the guidance of the great toad sage. Right now, he put his hands together, and like a mud-like object, he gradually wrapped up the Konoha prisoner he had just snatched. With the second-generation flesh and blood cells in his hand, he should be able to accurately reincarnate the second-generation Hokage U2. Jiraiya had an inexplicable feeling of gambling, hoping that the card drawn would be wrong. Bah, don't summon the wrong person. As the silt shattered, the Konoha prisoner looked at Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya, Konoha a prisoner. Yamato, who was convincing himself to volunteer voluntarily, said, "What that guy said just now is not true. Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you, you still don't believe it." Liu-chin looked gloating. At this time, Jiraiya had no choice but to lead the toads to put out the fire. But it's a pity that it has no effect at all. The great toad immortal is mainly good at prophecy. Although he lived a long time, he is still a strong man. But even it can't do anything. I'm afraid only the legendary ninja god can't solve Liu-chin's ability. To be honest, Jiraiya is not even sure whether the first Hokage can deal with Liu-chin. Jiraiya felt whether there were any mistakes in the various steps of the art of reincarnation. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. Jiraiya once again put his hands together and used the technique of reincarnation in dirty soil. Following the confused and a little embarrassed look of the Konoha prisoner, Jiraiya instantly felt weak. Liu-chin slowly took out the human emperor flag and summoned two ghosts from it. The appearance of the two of them gradually became clear. They were the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Their eyes were dull, as if they were controlled by something. Look, what I said is true. The souls of the first and second generations have been taken away by me a long time ago. Don't try, it's useless. Jiraiya completely lost hope when he heard this, and Yamato did the same, but he was inexplicably relieved. Liu-chin waved the human emperor flag, and countless fierce ghosts spewed out and rushed towards Miyamu Mountain. There are some powerful ghosts inside, who can even use ninjutsu, but that's not the point with this terrifying number. With just a wave of the human emperor's flag, the souls of all the toads in Miyamu Mountain were torn apart and devoured. The great toad immortal blocked him for a while, but unfortunately his actual combat ability was worrisome. After a while, he was torn into pieces by a group of evil ghosts. Black flames burned the entire Miyamu Mountain together, and Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Yamato were let go by Liu-chin. Seeing that it was completed, killing Toad and setting fire to the human emperor's flag devils who served in one service. Bah! Heroic spirits. Liu-chin used psychokinesis to restrain the three of them, then turned around and left. At this time, Miao Mushin seemed to be swallowed by something. Liu-chin felt very happy as he felt that the area of his small world had become larger. Xiong da Xiong too. No, this piece of land is like it will split. I have to plan it until the year of the monkey and the horse. Damn it. Why are there people setting fire to the mountain? After Liu-chin returned, he left the three of them to Little Sunspot and asked him to handle them. He held Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan in his hand and began to look for another space. The three holy places in the Naruto world are actually considered different spaces, which can just expand the area of their own small world. The power of the Obito Mangekyo Sharingan can not only connect to the previous space, but also can be transported to other different spaces after having a pair of eyes. With Liu-chin's space ability, it is even more powerful. Time flies by like a fleeting moment, and 1 year has passed directly. This year, the Iron Empire's Steel Army defeated the entire ninja world. Build a big empire, and all things in the empire will be handled by the artificial intelligence named Little Sunspot. Various robots perform their own duties, ninjas or ordinary people, and they feel that they should shine in the field they should be in. Artificial intelligence manages an empire, and to some extent it can really make a society fair and improve people's living standards. There are some powerful ninjas who want to be dissatisfied with the empire, but with the modern development of the ninja world, the popularity of cameras has increased. Those guys couldn't do anything to rebel, but they were discovered as soon as they had some thoughts. However, there is still an undercurrent surging secretly. Liu-chin has cleaned up the three holy places during this period. The White Snake Immortal of Longdi Cave was too arrogant at the beginning, and Liu-chin directly destroyed his humanity. Then let the small world swallow up the entire Longdi Cave, and the countless big snakes, and the three elders Tian X and Shinji, Ichiki Daoji, and Tuo Jinji were also taken into the small world by Liu-chin. Enrich the species diversity of the small world. Anyway, she can see that Liu-chin had a good attitude after killing the White Snake Immortal with one move. It should be said or not, is indeed a snake, able to bend and stretch. The same was true for the Shigibone forest, but the slug immortal inside treated people quite gently, so he didn't do anything wrong. The wet-bone forest, and it was swallowed up by the small world. At this time, my own small world was not so much a small world. Not that it's comparable to a real world. In the second mine of the wood industry, Metkai was released after serving his sentence as a disabled person, and because he performed particularly well in prison, Sunspot Jr. was pardoned and released early. Family members, who knows? As prisoners, they're all disabled and have to go mining. Is there any difference between giving preferential treatment to the disabled and putting a bunch of disabled ninjas in small mines to mine? Obviously, there's so many robots in the Iron Empire, and they have to be done by people. This is definitely intentional. Li Yuqian, no, my little Sunspot made these all by himself. What great job for you. If you are sick or injured, you still know how to seek treatment from the medical ninjas in the prison. Can you compete with robots? The captives in Cloud Hidden Village are growing world cotton, while Sunagakure Village is digging for oil. As for the generally unremarkable ones, they are generally mining, such as Konoha, Kyomogakure, and Awagakure. As the first prisoner to be released from prison, Little Sunspot made a special trip to meet Metkai in the capital of the Iron Empire and took a few photos. It will be posted on the official website of Steel Empire tomorrow as an excellent example. Kai was released after serving his sentence and performed extremely well, but because he was still disabled, he had a broken leg. The Iron Empire officially gave him a steel prosthetic limb. Kai looked at himself standing up again and then looked at the surrounding scene. For a moment, I felt very emotional. Looking at the modern cities around me, I had a sense that the times were progressing. Hey, which village's ninja are you from? A voice sounded from the corner behind Kai. Kai turned around and looked and saw an alley. He walked straight in. In the corner of the alley was a dark-looking man. This person is Kuro Zetsu, the mastermind behind the turmoil in the ninja world. Naruto is also known as Kuro Zetsu's story of saving his mother. He never expected that Li Yuqian and the Iron Dynasty, who suddenly emerged from the ninja world, would be so powerful. It directly unified the ninja world and swallowed up the Pure Land. Now all the dead souls of the ninja world flew into a dark flag. Although the flag looks golden on the surface, as a black Zetsu, I can't see it at all. That golden color is definitely an illusion, and it is also a very crude illusion. If Heiju breaks it carefully, he can see that the flag is pitch black. He placed it openly over the capital of the Iron Empire. Heiju said that he had never seen such an arrogant villain. The weapons are all black and emit black smoke. If they are not villains, what are they? And people who are fooling people are not serious. Anyone with some ability can see through this illusion. It is so arrogant. But the most important thing now is that the Pure Land is gone, and so is the soul inside. Uchiha Madara cannot be resurrected. The Akatsuki organization, seeing the peaceful scene now, does not want to go against the Iron Empire at all. They are even close to becoming members of the Iron Empire, and all of those tailed beast Jinchuriki are in prison. Except for the Jinchuriki of Kyubi, who is not in prison, he was still following Li Yuqian every day. Heiju is so sad. After so many years of planning, what should I do now? Cold scrambled eggs? However, my deep love for my mother is not afraid of any difficulties. Black Zetsu decided to collude with the remnants of the nobles and ninjas who were dissatisfied with their current lives and find a way to gather the 9 Jinchuriki. Now the Rinnegan eye is still on Nagato's face. When the time comes to gather the 9 Jinchuriki, let the heretic demon absorb it and become the 10 tails. Then he will use the Rinnegan eye to absorb the 10 tails. Although, because he is not Madara, he may not be able to absorb it perfectly, and he uses the infinite Tsukumi technique to absorb chakra scattered everywhere. But this also has the possibility of resurrecting his mother. But it is possible that his mother's strength will be weakened a lot, and he will also die because of using the Samsara eye to absorb the 10 tails. But it doesn't matter because this is the only way, and the plan starts smoothly. It is true that many remnants of noble ninjas are dissatisfied with the Iron Empire, but those guys are too weak, and the truly strong ones are all in prison. But those prisons were full of robots, and each one was terrifyingly powerful. Heiju couldn't find the time to collude with the people inside. But today a guy was released after serving his sentence, although this guy didn't look very smart. But just in time to get the specific information inside, it was worth taking action, and it could also draw him into his anti-Steel Empire alliance. As for whether he will fail, that is absolutely impossible. He is a prisoner and was taken to mine. How could he not hate the Iron Empire? Met Kai. Oh, I really don't hate it. It takes care of food, drink, exercise, and living. Where can I find such a good place? Ninjas in Konoha prison. No, you call mining exercise? What kind of holy body are you born with? Heiju quietly grabbed Kai and pulled him to the corner of the alley. You are a ninja who was released from prison today, right? What village are you from? You have suffered. Don't worry. You will have a good life once you come out. Our anti-Steel Empire alliance will definitely defeat the Iron Empire and rebuild the country and Ninja Village. By the way, what kind of ninja from the Ninja Village are you? I won't tell you. You actually want to go against the grain and rebuild the feudal dynasty and feudal system. Do you think my ideological and political classes in prison were in vain? Eat me a whirlwind of Konoha's strength. Metkai hit Heiju on the head with a strong whirlwind, turned around, and ran away. He didn't want to be involved in these things. Although I feel resentful about the Iron Empire's destruction of the Leaf Village, the Iron Empire is actually quite good. With the Iron Empire, people have food to eat, and civilians have a way out as a civilian ninja. Metkai actually felt that the Iron Empire would be a good idea to unify the ninja world, and there would be no more wars in the future. He will not help the Iron Empire, nor will he cause trouble to destroy peace. This is the last stubbornness of a Konoha ninja. After Heiju was kicked, he looked confused. It was his first time to recruit a guy released from prison. How could he meet such a fool? A ninja from Konoha? What a bad luck. I've been exposed. Should I kill him? Let's observe first. If he has the intention to report himself, kill him directly. You and the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance must not be exposed now. You want to get in touch with Metkai? He even got kicked. It was so funny. Li Yuqin listened to little Sunspot's report with an interesting smile on his face. As for Black Zetsu, how could he forget him? Besides, Nagato had sold him long ago. Moreover, Nagato didn't believe this sneaky and mysterious guy at first, even more so after he learned that the guy calling himself Madara Uchiha was Obito Uchiha. As for Ju, he didn't believe it even more. If Li Yuqin hadn't had to stay in this world for a while, he would have taken the blame directly. However, Li Yuqin really wants to know how Heiju should save his mother in this situation. Naruto version of Agarwood's story of saving his mother. Then he discovered how he was colluding with those remnants of ninjas and nobles under his nose. Just kidding. Who is Li Yuqin? Anyone who ruins his good deeds must be mined. A Guang. What does it look like to be petty? These people who are not in jail are basically guys who have done nothing bad and are generally good people. Li Yuqin adheres to the policy of not taking a stitch from the masses, but taking everything from the noble ninja except a stitch. I robbed all their property and everything, but didn't send them to jail. Thinking of this, I am really a good person. A Guang, I always underestimate the host's thick skin. Of course, for these guys who had everything stolen by Li Yuqin, the men kept shorts and the women wore many short-sleeve shirts. Little Sunspot, as Li Yuqian's loyal be asterisk 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 D. Beating the workers, especially increased the alert level to prevent them from causing trouble. Toad doesn't bite, but bites people when it lies on your feet. A Guang. Little Sunspot is just a licker. Not to mention various cameras. There are also big data research and surveys on identity information, and even in the ninja universe, the Iron Empire has placed satellites. As soon as Heiju found those people to collude with, Little Sunspot knew about it immediately. Just kidding, they must find a secluded place to discuss something. Nowadays, urban modernization is progressing so fast. There are cameras everywhere. Although some rooms do not have them, big data analysis will tell where you have gone. In addition, the black high-tech thing is still too unfamiliar, and the flaws are exposed. Little Sunspot immediately told Li Yuqian, and Li Yuqian waved his hand, asking Little Sunspot to intimidate and use the remnants of the nobles and ninjas. Little Sunspot has experience in squeezing and intimidating people, but he has no experience in tempting Little Sunspot with benefits. He quickly asked his master Dada. Li Yuqian laughed on the spot and said nothing, and waved his hand, allow them to pay for their previous properties without doubling the original price. Little Sunspot was shocked. He had never seen his master be so good, so the remnants just had fun. Aguang, I look down on you, Little Sunspot. Just flatter me. While the remnants were having dinner at 5 or 6 in the afternoon, a group of robots opened the door of the rental house in the name of checking the water meter. As for why it's a rental house, that's normal. After all, their house was confiscated by Little Sunspot and his robot. Then after being beaten up, he told them what happened and that they could either cooperate with the Empire or be sent to mines and mined for decades before being shot. These remnants were originally average in strength and not very courageous. Otherwise, they would have gone to jail long ago. After being beaten, he immediately became honest and became an undercover agent under Li Yuqian's instructions. Well, the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance is full of people from the Iron Empire. Black braised egg. Is that you, Hydra? Hydra. The remnants were happy when they heard that there were benefits. They found out that it was the original price, and they could buy back their original property. With a smile on his face, he cursed in his heart. What a shameless person. Li Yuqian felt that it was normal for Heiju to be defeated. After all, the speech patterns and movements of those remnants had been trained by Little Sunspot. Little Sunspot has also watched all the episodes of Naruto through Li Yuqian. He has an unusual understanding of Heiju and is designing a script for Heiju. Seeing that he is very confident now, those who are against the Iron Empire Alliance are probably the people he trusts the most now. People who watch Heiju continue to expand the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance every day. Those who agree to join more or less have small thoughts in their hearts. Then the next second, Little Sunspot took the robot to check the water meter. I was playing tricks on him and taking advantage of him, and my conscience was very uneasy. Li Yuqian lay on a lazy chair, eating fruit and drinking drinks leisurely. The iced ones were cool. All of a sudden, my uneasy conscience was shaken to my core, and I felt confident in an instant. In a secret room on the outskirts of the capital of the Iron Empire, a large group of young and middle-aged men were staying inside. Suddenly, a dark man rose from the ground. Heiju looked unhappy. Who would be happy if he was kicked by a fool? Really, there is no one to use now, so I have to do it all by myself. As for Baiju, it can only be used for investigation. Heiju thought of Baiju, a fool who talks about what he wants every day, and his face looked even more vicissitudes of life. They are all pig teammates. In the past, peace, ideals, dreams, etc. were used to guide the Akatsuki organization, but now, these lunatics in the Iron Empire actually pursue peace and justice. Also letting robots control the distribution of social resources. Damn it, I can't even trust the Xiao Xiao organization. An old man who looked to be the oldest around him said with a serious face, Master Black Zetsu, how are you? Have you obtained the locations and details of the other 8-tailed beasts? Heiju shook his head, but he was afraid that these guys who couldn't get on the stage would lose confidence. After all, they were still useful. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. If it doesn't work, I will use the chassis to directly capture the 9 Jinchuriki. Your cooperation will be needed then. By the way, have you established a good relationship with a 9-tails Jinchuriki during this period? It's done. The people around them nodded and said that they had contacted many people who wanted to resist the Iron Empire. These people coming together are a force. Heiju nodded with satisfaction. These guys were quite interested in resisting the Iron Empire because of their hatred. In the crowd, some people were carrying small pinhole cameras, recording pins, and the like. They sighed in their hearts. I'm sorry. I can only feel sorry for you, Heiju. But we don't want to mine either. If we mine for decades, we will become dead man, and we may not be able to wait until we are shot. In a daze, Heiju felt that the people around him still looked pitiful on their faces. Although it flashed by, he did seem to see it. Heiju shook his head, feeling that it might be an illusion. Li Yuqian was enjoying life leisurely when suddenly 2 figures walked in. The visitors were none other than Sasuke and Naruto. Now that the ninja world is at peace, their original strength growth rate has slowly slowed down. After all, even if the 2 of them are the reincarnations of Azura and Indra, the era they live in is too peaceful and it will be difficult to unleash their potential. But who is their boss? Li is rich. It's not easy to tap their potential. Just use the Mind Stone ability to tap out the potential buried in their bodies. Then he became stronger at a rapid pace. Not even a year later, Sasuke had 3 Magatama Sharingan. It only took more than a year. Not to mention that the speed of tapping the potential was slow. You must know that Sasuke's entire clan was gone before he opened his Magatama Sharingan angrily. In comparison, just drive the rocket. Sasuke, you scolded me quite dirty. Rich brother, Sasuke and I came to see you. Your life is still so messy. Naruto came over with a smile. Sasuke next to him had a cold face and a bit of disgust in his eyes. Li Yuqian waved his hand. Don't be too close. The weasel is paying New Year's greetings to the rooster. It's not so kind. What do you 2 want to do? Are you saying this? Are we 2 such people? I found out that it is related to the safety of the Iron Empire, and I came to you specifically. Naruto's face was filled with words of righteousness, and then he added, recently, someone suddenly got close to me, and even if they got close, they didn't take it seriously. I knew there was something wrong with them as soon as I took a closer look, and after getting to know them for a while, I found that they were particularly interested in the Jinchuriki. Maybe there was a conspiracy. Naruto was just short of writing the word loyalty on his face. Li Yuqian was speechless for a moment. He guessed that the people from the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance were trying to fool Naruto when they came to establish a good relationship with him. The result was too perfunctory, and it was quite strange that Naruto discovered it. The next second, Naruto's words were exposed by Sasuke. We didn't see it all, okay? I see you were quite happy chatting with them. If I hadn't reminded you, they had sold you and you would still be helping them count the money. Li Yuqian, this is consistent with the truth. Okay, you don't have to worry about that matter. Li Yuqian later explained the birth of Heiju and his goals. There are also some things he has done, and the point is that all his current subordinates are his own people, and there is nothing to worry about. Naruto and Sasuke were stunned for a moment. What about Nagato, Achimadura, and Black Zetsu? I originally thought that I was the mastermind behind the scenes, but it turned out that I was just a chess piece. What about the Matryoshka doll here? But Naruto and Sasuke were a little unwilling. To be honest, how many days had they not fought in actual combat? At most, Naruto and Sasuke would fight, and it would be terrible. I originally thought they had discovered some big mission and the 2 of them could show off their talents, but I didn't expect that the mastermind behind the scenes, Heiju, was so unreliable. Naruto and Sasuke, bad review. Then let's go and be undercovers. Anyway, it's all our own people, so it's quite interesting to be undercovers. Naruto said suddenly, as if he had thought of something. But Li Yuqian shook his head to express his refusal. Naruto was working as an undercover agent. What a joke! He was not Menma. Naruto working as an undercover agent is as outrageous as Metkai joining ANBU. Right? Please, brother. I'll show you something good. Naruto had an idea, and an evil smile appeared on his lips. As a veteran driver, Li Yuqian understood immediately and immediately became disdainful. Harem techniques are useless. I am a superficial person. I have been improved. The next second, thick smoke appeared and dissipated as the smoke. There are Rem, Tokisaki Kurumi, and even Tifa, the leader of the 3 regions. Li Yuqian couldn't stand it any longer and stretched out his hand to cover his mouth. See no evil. See no evil. Naruto, you can always come up with something new for me. Sasuke felt a little out of place in the same room as these 2 guys. In the end, he couldn't help but hit Tifa accurately with a blaster on the head. The smoke dissipated, and Naruto covered his head and yelled, "What are you doing? Brother is almost tempted by me." Regarding this false accusation, Liu Qian immediately acted like a gentleman. "Are you kidding me? It's just ninjutsu. I will be tempted. Quickly recruit me truthfully. Where did you learn these images?" "It's in Xiaohei's database. When I played here last time, I saw the learning materials, which are more human-like. The rest is too strong." "Stop, that's it. There's no need to say the rest." Liu Qian quickly stopped Naruto from continuing. "There are too many heavy-duty learning materials in all the worlds, so I just took a look at them to satisfy my curiosity. After all, normal beauties and beast-eared girls can just have some fun on their own. Ahem, but there are some weird ones. Although they have strong taste, and I don't know how to practice them, I'm really curious about them, so I can't blame myself. After all, every man has a curious heart." Liu Qian quickly drove Naruto and Sasuke away, and asked little Sunspot to cooperate with them and let them sneak into the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance. After watching the two people walk away, Liu Qian took a deep breath, and his general expression was consistent with the relaxation of his motherland. "Fortunately, I managed to keep my reputation for the rest of my life. It was such a close call." Liu Qian then began to summon little Sunspot, and after he flew over, he immediately said, "No, how can I let Naruto read my database casually? Last time, didn't you let him watch it? If you find it annoying, let him play by himself." Little Sunspot was confused, and Liu Qian was slightly embarrassed, but then he immediately returned to his original state. "Big courage, when did I say that? Hey, don't show the video, little Sunspot. Have you been busy lately? You look like you're distracted." Liu Qian lamented that artificial intelligence is artificial intelligence, and the most important human sophistication in human society has not yet been fully learned. "Oh, I'm thinking about a question. Some time ago, the Iron Empire officially promulgated a law. The working hours of prisoners in the prison were announced. Ninjas work 23 hours a day, and ordinary people work 22 hours a day. If you perform well every day and get excellent grades in ideological and political classes, your daily working hours can be reduced. This is legal time, but if I ask them to work 24 hours a day, are they all breaking the law by an hour? Do we have to punish them for mining again?" "Liu Qian, you are invincible, little Sunspot. Why do you have such a weird evolution direction of human emotions? Capitalist artificial intelligence, right? Good. Your idea is good, but don't think too much about it." Liu Qian first praised little Sunspot for his idea, and then told him not to think about it. "I originally thought that I was oppressive and bad enough, but I didn't expect that there was someone out there who was better than me. Little Sunspot was even more ruthless than me." After little Sunspot learned that his master would not allow him to do this, he immediately looked regretful. And prisoners in prisons across the ninja world felt inexplicably relieved. High-end hunters often appear as prey. Liu Qian did not prevent Naruto and Sasuke from contacting the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance. It happened that Black Zetsu wanted to get in touch with the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and at the same time, Sasuke, as Naruto's good friend, often stayed together. It is quite normal for those in the Black Absolute faction to come into contact with the two of them, as long as the two of them show some intention to oppose the Iron Empire. Heiju's addiction to cheating is guaranteed to come back again. The important thing about cheating people is the information gap. Black Zetsu used the information gap to fool Uchiha Madara, and now Liu Qian took advantage of the information gap to fool him as well. Time passed slowly, and 3 months later, the Iron Empire promulgated a new law. Relatives and friends of incarcerated ninjas in prison are allowed to visit the prison once a month. Black Zetsu, who connected all the remnants of noble ninjas in the entire Iron Empire, felt that this law was enacted just right. "It is simply God who wants to help me. I am destiny." Liu Qian, if you really couldn't find anyone who is Xiao Jiujiu in your heart, you wouldn't have suddenly promulgated this rule. Each ninja village is imprisoned in different prisons, and they also have some civilian friends or friends and relatives who are not imprisoned. That regulation had been promulgated, and instantly, the prison became lively. The people from the Black Zetsu faction Anti-Steel Empire Alliance proposed to visit the 8 Jinchuriki in prison. Among the many people visiting, the people sent by Heiju were not very conspicuous. He was ready to burn the boat, directly awakening the White Ju army, and followed those who opposed the Iron Empire Alliance. As soon as they came into contact with the Jinchuriki, the White Zetsu army attacked some prisons, allowing them to take advantage of the chaos and take away the Jinchuriki. Those who were against the Iron Empire were shocked after hearing Heiju's plan. Heiju feels that these people are impressed by his intelligence. Jia. He wants to find Nagato and ask him to use the Rinnegan to summon the heretic demon and let it absorb the remaining 9-tailed beasts to become the 10 tails. I was originally worried that Nagato would hinder me, but I didn't expect that during this period, I suddenly wanted to implement the plan again, saying that the Akatsuki organization must have its own powerful force. There are 2 different concepts, having mushrooms in your hand and not having mushrooms in your hand. What a weird thing to say. When he summoned the 10 tails, he was sacrificing himself, and relying on his special relationship with his mother, he allowed her to devour the 10 tails and resurrect him. There was only one chance, and Black Lord solemnly confessed to the 5 people in the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance. Behind him were Sasuke and Naruto, and he lured them to the Akatsuki organization. Nagato directly picked him up, grabbed Naruto, and let the heretic demon absorb the 9 tails. Black Lord watched as the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance split into 5 groups, each leading a portion of the White Ju army towards the prison. He led Sasuke and Naruto towards the Akatsuki organization stronghold. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke who were following him. With a smile of triumphant conspiracy on his lips, Indra and Ajuro were still so stupid. Just fool them a few times and they will believe you. As we walked out of the Iron Empire capital, we came to a remote valley. At this time, there was a huge amount of humanoid object in the valley. Its body was like a dead tree, and there were 10 pillars protruding behind it. The humanoid objects were filled with people from the Akatsuki organization, and their postures were still so coquettish. Just by looking at their postures, you could tell how powerful they were and how terrifying they were. After a few swipes, Kakuzu and Haiden jumped to the entrance of the valley, blocking Black Zetsu, Naruto, and Sasuke inside the valley. Black Zetsu secretly thought calmly and blocked the direction of escape from the beginning for fear that Naruto would escape. Very good, very good. Then, Heizetsu looked at the 5 people in the center of the field, Pain, Konan, Inagaki Kisame, and Deidara. In the original plot, Orochimaru and Scorpion had already defected to the Iron Empire. In other words, there was one more person at the scene. Heiju took a closer look and saw that it was a young and handsome man, Liu Qian. Before Black Zetsu could turn around, members of the Akatsuki organization surrounded him. Naruto and Sasuke also stared at Black Zetsu from left to right. Don't even think about running away. Heiju, everyone here is from the Iron Empire, and they're all from outside too. Heiju, wait a minute, my brain feels so itchy. I feel like I'm gonna grow a brain. Black Zetsu looked at Nagato in disbelief, and Nagato snorted coldly. Various new ideas in the Iron Empire are constantly spreading. And under the management of artificial intelligence, world peace has long been achieved. You hide your head and show your tail, and try your best to turn people into pawns to save your mother. Why should I trust you? I will do whatever Nagato thinks. Konan looked at Black Zetsu coldly. Kisame Mikasaki shrugged. I have already seen a peaceful world. In short, so do I. Sorry, the Emperor of the Iron Empire said that after this incident, he asked me to go to the Academy of Sciences of the Iron Empire to study bombs. You also know that for me, explosion is a kind of art, so it is difficult to refuse this kind of thing. He gave too much. Deidara's eyes were full of determination. If he didn't go to the Academy of Science to study hard, he would definitely be laughed at again when he met that be D Scorpion. Heiju was about to say something, but Liu Qian clapped his hands, and a group of people ran into the valley, followed by many robot soldiers. Aren't those people the same people who led the White Zetsu army? contacted the Jinchuriki, cooperated internally and externally, and attacked the prison from the Anti-Steel Empire Alliance? Seeing their arrogant looks, Heiju instantly knew something. Are they undercover? Among the people who gradually came in, there was also a Baiju, and that was the one with the most abnormal brain among his Baiju. Hey Zetsu, that's not good. Everyone was captured. I was the only one who was despised because I talked with shit in my mouth. I left them alone and arrested these robots. You guessed it right. All the people in your alliance are mine. Li Youqian's words were like Galen's whisper, silent and breaking the defense. Heiju's brain feels like it's exploding. So why did you call so many people over to show me? Killing someone is also heartbreaking. Li Youqian patted him on the shoulder. Okay, you could be considered a filial son. I see that you gave me so many Baiju souls. Didn't you just save your mother? I helped you. His face was red. He was holding a golden flag in his hand, and he was waving it. Although those Baiju seemed to have no brains, except for the guy who was full of nonsense, they didn't have any ideas. But they actually have human souls, and the quality is quite good. My soul, refining banner. The human emperor banner is another big boost. Li Youqian's words made Heiju's brain freeze again. What does it mean to help me save my mother? My mother is in the moon. How can you save her? It's easy to say. Are you trying to laugh at me? Heiju's heart was filled with despair. What Nagato just said made him weak. I want to save my mother. How on earth do these people know? This is outrageous. Li Youqian raised his eyebrows, grabbed Heiju with one hand, and turned his body into a meteor, leading Heiju straight into the sky and heading towards the universe. Everyone who was left standing looked at each other in confusion. At this time, little Sunspot walked out of the robot. He looked at the people around him and said, "Okay, this matter is settled. Everyone in the Anti-Iron Empire Alliance performed well while undercover. Thank you for your cooperation. Akatsuki Organization Nagato, or Mr. Payne, you come with me." Tiandao Payne led Xiao to organize everyone and followed behind little Sunspot. After today, the time will be spent on Wuxiao Organization, which should have been disbanded long ago. But because of Heizetsu, he did not disband the Xiao Organization and cooperate with the Iron Empire officials. Let Heiju uncover some nobles and ninja remnants who were dissatisfied with the Iron Empire, and successfully exposed Heiju's trump card. It was time to disband after the internship. People in the Akatsuki Organization, and therefore people find a good position in the Iron Empire and want to do what they want to do. Peaceful world, how wonderful. Above the moon, there is desolation everywhere, with various craters scattered all over it. But there is actually a magnificent castle on the desolate moon, shrouded in a huge bubble-like hemispherical barrier. There were many people walking around inside, and their all-white eyes looked very much like the Hyuga clan of Konoha's Byakugan family. But they are not the Hyuga clan, but the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hagoromo. However, after more than 1,000 years of reproduction, the blood of the Otsutsuki clan in the body was greatly diluted and degraded. In the end, only the white-eyed abilities such as perspective, farsightedness, and 360 degrees viewing angle are left. In appearance, they are basically no different from the Hyuga clan. In the main hall of the castle, two people were having a fierce quarrel. They are the branch and main clan of the Moon Otsutsuki clan, respectively. How many times have I said that our clan shoulders the responsibility of guarding the moon? Let them handle what happens in the ninja world by themselves. Moreover, the ninja world is unified and it is indeed peaceful now, isn't it? But the so-called Iron Empire is full of aggressive ambitions. If we don't destroy the ninja world, they will destroy us. The head of the separated family looked very excited, and the head of the clan family slapped the table heavily. Okay, stop talking, I won't agree, and don't do stupid things. I am the head of the clan. You will regret it, the head of the divided family decided. When he returned, he called on the people of the divided family to donate their eyes. Create the legendary reincarnation eye and eliminate the rigid head of the clan and clan. Create a perfect start for his son Otsutsuki Tonari. With his talent, he can definitely use the reincarnation to destroy the ninja world and create a new world. Suddenly, the whole castle shook. The two people ignored the quarrel and rushed outside. Then they saw a scene that shocked them. The entire castle was already in the universe at this time, and above them, there was a ninja and a dark man. For people with this skin color, they also know that they should be from the Kingdom of Thunder. Hey Jew, you are from the Kingdom of Thunder. I am darker than them, okay? Li Yuqian's voice spread throughout the castle. I have something to do to destroy the moon, so please stay next to me. Hey Jew felt like he couldn't see what the guy next to him was thinking. Destroying the moon was not killing ants. Could you please stop saying such horrible things so calmly? Without waiting for the Otsutsuki clan in the castle to say anything, Li Yuqian stretched out his hand and made a swipe, and a long space-cutting blade appeared in front of Li Yuqian. Then it continued to grow larger and longer and slashed directly towards the moon with a bang. The moon snapped and became 3 pieces, 2 hemispheres. There's also a moon cut into a disc shape. After all, the space-cutting blade is actually an elongated portal, and the middle part is directly taken away into the universe by the portal. Right in front of Li Yuqian, looking at the confused woman in the center of the disc, Heiju burst into tears. My old mother, my dearest person. Li Yuqian, I shouldn't have let little Sunspot spread some things to the ninja world. I think it's weird for you to sing this kind of song on this occasion. I wish I didn't have to cover you with psychokinesis and suffocate you to death. If a creature like Black Zetsu suffocates, will it die? Li Yuqian targeted Otsutsuki Kagetsu, the big boss of Shippuden, who was a bit weak. But it is understandable that if there is no chakra, the body is not transformed by the 10 tails, and she does not even have a physical body now. It should be a state similar to the soul body. No wonder behind the Hokage, at some time, the moon was cut open and there was no bright moon inside. After waiting for a long time, she had no body and the seal was not really sealed with the moon. The 6 Paths Earth explosion star was more like a sealing technique. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis rushed directly towards Kagaya, breaking all the things that looked like seals around it. There is no need to research and crack it, just break it and destroy it violently. After breaking it, use psychokinesis to pull Kagaya Otsutsuki to your side. Seeing the scene of Li Yuqian cutting the moon, the Otsutsuki clan in the castle floating in the universe looked at each other. The head of the main family glanced at the head of the branch family. How is it? Do you still want to destroy the ninja world? Oh, what did you say? How could I want to destroy the ninja world? The ninja world is so peaceful now. Then this is the situation our ancestors wanted. The head of the branch family changed his face so quickly that the head of the clan family said he had learned a lot. What talent! The branch family knew very well that even the immortal of 6 paths would not be able to defeat this mysterious guy if he casually cut the moon open. This person seems to be the current ruler of the ninja world, the Emperor of the Steel Empire. Li Yuqian took a look and saw that the moon, which he had cut into 3 pieces, was a bit unsightly. Stretching out his hand and pinching it, the 3 pieces of the moon were tightly put together again, and then the terrifying psychokinesis swept across every part of the moon. He kept compressing and increasing the strength. After a while, Li Yuqian nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's back to its original state. Otsutsuki Kagetsu. After all, I've been sealed for so long. I still know the file size of the moon. The moon has obviously become smaller. Li Yuqian said that the moon is a ball, and this one is also a ball, so it means that the moon has not changed. With a wave of his hand, the castle floating in space flew back to the moon, and Li Yuqian himself took Black Zetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki with him. Looking at each other in the universe, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Black Zetsu and Otsutsuki Kagaya were staring at each other, as if making eye contact. Mom, you're finally out? Woo! No, what's going on now? I'm so weak when I come out like this. I don't have a 6-path body formed by absorbing the 10 tails. There is no ninja chakra. And who is this man in front of you? Why is he so strong? Maybe it's because Black Zetsu was transformed by part of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, and the eye contact between the two is quite smooth. Okay, stop encrypting the call, Kagaya. I'm saving you just because I'm a good person. Li Yuqian smiled brightly, but He-Ju didn't believe it at all. This guy had a very bad character. Dear strong man, your strength deserves my courtesy. I will repay this kindness in the future. Kagaya Otsutsuki was used to being aloof, but even in the face of this situation, she didn't learn the skills necessary for the Hokage. It's a shame. Li Yuqian took out the Renhuang flag and said, Nothing, nothing. Come into our Renhuang flag, and let's have a good talk about how to repay the favor. Black Zetsu. The fox's tail is finally exposed, and he uses himself to knock out those unstable people in the ninja world. No wonder that when I came into contact with some remnants before, some people who had a special hatred for the Iron Empire always disappeared inexplicably or died in the mission. The souls of the Baiju army have also been absorbed by you, and now you want my mother's soul too. You have to eat them up and leave no trace behind. Li Yuqian, hey, don't get me wrong. I want your soul too. How could I have missed you? Black Jew. Li Yuqian waved the human emperor flag, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, as a soul body or consciousness body, was directly sucked into the human emperor flag, and Black Zetsu was no exception. Otsutsuki Kagaya felt like there were tens of thousands of grass and mud horses running through her heart. No, you might as well not save her. Hey Jew, you are a traitor. You actually led him and let the Japanese into the village, bah? Let this man come to the moon to harm me. Black Jew. Li Yuqian laughed happily. It should be said that the quality of their souls was very high. At this time, the human emperor's flag was fully used, directly releasing countless evil spirits inside at once. The scene must be very impressive. And the most important thing is that Li Yuqian controlled the Renhuang banner and began to check the memory of Kagaya Otsutsuki. What I want to know most now is the specific location of the Otsutsuki clan in the universe. Otherwise, when I leave, the Otsutsuki family will come over one by one, just like the gourd babies sending Grandpa off. And each one is pretty good. So the robots that will be destroyed will all belong to Li Yuqian. So he decided that after finishing the affairs of the ninja world, he would take the time to invite the Otsutsuki clan to join the Renhuang banner. By the way, isn't there another god of Otsutsuki in the Otsutsuki clan? After killing him, his soul will be stored in the Renhuang banner. Only if there is a soul of that level in the human emperor's flag, it can be considered a weapon that he can take advantage of. Now it can only be regarded as a small toy. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon. At the entrance of the castle, many clan members lined up to greet their leaders. After Li Yuqian put away the emperor's flag, he flew over directly. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. Yes, it's very promising. Li Yuqian walked directly in. As soon as he entered, a middle-aged man greeted him. Dear ruler of the ninja world, emperor of the Steel Empire, I am extremely grateful to you. Now that you have solved the greatest hidden danger in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya, I am the head of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Thank you very much for helping us solve Otsutsuki Kagaya. A middle-aged man next to the head of the Zong family smiled on the surface, but in his heart he was speechless towards the head of the Zong family. He knows how to flatter me, but the most important thing is that he flatters me before I can. Damn it, I am the head of a separate family, and my thoughts are that I am the same. Li Yuqian looked at the head of the branch family. I heard that you hate people in the ninja world and want to destroy them. As soon as these words came out, the two family heads felt a little bit in their hearts, and the head of the separated family even had a bad premonition. How was it possible? I like the people in the ninja world the most. Oh, really? Li Yuqian looked at the frightened guy in front of him and said casually, That may be a rumor, but since you like people from the ninja world very much, plus you are still on the moon, how unsafe it is. I will take some pictures of the robot army later and come to the moon to protect your safety. Agwang, what kind of base is this for the M army stationed in Sakura country? The head of the branch family nodded stiffly. The opponent was stronger than him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Just kidding. My ancestors and the Sage of Six Paths together could only seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. This guy broke the seal directly and collected Kagaya Otsutsuki into a small flag. Breaking the seal and putting it into the small flag. The action of the man opposite him was as simple as eating and drinking. He couldn't be offended. Absolutely, he couldn't be offended. In response, Liu Qian nodded with satisfaction, opened the blue portal with a flick of his hand, and walked directly in. But the portal did not disappear. It seemed to have become a portal that could always exist. One by one, fully armed robot warriors lined up and walked in. Liu Qian lay on the lazy chair and thought carefully about what he wanted to do next. There is really nothing going on. This world has also gained a lot of world energy. Find time to wipe out the Otsutsuki clan, and then relax and wait for the 3-year period to pass. Then the god of war returns to the main world. A planet in the universe is now shrouded in black. If you look carefully, where is the black mist? They were clearly ferocious souls or ghosts who were biting the living beings on this planet crazily. The life forms on this planet all have pale skin and have horns. They're the Otsutsuki clan. They may have never dreamed that someone would invade their own planet. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, they're a race that constantly uses sacred trees to plant on alien planets, devour all life, and obtain chakra fruits. They are the end of civilization and the reapers of life, but this time it seems that the roles have been reversed, and they have become the ones being harvested. Liu Qian stood in the universe with a look on his face. Where is the god of Otsutsuki that he promised? Holding the golden human emperor flag in his hand, he checked the memories in the soul that had been torn apart and absorbed by the evil ghost. Oh, I've been thinking for a long time that the god of Otsutsuki is the goal of the Otsutsuki clan. There is no Otsutsuki clan who has become the god of Otsutsuki. Let yourself be happy for nothing. When Liu Qian was a little bored, he noticed something interesting. There was Otsutsuki who could resist. Liu Qian's psychokinesis scanned the planet of the Otsutsuki clan and saw a guy wearing a black robe with 3 eyes who was constantly annihilating the surrounding ghosts. You must know that these fierce ghosts are so fierce under the blessing of the human emperor banner that it would be difficult for the ordinary Otsutsuki clan to deal with each one. Not to mention that these huge pieces were torn to pieces before they were ready to resist. But this guy can actually resist and defeat monsters easily. In the soul memory of the Otsutsuki clan, he seems to be the strongest person in the Otsutsuki clan, and in fact, he is the person closest to the realm of the god of Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki Shibaju. Wait, damn it. This person actually killed my devil. Bah, heroic spirit. How brave. You have a way to die. Your eyes are so amazing. You have 3 eyes, bah. Liu Qian felt a little distressed and asked Li Gui to stay away from this guy. He opened the teleportation gate and teleported in front of him. Otsutsuki Shibaju looked at the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him. If he guessed correctly, he was the mastermind behind the attack on the Otsutsuki clan's planet. He is a strong man that I have never seen before, and he is not from the Otsutsuki clan. Interesting. He felt the desire to fight well up in him. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Liu Qian looked at Otsutsuki Shiba in front of him. One of his eyes was white, and the other was almost black. The one in the center of the forehead is the Samsara eye. He is looking at himself with a fiery look, which feels weird. The two looked at each other, and a big battle was about to begin. Suddenly, Liu Qian said, "Wait a minute." Otsutsuki Shibaju was stunned. Why do we have to mouth escape each other before fighting? That's right. The strong ones must at least tell each other their names. With a swipe sound, a long sword passed through Otsutsuki Shiba's left chest, and with another hesitation, it penetrated the right side. Several more times, wait. The long sword swished and directly tied Otsutsuki Shirju into an ant's nest. His proud and strong body was like tofu. Otsutsuki Shibaju looked in disbelief. You are playing dirty tricks, and what kind of bad name did you give your own sword? TCH, this is what I call stability. Liu Qian shrugged. Who makes you so outrageous in the memories of the Otsutsuki clan? His ability is actually omnipotent and can manifest anything and turn his thoughts into reality. What a humanoid reality gem. What a pity. You will be dead before you can use your ability. Otsutsuki Shibaju closed his eyes unwillingly. The strong man in front of him didn't talk about martial ethics, but it didn't matter. He wanted to transcend the boundaries between life and death and transcend dimensions. There is no longer any need to rely on a container for reincarnation, and you can even abandon your own body. In other words, the strength of my soul body has not weakened at all. My body is like an ant's nest, so tattered that I can only throw it away. Then Liu Qian stretched out a hand, and black flames emerged and burned onto his body. Let his body be cremated directly. And then Liu Qian activated psychokinesis with all his strength, compressed it, and then blasted it out, directly attacking his soul. In a matter of seconds, he waved the Emperor's flag and absorbed the soul, shrouding Otsutsuki Shirbai, who was compressed by psychokinesis and stiffened his soul body. Destroy the body and cremate it. Then use hard control and finish with the human Emperor's flag. Otsutsuki Shibaju watched in frustration as he was absorbed by the Renhuang banner, and then gradually lost his consciousness. He understood that he had been refined. Damn it! Are you a devil? Without saying a word, it's just a set of small combos, without even a backswing. Can you follow the routine and play the cards? Liu Qian held the human Emperor flag in his hand, smiled arrogantly, and used small combos without backup moves. I have thought about many combos many times, but I just don't have the right opportunity to use them, so it's great to use them now. Moreover, the human Emperor's flag, which refined his soul, is qualified to be used as his own weapon. Kill two birds with one stone. I am very happy today. An hour later, the fierce ghosts of the human Emperor banner wiped out all the Otsutsuki clan on the planet, leaving no one behind to be silenced. All the belongings of the Otsutsuki clan on the planet are also included in the small world. However, there should be some Otsutsuki clan who have gone to alien planets to complete missions or plant sacred trees. Just ignore them and catch them one by one. That would be a lot of trouble. Liu Qian waved his sleeves and took away not a single cloud, but the planet in the universe gradually fell into deathly silence. Another hour later, Liu Qian's figure reappeared near the planet. There really isn't anything that has slipped through the net, so that's good. Let's go. Otsutsuki Shibaju's strength showed the potential of the Otsutsuki clan, and Liu Qian felt that he had to be more steady. Apart from anything else, what if another member of the Otsutsuki clan with such strength appears and hates himself for not being in this world, so he can defeat the ninja world in seconds? I have spent so much effort on building a steel empire as big as mine, so thank you, little sunspot. Liu Qian thought carefully, stretched out his hands, and struck directly. Collapsed star roaring cannon. Black flames wrapped around the psychokinesis cannon, and a modified version of the Star Collapse roaring cannon fell directly on the planet. With a bang, the planet was directly blown into pieces, and those pieces were still being burned by black flames and gradually disappeared. There was not even a scum left on the entire planet. Liu Qian nodded with satisfaction, and now he was stable, ensuring that nothing had slipped through the net. Now Liu Qian really left, not bringing him back to check. The following days passed day by day, and Liu Qian completely relaxed. There was still more than half a year left, so he treated it as a vacation for himself. Although it was quite relaxing at first, every day was no different from a vacation. Of course, when I got tired of playing, I relied on the memory of the souls of the Otsutsuki clan and the Renhuang banner to search for life planets one by one. Each of the living planets in this world has its corresponding Pure Land. After Liu Qian went to each place, he first experienced the customs and customs. Of course, if you look weird, you don't need to experience the local customs. Then use the space ability to enter the Pure Land and absorb all the souls inside. This world directly fattens the Renhuang banner. Under the leadership of Little Sunspot, the ninja world has also developed very rapidly. All the technological trees that need to be climbed are climbed to ensure that they are not crooked. Although on the surface, it is a steady and step-by-step process. In fact, under the leadership of Little Sunspot, the progress is extremely fast. At this time, the ninja world had developed to the point where they were colonizing the solar system by flying spaceships. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon originally had some autonomy, but now they really have none at all. But there are advantages. Doesn't Otsutsuki Tonari have eyes? According to the laws of the Iron Empire, he was also given a loan to buy his electronic prosthetic eyes, which directly gave him eyes. The only price is that you have to work for the Steel Empire and repay the loan. It doesn't need to be long, just a lifetime. You won't have to pay it back in the next life. Otsutsuki Tonari. Today is a good day. Li Yuqian hummed and sang, making Sasuke and Naruto behind him feel anxious. Something is wrong. Only 13 out of 10 are wrong. Today, Li Yuqian suddenly pulled the two of them over and told them to improve their strength, and they probably wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time in the future. Naruto's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately hugged Li Yuqian's thigh. Brother, you died so miserably. Are you going to die? You're still so young, right? Li Yuqian. What happened? He directly gave Naruto an iron fist. What are you thinking about? I want to go to another world. I'm not from this world. Are you weird? Really? Then are you coming back? Naruto showed clear and stupid eyes after being punched. Li Yuqian just punched him on the head. Nonsense. I will definitely come, but I won't stay in a Naruto world every day like this time. Oh, Naruto looked regretful. Li Yuqian, why do you have regrets? Sasuke didn't say anything on the side, but Li Yuqian suddenly appeared, along with these strange knowledge systems. Most people in a ninja world guessed that he was also a person from outside the world, but unexpectedly, the fact was even more outrageous that he was actually a person from outside the world. Suddenly, the 3-year period has arrived, and Li Yuqian felt a kind of restraint disappear. Then a huge body of consciousness gathered in front of Li Yuqian. This was the consciousness of the Naruto world. His tone was serious and businesslike. You want to apply for permanent residency, right? Well, you can just buy it with the world's energy. Li Yuqian, jia. A bad thought came to the world's consciousness, and a stream of information continued to come, but the tone became much more cautious. You want to buy it with the world's energy, right? Jia. The consciousness of the world was dripping with sweat, ready to kick Li Yuqian out of the world. The world's consciousness rejected Li Yuqian. 3 minutes later, Li Yuqian was still standing intact. Half price is fine. World consciousness looked at Li Yuqian's expression and sincerely offered a half-price discount. Then seeing that Li Yuqian still didn't respond, he turned around and ran away, his consciousness gradually dissipating to the whole world. A big hand seemed to be grabbing the throat of the world's consciousness and destiny. Li Yuqian pulled hard and pulled out a brain that looked like a ball of light, but actually looked a bit like a brain made of light. Half price? Half price is also very expensive. Is your permanent residence made of gold or silver? Okay, let me give you a nice word. Can I have S*X for free? The consciousness of the world took a breath of cold air. He was still so confident in having PR*SD*** youth for free. How could he bear it if the consciousness of the world could bear it? Okay, let go first. I won't let you go. You first draw up a contract and give me permanent residency for free. It's the kind of voluntary gift. Li Yuqian is a fierce and evil person, and his main character is shameless. Under the threat of the vicious Li Yuqian's fist, Naruto World Consciousness completed the contract with a sad face, then turned around and ran away. A person who didn't know anything like that would think Li Yuqian had done something to him. Li Yuqian whistled and felt his connection with the world of Naruto. He felt happy and saved a lot of world energy. It should be said or not, but there are some things in the heavens and worlds that are quite bizarre. For example, the system's time travel card, the contract signed between oneself and the world consciousness and the system. They're all protected by an invisible force, like a rule. Even if Li Yuqian is very strong now, there are still many loopholes to take advantage of. There's no way to truly break the contract or return to the main world without waiting for 3 years when traveling across the world. Originally, I could stay for 3 years to protect myself, but now it's affecting me a bit. But if you give up, you will gain. Li Yuqian shrugged, then gave Sasuke and Naruto a loving iron fist behind him, then waved his hand and disappeared. Naruto and Sasuke, who stayed where they were, looked at each other. After a long time, Sasuke said in a faint tone, "So you pulled us here just to punch us both before leaving? Brother, it shouldn't be so boring, right?" Naruto said without any confidence in his tone. "Marvel, Liu Qian am back." Liu Qian looked at the familiar flat floor and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At the same time, the familiar body and the feeling of enhanced purification came to his heart, and Liu Qian felt that he was really getting stronger. In the current Marvel world, except for OAA, I am not afraid of anyone. So arrogant. OAA, he is the supreme being in the Marvel Universe, the creator of the Marvel Almighty Universe, the master of the Court of Life, the omnipotent and almighty Lord of Creator, and the God of all things. No time or space is meaningful to OAA. OAA transcends everything in the Marvel Omniverse. In theory, OAA can control everything in the Marvel Omniverse. In other words, he is the world consciousness complex of all Marvel worlds, the apex of the Marvel world. Liu Qian beats the world consciousness of a world as easily as beating a dog. But Liu Qian was not very confident in dealing with countless world-conscious OAAs in the Marvel world. Of course, he had a hunch in his heart that he would not be able to defeat them. OAA can't kill itself. Then you can continue to wander. Jia. But we still need to be careful. So the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Liu Qian opened the portal and walked directly in, aiming for the Sea View Villa. The lie was to look at his bad friend Tony, but the truth was to eat and drink like a bad friend. Whether I should say it or not, or if I have the quality, I can use the portal instead of going directly to the Seaview Villa. Unlike some superheroes and agents, normal people don't even use the door, but use the window every day. Black braised egg. Stop scolding, stop scolding. When Liu Qian was about to kick open the door, he saw a motorcycle parked at the door of the villa, which was quite cool. The golden red spray paint clearly belonged to Tony, and it seemed that he happened to be at home. Liu Qian looked left and right, whistled, and then pulled out the brake cable of the motorcycle. After a while, fool him and let him drive this motorcycle. When the time comes, he won't be able to stop. He will take a few pictures of that frightened expression and then save him. A Guang, a good host, but now he is becoming more and more perverted. Liu Qian, there is no way. Now my mind is filled with the desire to have fun. Liu Qian feels that he is becoming more and more rational now, or that he is in a similar state to Saitama, so it is difficult to comment. In order to avoid becoming a salty-faced person, Liu Qian is ready to have fun and activate his emotions. The first person to bear the brunt is his good friend Tony, and there was something good to tell him. Liu Qian felt that with his own strength and time ability, he might be able to resurrect Tony's parents. When I first started activating the time ability, I felt that there would be problems if time and space were reversed to resurrect people, so I never mentioned it to Tony. Now that you are strong enough, give him a surprise. Liu Qian whistled and kicked open the door and walked in. As expected, Tony happened to be at home, and Captain America is also there, which makes Liu Qian a little surprised. Although he has been in the Naruto world for 3 years, Marvel has only been in it for 3 months. Originally, Tony's attitude towards Captain America was not very good because of Bucky's incident. What's wrong? Now he's cleared up the past. Oh shit, you also know that when you come back, there will be no place for you in the Justice League. You're a hands-off shopkeeper who doesn't know where to go every day. When Tony saw Liu Qian, he complained bitterly. It was clear that he had discussed organizing and building the Justice League together. On the other hand, he disappeared from time to time and had to handle everything by himself. Tony felt like a tool. Obviously, I used to be a hands-off shopkeeper. In addition to doing research and development, there were people who handled most of the things for me. Now I'm fine. I work as a superhero during the day, and at night, I have to continue doing research and development and deal with the Justice League from time to time. The number of parties held has decreased in the past few years, but damn, Liu Qian is still fooling around outside. Yes, he must be fooling around. Liu Qian was doing a lot of mischief every day. Even if he disappeared, he definitely didn't do anything serious. Liu Qian, he slandered me, He slandered me. I completed the system task. Li Yuqian watched Tony rushing towards him with his teeth and claws bared, and quickly psychokinesis levitated him into the air. As a result, Tony gritted his teeth and faced himself, swimming directly in the air. No, nothing big happened on Earth. I just disappeared for 3 months. Li Yuqian decisively stayed away from the arrogant Tony, and then the more he talked, the more he felt guilty. Tony was convinced. He has been disappearing for several months in a row. If you have money, what Tony said makes sense. I've been working a lot during this time. Should I say it or not? Now that the scope of the Justice League is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more things going on, I already feel that Tony is going to be bald. However, Tony shouldn't be so angry. Middle-aged men have to go through this kind of thing. No, it won't work at your place, right? That's right. You haven't held many parties these days. Captain America winked and spoke, making Tony look shocked. Any middle-aged man can experience this kind of thing, so why not? Can a man say that he is not good at it? There are not many rectangular parties, not because there are many things to do, so don't say such ambiguous words. We all understand. Li Yuqian immediately colluded with Captain America. Tony, I feel like I shouldn't be here. I should be under the car. The bad friends hadn't seen each other for a long time. They exchanged insults, had dinner, and drank wine together. As soon as they finished eating, Captain America was anxious to leave, saying that he was stupid and had something to talk to him about. Li Yuqian also planned to do some digestion exercise and take a walk after meals. I suddenly thought of the motorcycle at the door. He started to get angry. By the way, Tony, why are you still driving a motorcycle? Why are you bankrupt? You can't afford to drive a sports car, but that motorcycle looks handsome and high-tech. Have you modified it? Motorcycle? What motorcycle? Tony and Li Yuqian stared at each other in silence for a while. Then there was a bang outside, accompanied by Captain America's screams. Li Yuqian coughed slightly and said, "Isn't the motorcycle outside the door yours? It's such a cool color scheme of gold and red, but it's not yours. Is that Rogers's, or is it alien technology? Last time he fought against an evil organization and robbed it from inside. What did you do?" Tony looked like he had done something wrong, and Li Yuqian was sweating. The two rushed out quickly, and then walked 2 kilometers along the road before they saw Captain America lying on the ground. It looked like he had been knocked unconscious from a heavy fall, and the motorcycle beside him flew far away. Fortunately, Captain America is thick-skinned and has excellent physical fitness, but he just fainted. Tony looked at Li Yuqian, who pretended to be dumbfounded, then pulled Captain America up and put him into a guest room in the Ocean View Villa. Tony summoned the Iron Suit and prepared to let the Iron Suit take the motorcycle back. Captain America liked this motorcycle very much, so it was probably going to be a good show. Li Yuqian pointed out a white ball of light, which merged into Captain America's body. Captain America jumped straight up and stood up. Then he looked around with a vigilant look and found that there was no danger around him. Captain America showed a confused face. What just happened? I remember my motorcycle couldn't stop no matter how hard I braked. Although I like to turn the accelerator all the way every time, it doesn't mean I can't brake. And the brakes don't work at all. Li Yuqian was about to speak and admit that he did it. Then he saw that Captain America couldn't hold it in any longer. Damn it. It's not Tony, is it? He's born. Just because the motorcycle is in gold and red and looks so cool and handsome, you are jealous of me. It's not him. He and I rescued you just now. He was also quite surprised. Li Yuqian adheres to the concept of shamelessness and is ready to pretend to be innocent, but the little conscience he has makes him stand up and reluctantly prepare to give Tony the blame. I know, it must be Nick Fury, that idiot. His previous nickname was Captain Fury, and he beat up Captain American Wolf Warriors 10 times. You silly idiot, you have been coveting my motorcycle before, but you actually did this to my motorcycle. My F***K. Next time I see him, I must empty the magazine. When the little falcon is not paying attention, I peel off his skin, then peel it off, wrap it in a black braised egg, and beat him to death with a baseball bat. Hone crap. You really think Captain America, is easy to bully. If you dare to harm me, harm me. I will let them fly. F***K. Falcon, Me? Liu Qian took a deep breath and exhaled. A native of the motherland has a nervous face. Oh, what you said is quite vivid, but not really, not really. Captain America's speech is now becoming more and more ferocious, telegraphed, and refined. Although he likes to talk a lot and can't really do it, it sounds silly, and this description is weird. Liu Qian was already sweating profusely and began to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. At this time, Tony walked in and said as he came in, "If you have money, do you know how miserable that motorcycle is? It's almost scrapped." Originally, the core inside had some alien technology, and the main motorcycle frame on the outside was made from Earth. It was inherently unstable. Now it's better, it's all scrapped. Black braised egg, I'm going to F***KU. I'm going to kill you. I'll beat you from a one-eyed dragon to a blind dragon. Captain America ran out, apparently looking for his beloved motorcycle. That tone and movement made Tony stunned for a moment, and then Tony looked at Liu Qian and then showed an evil smile. Liu Qian felt very excited when he saw it. Sigma, surprised face, winky face. Liu Qian quickly covered his mouth. "If you are a brother, don't expose me and let Black Braised Egg take the blame. Anyway, I'm going to give Captain America a better motorcycle. Don't worry, it's definitely a high-end one. I'll give him the magic modifications myself." After Tony broke away, he looked at the captain who was sending telegrams continuously and sighed. "You have quite a vocabulary." Then he turned to look at Liu Qian. "You don't want Rogers to know that you did this, right? Stop, stop. You Iron Man who came from a good place to live a good life. Calm down." Liu Qian had a dark look on his face. "Who taught you these words?" Okay, I'll give you the benefits later. I promise." The simple expression on Liu Qian's face made Tony suspicious. He wanted to use this as an excuse to get him to work, but this guy agreed so easily. "Is there any good thing that can impress me? There are problems." Liu Qian said directly. "Resurrection of your parents. Tell me if I can impress you." Tony's expression immediately changed. "Truth. The truth is true." Liu Qian nodded, and then he saw Tony shouting directly. "Rogers, it was that ****ch Nick Fury who did it." Liu Qian, "Sorry, Nick Fury. This blame is a bit big. Please bear it." Liu Qian walked out with a smile and saw Captain America holding his motorcycle and howling. "My motorcycle. You died so miserably." Nick Fury ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* asterisk asterisk. Stop, stop, don't send the telegram. I've repaired this motorcycle, and I'll also help you make magic modifications to make it fly into the sky and escape the earth. Not to mention becoming a horse of light and shadow. That would be at least 10 times better than now. Thank you very much. My friend is rich. Captain America immediately changed his face, showing off his emotions as he pleased. However, Captain America still cursed. I'm going to make trouble for Black Braised Egg right now. I'll avenge today's revenge today. Let's see if I don't beat him into a farm tool. As he said that, he asked Tony for a car and drove towards the place where Nick Fury often hangs out. It seemed that the Black Braised Eggs were going to be beaten today. Captain America is so reckless now. Li Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Captain America driving away in his car. When he turned around, he saw Tony staring at him. The kind where your eyes move as you move. Resurrection your parents now. Don't look at me like that, okay? Do you have any relics of your parents at home? Show them to me. Tony's eyes were a little excited, but after hesitating for a while, he said slowly, resurrection or something, what consequences will it have? Please tell me clearly first. Tony has never had the luxury of being resurrected. How can people be resurrected if they are already dead? Suddenly, it appeared in front of me. It's very unscientific to think about it. However, this friend of mine is not scientific to begin with. It is normal for him to be able to achieve such an unscientific thing like resurrection. But as he was afraid of any hidden dangers in this resurrection, Tony felt that he still had to ask clearly. This was his responsibility as a true superhero. Li Yuqian shook his head. Can you stop being so righteous and awe-inspiring? It makes me and you a little out of tune. It's true. Don't worry, if I take action, will there be any problems? Okay. Tony thought for a while, then walked back to her room and took out some of his parents' clothes. Li Yuqian nodded, took the clothes, and his body began to emit green light, except for the top of his head. The top of your head must not emit green light. With these clothes as anchors, the scenes around Li Yuqian are constantly changing. Tomorrow, suddenly 2 people wearing corresponding clothes appeared, Tony's parents. Li Yuqian stretched out his hand directly, and 2 white light balls appeared and submerged into their bodies. If they hadn't seen Guanxiu and Li Yuqian, they would have been minding their own business. The scenes around Li Yuqian began to change again, and then gradually returned to normal. Tony walked over anxiously and looked around. Did it succeed? Aren't you still worried about me taking action? Don't worry, it's steady. Now you hurry up and dig your parents' graves. If you wait a little longer, I'm afraid your parents will suffocate to death in their graves. Li Yuqian said the words in a calm tone that shocked Tony. Honey crab. After Tony finished speaking, he quickly put on the steel suit, then directly hit the ceiling and flew towards his parents' grave. Li Yuqian looked at the ceiling, which had a big hole in it, and shook his head. I just said these guys don't like to go through the main entrance. He had just used the time ability to use the clothing anchor to return to a time segment when they were wearing clothes, and then put his own power into their bodies. When they're in mortal danger in the future, the 2 of them will enter a state of suspended animation, and that power will repair them and maintain their physical condition until today. Li Yuqian calculated it carefully and found that it was just right. Why was the time limit so tight? Just kidding, go to the bar on a bicycle and save the money. Li Yuqian felt that this kind of rescue method was the least likely to cause accidents. He didn't want to cause a bigger mess just because he was saving Tony's parents. While Li Yuqian was observing Tony rescue his parents and hugging them together and crying with joy, little Sunspot suddenly sent him a message. What ruined the atmosphere was that even though I was using psychokinesis remotely, I watched the touching scene of Tony and his parents embracing. Li Yuqian took a closer look and immediately became happy. It read, "The power gem has found the corresponding location." And there is also the corresponding position of the power gem at the back. Now, except for the soul, power, and time that are not in his hands, the other infinite gems are all in his hands. As for time, he agreed to give it to the next Supreme Mage. Li Yuqian is not going to be a swindler. If he has time, he's going to visit other Marvel parallel worlds. He directly robbed the unfamiliar Supreme Mage and snatched his time stone. Anyway, after the ability is activated, the Infinity Stones have only commemorative value to you, so you just have to collect them all. The locations of the Soul Gem and Power Gem were not yet clear, so I asked Sunspot to send people to search for them. It just so happens that little Sunspot manages the Chitauri fleet, and after continuous development and technological upgrades in the universe, he is now very famous. It's just right to give him this task. No, it's very efficient. The location of the Power Gem has been found. Unfortunately, the ones made by Little Sunspot, number 2, and number 3 are not very smart. It's rather dull. What number of Sunspots are allowed to manage the world of Naruto? Forget it, I seem to have forgotten to ask. It doesn't matter, they're all little sunspots anyway. Li Yuqian thought as he opened the blue portal and walked straight in. Originally, the location provided by Sunspot was only the coordinates of a planet, and you had to find a specific location yourself. But this is a small problem. After all, psychokinesis can scan the entire planet at once. However, it seems that there is no need to scan now. Li Yuqian looked at the scene in front of him and felt inexplicably embarrassed for others. Hey, I saw a guy wearing leather clothes and looking like an earthling, holding an alien creature that looked like a lizard and partly like a mouse in his hand. He turned on the mic passionately, singing and dancing at the same time. The most outrageous thing was that he was wearing something similar to headphones, and the sound was not broadcast outside. In Li Yuqian's eyes, he saw this guy holding an alien creature, singing and dancing by himself, and the symptom of not being embarrassed for others happened again. Such a ridiculous guy. Li Yuqian knew who he was even with his eyes closed. Isn't this Star-Lord? You are indeed a fool. Hey, look at the road, you bumped into me. Li Yuqian was quite speechless. and Star-Lord was so immersed in singing that he almost bumped into himself. This voice startled Star-Lord, and he subconsciously took out 2 elemental guns. Then he looked up and was shocked. "Oh, Mag, you look like a Missourian." "Liu Qian. You mean Earthlings?" "No, I'm talking about our appearance. I'm from Missouri. You may not have heard of it, but it's a very blue planet." Star-Lord was referring to himself and Liu Qian. "Silly, Missouri is on Earth." Liu Qian was shocked that Star-Lord didn't even know the name of his home planet. That's outrageous. What content about the Earth is left in his mind? Are these awkward dances all he has left? Star-Lord scratched his head. "Really? By the way, why are you here? Now the Earth is capable of space navigation. I remember that the Earth was very backward. Could it be that you, like me, were abducted by aliens? How about you recognize me as the boss?" Stop. Don't be so enthusiastic. First, I was not abducted by aliens. I came here to find the infinite stones, and you are more like my little brother." Liu Qian raised his head confidently. Star-Lord was not happy. "Since you were not abducted, then you're also living in the universe, right? Let me tell you, my full name is Peter Jason Quill." Then, Star-Lord raised his head confidently, as if he was famous. Liu Qian was happy. "I've never heard of it." What about my nickname Star-Lord? Legendary Thief. Have you never heard of it?" Star-Lord felt that the fellow in front of him was a little out of character. Liu Qian continued to shake his head. In an instant, Star-Lord felt that he had suffered a heavy blow, and his face fell, but his mouth remained firm. "Then it must be that you haven't stayed in the universe long enough. If you stay too long, who doesn't know my name? Star-Lord. I'm super brave. Let me tell you, even predators can give me face in the universe." Liu Qian had a look of disbelief, which made Star-Lord scratch his head. "You probably came to the universe by accident. How can there be any infinity stones on this planet?" "Oh, the infinity stone I'm looking for is now called the Cosmic Spirit Ball," Liu Qian said lightly, leaving Star-Lord stunned. Star-Lord had a smile on his face, and then he took out something from his back. "I'm sorry, fellow. I want the Cosmic Spirit Ball first." "Don't worry. I'll trap you first and let you go when I leave. Don't blame me. If you do, blame them for giving you too much." The next second, he saw the fellow in front of him suddenly stretched out his hand and then made a bang. After the two of them walked for a while, a stone palace they encountered disappeared and was completely smashed to pieces by Liu Qian using the psychokinesis compression cannon. Only the Cosmic Spirit Ball, wrapped in special instruments, was left in the center of the palace. Liu Qian hooked his finger, and the Cosmic Spirit Ball and the instrument flew out directly into his hand. Then he waited, looked at it a few times, and nodded with satisfaction. After doing all this, he turned to look at Star-Lord. "What's wrong? You have something to say." Star-Lord looked at the canyon that appeared in front of him, then at Liu Qian, and said with a serious expression, "Are you really from Earth?" "Nonsense. If I weren't from Earth, I would have killed you as soon as you showed up." Liu Qian glanced at Star-Lord's hand behind his back. "What do you want to hold in your hand?" "Oh, my back is itchy. My back is itchy. By the way, brother, you see, I am also from Earth. Can I become as strong as you?" Star-Lord immediately lowered his head at a 45-degree angle, rubbed his hands, and said with confusion in his eyes, "In my childhood memories, you didn't tell me that the people on Earth were so strong. Could it be that the people on Earth still have the strongest fighting race in the universe?" Liu Qian looked at Star-Lord, who directly called him eldest brother, and said in a faint tone, "Actually, I still like you more. How you look like Jackson just now." "Okay, I'm special, but people on Earth do have ways to become stronger. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. If you really can't be a debtor, you can borrow some energy from Latitude Mephisto. It's so much worse than my strength." Liu Qian made a gesture of pain for losing the Country H market, pinched it with 2 fingers, and then added, "Yes, it's just that much different, but it contains a galaxy." After hearing this, Star-Lord was a little confused. The poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. Is it so standardized back home to become stronger? He shook his head and moved closer to Liu Qian. Actually, to be honest with you, I came to this planet to find the cosmic spirit ball. Of course, I'm afraid everyone who comes to this planet has this purpose. After all, except for the cosmic spirit ball, which is worth some money and is said to be a treasure, this broken planet is all stones. I have a way to sell it for a good price. How about you give me the cosmic spirit ball, and we can split it 30 to 70 and pay 30%. Star-Lord looked at the cosmic spirit ball in Li Yuqian's hand, and his heart was bleeding. There was a huge reward for this thing. I hope that the guy in front of me is just powerful and has never been around in the universe. He can be fooled by me and make a lot of money for him. Of course, as a fellow countryman, I will give him 10% when the time comes. I don't sell, I collect. Li Yuqian shattered Star-Lord's dream with one sentence. Since you call me Big Brother, I won't bully you. If you have anything to do in the future, you can go to the Chitauri and tell me my name. Maybe I can help you. Li Yuqian squeezed the cosmic spirit ball with one hand and took out the purple power gem inside. Finally, with a slight click, various enhanced abilities begin to appear, which is a bit useless. Li Yuqian put the power gem behind his back and let it enter the small world. Star-Lord on the side was stunned. Chitauri? Those people were originally the subordinates of the cosmic tyrant Thanos. They were famous for being unafraid of death, and they became even more famous during this period because they seemed to have betrayed Thanos, defected to another strong man, and transformed themselves in a short period of time. Now they're not only fierce and fearless, but also extremely powerful individually. Each one of them is an elite warrior and a new hegemonic force in the universe. Damn it, it seems like the scammer has tricked a really great guy. But wait a minute, haven't you had time to fool me yet? No, what kind of deception? I don't have this idea at all. Okay. Star-Lord took a deep breath, looked at the canyon in front of him, and asked tentatively, "Are you the new master of the Chitauri?" "That's right. Judging from your appearance, the group of cannon fodder I have under my command are quite famous in the universe." From Star-Lord's reaction, Li Yuqian saw that little Sunspot was leading the Chitauri in the universe and had gained some fame. But it's normal. Little Sunspot cooperates with those Chitauri and keeps attacking. It's just a mechanical natural disaster, right? Star-Lord's brain was working rapidly, and his little heart was beating wildly. A person of this level actually became a brother to me, as expected of me. Star-Lord. At this time, footsteps came from behind, and a group of alien warriors wearing black armor and holding energy weapons rushed in. The leader was not wearing a helmet, his head was exposed, and he looked exactly like the black man. Li Yuqian immediately started whispering to Star-Lord, "Why do aliens look so much like black people on Earth?" "You think it looks like it, too? I've encountered this race before. At first glance, I thought it was an Earthling, but it's not. Look at his blue eyes. These aliens are more or less different from us." Star-Lord echoed. "Black armor team. Hey, we are carrying weapons. Can you please stop ignoring us? That's enough. Who are you? Where's the cosmic spirit ball? Shouldn't there be a palace here?" The black man at the head held up the energy gun and spoke loudly. It was as if he wanted the two guys in front of him to respect himself and the soldiers following him. Li Yuqian knew the identities of these guys. They were subordinates of Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire. He stretched out his hand directly, preparing to eliminate several people on the other side. At this time, Star-Lord stood up and patted his chest very confidently. "Brother, you don't need to take action. As long as I tell you my name, no one will give me any favors. The cheap big brother I just recognized has an extraordinary status, so I have to build a good relationship with him." Star-Lord looked at the leading black man with confident eyes. "My name is Star-Lord." Black man, "Who?" "Star-Lord, a legendary thief. No, everyone behind you. Haven't you heard of him?" Star-Lord was a little overwhelmed. Why didn't anyone know him? Could it be that he had been so successful for so many years and failed so badly? Although he was very defensive, Xingjue still said harshly, "Brother, he is bullying your younger brother. Please slap him to death." "You're miserable. I'm telling you, my eldest brother just waved his hand and created a canyon. Did you see that?" Star-Lord directly pretended to be a tiger, held his head high, and pointed at the canyon that Li Yuqian knocked out. It's so funny that you don't know me yet, and I don't want to know you yet. You are really pretending. The leading black man looked at Star-Lord, who was so confident. Although this man was a jerk, he must be so confident that there must be something wrong. He directly picked up the gun and was about to pull the trigger and fire. Then, with a sizzle, an invisible force restrained him, including the soldiers behind him. Black flames burned and engulfed everyone. In just a few seconds, the group of people disappeared and turned into ashes. Star-Lord swallowed when he saw this scene. Fortunately, he didn't do anything just now. Otherwise, he would have been cremated directly, and he wouldn't even have to dig a hole when he died. There was another noisy sound, and Li Yuqian frowned. Why did someone come to die? Star-Lord took a closer look and saw the person coming from a distance. He was almost frightened to death and quickly stood in front of Li Yuqian. Misunderstanding, we are on our own. After saying that, Star-Lord went straight up and came to a group of people. There were all kinds of people in that bunch, including blue-skinned people, people who looked like Earthlings, and all kinds of aliens. The leader has blue skin and a red lens on the top of his head. He is Yondu, Star-Lord's adoptive father. Where is the planet in the universe? Where is the palace? Why are you blinking your eyes? Are your eyes filled with dust? You don't want to eat it all to yourself, do you? Let me tell you, when I picked you up, all my people wanted to eat you, and they have never eaten before. Okay, stop talking. Let me introduce the person next to me. The master of the Chitauri, a super strong man who can knock out a canyon with just one blow. My fellow countrymen. Star-Lord quickly stopped Yondu from speaking, fearing that Yondu would say that his men wanted to eat his flesh, which would arouse Li Yuqian's disgust. Although the people under him are not very good, Yondu, Papa Smuff, although he usually doesn't admire him very much, he still approves of him in his heart. Yondu stared with his big eyes, and his fierce look towards Star-Lord immediately became amiable. He walked up to Li Yuqian and said, I have admired you for a long time. It turns out that you are the new master of the Chitauri. Yondu managed his emotions very well and did not disbelieve what Star-Lord said. If the man in front of him was not strong, Star-Lord would have knocked this guy unconscious, snatched the cosmic spirit ball away, and then escaped. The Predators can't afford to offend such a strong man. The role and influence of a top strong man in Marvel is huge amounts of, not to mention that this strong man has already established a force. Yondu looked at his adopted son, then at Li Yuqian, and then thought about his dream. An idea came to mind, and his eyes gradually became firm. Seeing that Li Yuqian treated Xingjue with a pleasant look and a very good attitude because he was from his hometown. He is a strong man with humanity. Do you want to hang out with him? Take a gamble if the gamble succeeds. When I die, the trumpets of freedom will sound for me, and the glory of the Predator's funeral will shine beside my grave. This is Yondu's obsession. Ever since he did something wrong and was ostracized by the Predators, he has always dreamed of making some achievements. Show it to those Predators. Let those Predators admit themselves. But over the years, Yondu and his men have completed many tasks and done many things. Unfortunately, his previous reputation has become notorious. I was too anxious when I waved my hand, and most of the people under my hand were not good people. Although he is the boss, it is difficult to reverse his reputation under the influence of these subordinates. Originally, he didn't have much hope, but his adopted son was so lucky that he actually recognized a super strong man as his elder brother. This is a huge resource. If you can get on this line, you can follow a hegemon level force and help the Predators get on this line. Maybe after making such a great contribution to the Predators, I can regain the glory of the Predators. Yondu thought as he pulled Star-Lord a little further away, saying that he had something to discuss. Li Yuqian stood there and touched his chin, feeling a little baffled. You two were only a few meters apart, let alone with your own strength. For those of you who have better hearing, your voices can be heard clearly, so what's the point of staying farther away? Sure enough, people who stay with Star-Lord for a long time will gradually be assimilated. At this time, the two were discussing, You brat, Is this person really the master of the Chitauri? Is that reliable? Damn, what are you talking about? Let me help you solve a big problem, okay? If I hadn't stopped him just in time, you would have turned into ashes like the previous group of people. Anyway, I saw him with my own eyes break out of that canyon with one move. Star-Lord looked unhappy. He had saved his life just now. If he had known better, he would not have saved him. At the worst possible outcome, just put a more expensive urn for his ashes. I am such a filial son. This guy is so bad, yet I am so kind to him. Alas, Yondu didn't know that Star-Lord was arranging for him. After struggling for a while, he said deeply, "He accepted you as his younger brother?" "Yes, he is my beloved relative, brother, and he will also be someone who will protect him from now on. I can't walk sideways in this universe." Gia. Look at you. You look so worthless. Yondu looked disgusted, which made Star-Lord a little unhappy. TC, so what? So take me one. Star-Lord. No, I was bragging just now. He didn't deny that he called me Big Brother. You really let me take care of you. Star-Lord thought carefully about the process of contacting the Big Brother. In fact, he had nothing to do with him. The Big Brother and the Little Brother can only be said to be the Big Brother's interest. As a result, this old man has to take care of him by himself. How can he take care of him? With his life? What if this guy is moody and burns himself? Yondu seemed to see what Star-Lord was thinking and said with some disappointment, "You can't do it, can you?" "What? No. How is it possible? Just leave it to me. You can just learn from me later." How could Star-Lord, who has a mouth that is tougher than diamonds, admit that he is not good enough? So, Star-Lord walked up to Li Yuqian with Yondu and said in a low voice, "I have been wandering for half my life, and I have never met my master. Me too. If you don't give up, I'm willing to worship you." Stop. Star-Lord, who did you learn this slogan from? Are you trying to stab me with a halberd? Li Yuqian had a black line on his face. Star-Lord scratched his head and said, "When I was a kid on Earth, I was looking through things at home and read an Oriental novel. There was something said by a man named Lu Bu in it. It sounded interesting to me. So touching. Li Yuqian, then you must not have finished reading." Okay, Yongdu, do you want to follow me?" "Yes, actually just name it. Although you are very low-key, you made the Chitauri betray Thanos and gave the Chitauri a new look. Your strength has increased so much. In fact, in the eyes of the big forces, your reputation has become bigger. Everyone secretly calls you the Lord of Steel because most of your men are cyborgs or robots. Some even say that you are also a robot. I only know your name through my previous connections." Li Yuqian touched his nose. What kind of important nickname is Lord of Steel? He had never heard of Little Sunspot saying it. No, those guys were talking about Little Sunspot, right? It would definitely be interesting if those so-called big forces knew that the Lord of Steel's name was Little Sunspot. Ha. That's okay, but I have a request. First, all your motley crew should be dismissed. Otherwise, if you follow me, I will be embarrassed. Don't worry, I will ask someone to replenish you with robot warriors. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Of course, you can stay if you think any of my subordinates are pretty good, but it's too bad. If you stay, don't get involved. No problem. I promise, no problem. Yondu's face broke with laughter. He didn't ask for much, just a few dozen. The current Chitauri warriors would be enough. Although the current Chitauri warriors are still mass-produced and known for their numbers, they are also terrifyingly powerful. Second, this Star-Lord is quite interesting. Please follow me in the future. That's natural. My men and I are following you, and Star-Lord is naturally among them. Yondu felt that none of these conditions were conditions at all, and any one of them was very easy. Star-Lord on the side was jumping up and down. "No, you said so. I'm just like cargo, you old man." "Aren't you?" Yondu replied simply. Star-Lord was speechless. The old guy was still so venomous. "I'm your son. Adopted son, okay? Okay, you are cruel enough." Star-Lord squatted on the spot and silently broke the defense. Li Yuqian nodded and threw a mobile phone to Xingjue. "I made it specially. This mobile phone can make calls and connect to the internet no matter where you are. It has my number in it. If you need anything, you can call me." This is your benefit as my younger brother, but there is a price for calling me." Then he turned to look at Yondu. "I have informed Little Sunspot, the artificial intelligence that manages the Chitauri, about you. If you go directly to this coordinate, someone will greet you, help you and your men transform it, and equip it with some robots. But everything has a price. In the future, if you complete the task and get something, Little Sunspot will share it. Do you have any objection?" "No objection, no objection." Yondu felt like he was in a dream. It was so simple, and he hugged him. Li Yuqian couldn't help, but shook his head secretly. This was not as good as he thought. "Little Sunspot, I don't know when he started to become a capitalist. Little Sunspot, now if you mess around with me and negotiate with Little Sunspot about your share of profits, you may have to work hard for him until you die. Forget it. Whatever he earns in the end belongs to him anyway." Li Yuqian looked at the giggling Yondu and Star-Lord, feeling inexplicably guilty of bullying a fool. "So, I decided to step away and say, now that the matter is settled, goodbye." As he spoke, a blue portal appeared out of thin air, and Li Yuqian walked directly in and returned to Tony's Ocean View Villa. Just as he closed the portal, Li Yuqian's cell phone rang. He dialed the number and heard Star-Lord's voice. "Holy crap, it really works. Your location is the Earth. Is this thing so useful? Can you make a phone call with me on the Earth?" "Li Yuqian, so why are you calling me?" Let me try this. Will it work?" Star-Lord seemed to realize that there was something wrong with his behavior. Li Yuqian, after being speechless for a while, he hung up the phone. Then, 3 seconds later, the phone rang again. Li Yuqian's fist hardened. "Hey, what's wrong?" "Oh, then if I accept you as my eldest brother, what are you going to do in the future? You don't need me to stock them, but if you call me to help, you have to give me a collection that satisfies me, such as today's Cosmic Spirit Ball." "Oh, that's okay." Bang! The phone hung up, and 3 seconds later, Star-Lord called for the third time. Big brother, what's your name?" "Li Yuqian. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. If you bother me again, I will turn you into an alien lizard. Just the one you were holding before." Li Yuqian hung up the phone directly, with a black look on his face. If he had a problem, he wouldn't talk about it until he left. He would not answer the phone next time until he left. If there is an emergency, I will definitely make a second call and pick up the phone then. Listening to the sudden sound of special achievement punching in his ears, Li Yuqian snapped his fingers and walked towards where he perceived Tony was. Now that I have obtained all the Power Stones, the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy Episode 1 must have changed a lot. It is normal to complete this achievement. Apart from himself, there were only 4 people in the villa at this time, Tony's parents and Tony plus Little Pepper. The Starks planned to conceal their resurrection, on the one hand to avoid some people trouble Li Yuqian, and on the other hand to reduce some trouble for themselves. After all, if some people knew that people could be resurrected after death, they might cause a lot of trouble. Li Yuqian didn't care. Anyway, if he wanted to be resurrected, he would resurrect anyone. If anyone dared to bother him, he would be killed directly. Mr. and Mrs. Stark are preparing for a good trip in the following days. In the past, they were busy with work and never had any leisure time. Now they see that their son's family's property is being handled very well. It's time for them to enjoy themselves. Tony looked at his parents in front of him, who were not much older than him. After learning about their future arrangements, his face was full of sorrow. Okay, you two are true love. It's just unexpected for me. I'm planning to go on a trip as soon as I'm resurrected, and I won't even accompany you. And you two are not in such a state that you can live in old age. Li Yuqian had the power to make them fake death and keep their bodies at that age. So the Starks now look exactly like Tony remembered them when he was 18 years old. Now, when outsiders look at you and his dad, who are you and your son? They all believe that they are brothers. Tony thought for a while and was suddenly transformed by Li Yuqian. His head was spinning, and he made a proposal. "If it's outside, let's have our own opinions. I'll call you Dad at home, but you'll call me brother outside. I'll call you brother." Li Yuqian, did you just say what was in your heart? In order to celebrate the resurrection of Mr. and Mrs. Stark in the villa, Jarvis arranged a variety of delicacies and prepared everything well. After Li Yuqian finished his meal, he decided to go home, found a remote park, and started walking his dog. During this time, he took a few days to rest, wander through the previous worlds, and meet the bad friends in them. I'm speechless, really speechless. Star-Lord raised his middle finger to Yondu and watched him and his men disappear in the spacecraft. Yondu can't wait to join little Sunspot, and the future life of a cow and horse is about to beckon to him. Star-Lord was temporarily busy and had to return to Xander. He just returned to the spaceship and found out that the beautiful woman he had just hooked up with some time ago was still on the spaceship. He had to send her back first. Star-Lord thought for a while, looked at the red-skinned and red-haired alien beauty next to him, and opened his mouth. By the way, you call. My name is Brett, so after a long time of doing this, you can't even remember my name. You scumbag. The red-haired woman directly kicked Star-Lord's little brother. Star-Lord covered his vitals and lay on the ground, feeling it and letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I missed the mark. What do you mean by a scumbag? I want to give love to every alien beauty. Star-Lord looked at the red skin of the beauty in front of him, and next time he looked for a green one as his partner. To be honest, this partner is quite a nice person, and has always been gentle and gentle. It's a pity that the relationship between the two is better called a friend than a partner. The spacecraft arrived at Xander soon, put the red-haired beauty down, and then retreated decisively. He was about to rush to the coordinates that Li Yuqian gave Yondu, although his trusted elder brother did not assign any tasks to him. Theoretically speaking, he has a backer, which is different from Yondu, who directly relies on him. But after Star-Lord heard about those robots and the generous treatment for helping to transform, his heart skipped a beat, thinking that he might be able to get some help by going there. So after sending the red-haired girl off, he hurriedly chased after Yondu. Dang, do you want to go so fast? I'm convinced. Star-Lord cursed. At this time, he didn't know that there were 3 uninvited guests on a spaceship. At this time, in the resting room of the spaceship, a standing and walking little raccoon and a tree man were looking for something inside. They're the future members of the Galaxy Guardians, Rocket and Groot. They just took advantage of Star-Lord to dock at Xander and slipped into the spaceship. I was planning to do it directly, but it turned out that someone was about to fly the spaceship after this thing was delivered, which caught me off guard. But it doesn't matter, get the Cosmic Spirit Ball first. The bounty on this thing is quite high, and the spaceship is not bad. In a short while, I knocked out and tied up the slender-looking guy. This spaceship and the Cosmic Spirit Ball, my rocket wants them all. As a result, a raccoon and a tree man searched for a long time, not to mention the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and even the basketball was not found. The 2 guys were so tired that they just sat down on the bed, ready to rest for a while and go out to look for it. If that didn't work, they tied up the wretched man in a sack and forced him to question him. Star-Lord, how am I so wretched? At this time, the door suddenly opened, and everyone was so frightened that they hid under the bed. A man came in and seemed to be looking for something. Rocket took a closer look and saw that the green-skinned man was not a lewd man. Come on, you won't meet your peers, right? Rocket thought of this, and just as he was about to come out, the door opened again, and a green figure walked in directly. Then Gamora, Rocket, and Groot looked at each other, and the 3 of them felt like they had been caught and are *****D. At this time, Star-Lord's tone was faint, and he couldn't help complaining. That green-skinned little thief, if you want to hide it. Can you go inside a little bit? Your big *** is exposed, but I'm not blind. Damn, it's not 3, why? Are you asking me to fight the landlord? Star-Lord was holding 2 elemental guns and was speechless. He had just set the specific position, automatically navigated, and was about to go back to the room to rest for a while. When I entered the door, I saw half of my body exposed under the bed. The scene was a bit outrageous, and there was a sense of beauty that I was protecting my head but not my buttocks. As soon as he complained, 3 guys jumped out from under the bed. No wonder that guy was only half hidden just now. It's been going on for a long time, and it's packed with people inside, right? Before Star-Lord could complain, suddenly, he and the green-skinned beauty opposite him looked at each other. Star-Lord instantly fidgeted, adjusted his hairstyle, and shook his head coquettishly. This beautiful thief lady, as a gentleman, I don't want to use violence, Gamora raised her leg and gave him a fatal kick. Star-Lord covered his vital part and galloped past with 100,000 grass and mud horses. No, why is my little brother always getting hurt recently? Who is he provoking? Then, before Star-Lord could react, Gamora rushed towards Star-Lord and snatched his satchel. Star-Lord is really confused now. Why did you steal my bag? Hey, Beauty, I don't have any money in this bag. Don't break it. I've been using this bag for so many years that it already has feelings for me. I'm sorry. Who put the cosmic spirit ball in your bag? Gamora tried harder. At this time, Star-Lord had great doubts in his little head. There's a cosmic spirit ball in my bag? Why didn't I know about this? TSH, you still dare to quibble. Let me go. I've checked the entire spaceship. You don't have the cosmic spirit ball. Where is it? Gamora looked disdainful and wanted to fool me. Star-Lord was so angry that he immediately got angry. How is that possible? Then I was controlling the spacecraft just now. Did you search the control room? TCH, I don't know who goes to the toilet 8 times an hour. Gamora's disdainful voice made Star-Lord's face change greatly. Don't slander me. You are slandering me. I really don't have a cosmic spirit ball. I would have given it to someone else. Who believes you? Do you believe it? Groot. Not even Groot believes it. Rocket and Groot also rushed up, and 4 people grabbed a satchel. Needless to say, the quality was really good. But in terms of strength, who can compare to the Tree Man Groot? At this time, Groot was very big, even though he looked dumb. With a bang, Groot grabbed the satchel, and then he looked at the 3 of them blankly, not knowing what to do next. Gamora wanted to rush towards Groot, but Rocket jumped directly into her face, trying to stop her, and then he was bitten by Gamora. No, I haven't bitten anyone, so you still bite me. Is this justified? Rocket looked shocked and was thrown off by Gamora. The last few people saw Groot turning everything out of his backpack. There are all kinds of weird technological products, rockets, and even a mechanical prosthetic eye inside. What's wrong with you being alone? Why are you keeping this thing? It's not missing any eyes. Star-Lord got up angrily, grabbed his satchel back, and put back the things scattered on the ground. These are Havoc's eyes. This was my first prank when I was a child. It was a prop that was used by Loud Den. It's quite commemorative. You actually want to put this thing in your little Kuin bag. Rocket's face was speechless, and his eyes were dirty. So this guy is a pervert. Star-Lord looked shocked. What a little Kuin bag. This is a travel bag. I can't throw it on the ground. Just leave it alone. That's enough. Stop talking. Gamora felt like she was going crazy. What's going on with these guys? Why are they all like me? She took a deep breath. So, where's the cosmic spirit ball? That's right. Rocket agreed directly and then raised a gun. The length of the gun was almost as high as Rocket. The little raccoon that can speak human language is weird enough, and you also hold a gun that is taller than you. I still think a pistol is more suitable for you. Star-Lord complained mercilessly, and Rocket couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to take a gun and blow this guy's head off. What this guy was saying was really dirty. Star-Lord raised his hand with a look of helplessness on his face. Okay. Don't get excited, little raccoon. The cosmic spirit ball is not here with me. That thing is in the hands of my elder brother, Lord of Steel. Do you know? He's the current boss of the Chitauri, the super cool one. Rocket and Gamora looked at each other, then looked at Star-Lord, their eyes full of disbelief. Star-Lord is anxious. What's going on in this world? To tell the truth, no one believes it yet. Don't I look like that? You mean, your eldest brother is the Lord of Steel, and you were just a fool? Gamora's words were a bit heartbreaking, and Star-Lord admitted that he was a bit off guard. What's wrong? Am I too stunted? I can't even consider the Lord of Steel as my eldest brother. The look in the eyes of Rocket and Gamora said it all. Groot on the side shouted, Groot! There's very little information about the Lord of Steel, and only some high-level forces know about it. But Rocket and Gamora are both extraordinary, so there's no need to mention Gamora. She is the adopted daughter of Thanos. She is very interested in the people who stole Thanos' army and got some information. It is normal. Rocket himself is also very successful in the mercenary industry. Coupled with his intelligence, it is normal for him to find some information. Star-Lord directly took out his mobile phone. Holy crap. I'll prove it to you now. Hey, brother, if it's urgent, come over here. Half an hour later, Li Yuqian, after hearing what happened, he took a deep breath and said, So, Star-Lord, you called me over at night because of this? Is it night on Earth now? Star-Lord, who is a sand sculpture, feels a sense of danger inexplicably. Li Yuqian tapped lightly, and the red light rushed towards Star-Lord. Star-Lord instantly turned into a little alien lizard, and his clothes and equipment were scattered on the floor. Keep your memory long. It will return to normal in a day. You two can help take care of it. After saying that, Li Yuqian opened the portal angrily and walked in. I was sleeping soundly, but I was woken up by a phone call. If there's a next time, just block him. Gamora and Rocket nodded quickly. With this weird ability and method of space teleportation, you could tell he was a boss at first sight. In addition, because of Thanos, Gamora vaguely knew that the man in front of her was indeed the Lord of Steel, or the Master of the Lord of Steel. A giant of the Justice League of Earth, a guy called the Ancestor and the Bicycle King by people on Earth. Li Yuqian, you can't live with this nickname, right? Gamora watched Li Yuqian disappear and felt relieved. The power gem was the safest in the hands of such a strong person. He didn't need to worry anymore, but Rocket was unhappy. He didn't make anything on this trip, he was at a huge loss, and he didn't dare to attack this Star-Lord. The guy just now has amazing abilities and is definitely not easy to mess with. Gamora looked at Rocket's crazy look and said directly, Okay, where should we go next? Star Xander. Why is it not the coordinates where this spacecraft is going? Rocket answered casually, but he had already started to operate the spacecraft and was preparing to fly back to Xander. Gamora smiled, feeling that Rocket was smart. Aren't you talking nonsense? Although the strong man is not prepared to pursue our matter. But this is not necessarily the case with this wretched man. We just wanted to steal his things. This guy has a sly look on his face and will definitely hold a grudge, and it will be bad if he gets to someone else's territory. The rocket operation stopped. Oh, it looks like we don't have to go to Xander. What's wrong? Gamora turned around subconsciously and looked outside the spaceship. A black spaceship of huge amounts was floating in front. Ronan, the Accuser's ship Darkstar. You said he's Star-Lord? Ronan pointed at the little alien lizard in front of him, and then at himself. The meaning is obvious. Do you three guys think I'm stupid? Gamora, Rocket, and Groot were all stunned. The three of us really didn't fool you. Just now, the three of them were preparing to return to Xander, then tie up Star-Lord and wait for him to recover to his original state before taking the opportunity to slip away. As a result, they bumped into Ronan's fleet and faced Ronan's dark starship. Star-Lord's spaceship seemed a bit small and was directly captured by the Dark Star, and several people became prisoners. There was really nothing we could do about it. The spaceship met AI around the corner. Just now, the three of them were just complaining about each other, but they just didn't notice Ronan's spaceship. They were all caught off guard and arrested. Then, Ronan brought a few people up and asked them to tell him where the owner of the spaceship was. Have you found the Cosmic Spirit Ball? The three of them pointed decisively at Star-Lord, the little lizard version of Star-Lord in Rocket's hand, but Ronan didn't believe it. Ronan the Accuser, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire, wears black armor, blue skin, and black patterns on his face. With a cold expression on his face, he pointed at Star-Lord and said disdainfully, You said he is the thief named Star-Lord? Interesting. Let him speak and prove his identity. It seems that I am too kind. If you're not honest, I will smash you into pieces. And you, Gamora, traitor, I'll tell Thanos. What a talent Star-Lord is. How could he be exposed in this situation? He pretended to be a lizard, and his movements didn't look like they were pretending to be human, because they were too silly. Ronan is really irritated now. Apart from him, only one group of people has been to the planet where the Cosmic Spirit Ball is located, and that is a group of plunderers. But those predators ran too fast, and only one guy named Star-Lord had ever appeared on Xander. I kept following the clues to find his traces, and finally found his spaceship, but I couldn't find any hair inside. I found a traitor, a talking puppy or fox, a tree man, and, yes, a little lizard. Ronan's face turned dark. Logically speaking, he was just helping Thanos find the Infinity Stones, but in fact he wanted them too, if only he had the power of the Infinity Stones. Who is Thanos? I stepped on the horse and kicked Thanos directly, and Shin beat Captain Marvel. That woman with a chicken feather on her head has been so frightened that she has had a psychological shadow for so many years. Isn't it because of the power of the Infinite Stones that she is so strong? And I can't even imagine that I can get one. Ronan was silly and happy for a while, and then thought that there was no clue at all, not even the thief named Star-Lord. His face fell instantly, and with a wave of his hand, he asked his men to put these 3 guys and the little lizard into the prison together. At least Gamora is still useful. Thanos' adopted daughter has a lot of value even if she betrays her, and she will even send someone to torture her. If you don't trust these people and tell the truth, at least get some useful information. Then, 2 Kree soldiers prepare to take a few people to the place where the spacecraft held people. Even the little lizards were not spared. Several people were ready to say something, such as taking out the identity of the boss and threatening Ronan. But he was just like silly Bai, refusing to listen and waving his hand. We need to send people to suppress them when we get to the place. Star-Lord was speechless. The gap in your iron cage is so big that a little lizard, can come in and out at will. What's the point of locking me in? 2 Kree soldiers. You also know that you're a little lizard. Is it possible that we have to find a special pet cage to lock you up? Damn, with that little salary every day, is it possible that you still expect everything to be covered? This is just a temporary prison with only 1 prisoner in it. Needless to say, this prisoner is a pervert. Rocket complained directly to his face. No, buddy, why don't you even wear a top? The strong man opposite answered casually. Oh, put on your shirt. It hurts. Wait a minute, you little monster who can speak human language. Why am I so incompetent when I meet people? Rocket's face turned green. He had received so many nicknames in just a few days. The strong man looked at Gamora and was stunned. Then he rushed towards her and attacked Gamora. He would be Drax the Destroyer in the future. His strong body was covered with red patterns, and he rushed forward like a human tank. Rocket and Groot rushed over to help Gamora. Now the 3 of them were grasshoppers on a rope, surrounded by Ronan and the Kree. In this situation, they still don't unite, and there are still internal fights. Rocket has given in, and his own Groot is better, although he is a bit stupid. Star-Lord was running around even more. He was now a weak and helpless little alien lizard. If a body as big as a strong man were pressed against him, the food I ate yesterday can be squeezed out. You're crazy. I provoked you. Gamora felt like everything was going wrong these days. He was locked up, and a random prisoner he met was still a lunatic. Drax was desperately held by Groot, and Rocket and Gamora also restrained his arms on the left and right. Of course, the symbolic meaning of the rocket is greater than its actual effect. In fact, the other arm is also held by Groot. Groot! Drax's tone was full of hatred. She is Thanos' adopted daughter. My family was killed by Ronan the Accuser, and the reason he killed was because he was cooperating with Thanos to destroy half of the life on a planet. You are the adopted daughter of Thanos. You also have responsibilities. After Gamora heard this, the strength in her hand gradually weakened, and finally she let go of her hand, her eyes filled with guilt. Drax immediately grabbed Gamora's neck with a big hand. Rocket on the side screamed anxiously. No, what's wrong? You want to commit suicide? We tried our best to help, but you just let go. I was about to fight to the death. Why did your Majesty surrender first? You are simply beating up your teammates. As Rocket said this, he pounced on Drax's head, directly interfering with his line of sight. At the same time, Rocket shouted loudly, "Young guy with all the muscles but no brains, she and Ronan Thanos are no longer on the same team. She betrayed them. Otherwise, why would she be locked up with us?" Drax was stunned when he heard this, and the strength in his hand gradually decreased. Although he was stupid, he was not stupid. Gamora said with some guilt, "I'm sorry. Actually, I'm the same as you. My family also died in Thanos' activities on a planet, destroying half of all life forms." At this moment, Drax finally put down his hand, and Rocket on the side added, "Bullying women is not a skill. We will kill Ronan in a moment. I will take revenge on you." "Well said, you wretched little monster." Drax nodded and looked firmly outside the prison. "Rocket, actually, you don't need to use the second half of the sentence." Then, the three Rockets looked at the weak and helpless little lizard Star-Lord. "Star-Lord, everyone doesn't understand everything." Star-Lord walked out of the prison in a big way. Then he would find an opportunity to steal the keys from the two guards just now. Drax looked confused. "Hey, why is no one paying attention to me? What are you looking at this little lizard for? Can this lizard still steal our keys? Oh my god, this lizard actually stole our keys. This is so weird. This is weirder than a little monster that can speak human language." Rocket expressed that he couldn't bear it anymore, and there was no need to bear it anymore. He sprinted directly with Rocket, jumped on Drax's face, and tried to scratch his face. Gamora took the key wordlessly, opened the door directly, and then punched Rocket Drax, each to tell him to calm down. In this regard, several people escaped in disgust. In this situation, they could not escape. After a few people disappeared, the soldiers would come to check, and they would definitely find out. The current method is to ask Star-Lord to make a call, directly summon the boss, and then launch the unparalleled horizontal push. Everyone agreed, except Drax. At this time, Drax wanted to find his two knives and then stab Ronan to death to avenge his family. The Rockets raised questions about this. If you have the ability to beat Ronan, you won't be imprisoned. Drax was anxious. "I made a mistake. I was seeking revenge from him. There was no news about Ronan, but he seemed to be looking for some thieves to leak information. A friend of mine got the location of the spacecraft from it. After telling me, I rushed over without stopping. As a result, as soon as he sneaked up, he was discovered by a large group of soldiers. He was about to challenge Ronan to a duel, but the soldiers actually asked him to challenge them all. As a result, I failed. Originally, in the plot, Drax was arrested and imprisoned because he beat some people for vandalism on Xandar. But now the appearance of Li Yuqian ruined the plot, and the Kree team, originally led by black people, was completely wiped out. In order to obtain intelligence, Ronan leaked some information, allowing Drax to learn the specific location of Ronan's spaceship. Because of this, Drax avoided being captured by the Nova Corps, but because all he could think about was fighting. After rushing onto the spaceship single-handedly, he was still arrested and thrown into prison. Should I say it or not? All the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy have a strange fate, and it's quite a coincidence. In fact, in the original plot, and now, they all met in prison, full of pure prison style. Fortunately, Drax didn't have any weapons yet, so he was persuaded by several people and prepared to accompany everyone to get his equipment back first. Sometimes a few people sneak out, and Star-Lord is exploring the way in front. As for why, because it is now small and difficult to be found. How could someone bully a weak and pitiful little lizard when they have nothing to do? Hey, there really is. A Kree soldier held the lizard's tail with his fingers and made a big windmill. Fortunately, Gamora and the others took the opportunity to catch him in a corner, tortured him for a while, and obtained the storage room where the equipment was located. Star-Lord was lying on the ground helplessly at this time. He already regretted it. If he had known that he would have found a place to hide with his current body, forget it. If you hang out with a few of them, you will be tricked to death sooner or later and left. The dizziness in Star-Lord's head hadn't gone away yet, and then he saw Rocket's evil eyes continue the old way of attracting attention. Little one, Star-Lord, after I return to my original state, let's see who is taller. The little raccoon is even equipped. There were two Kree soldiers guarding outside the room where the equipment was placed. Suddenly, a lizard jumped out, attracting the attention of one person. Oh shit, bro, you won't believe what I saw. What? Isn't it just a lizard? It's not that strange. Could it be that it's also dancing? Oh shit, she's really dancing. The two Kree soldiers were shocked. A lizard in front of them was dancing like a human, but it was a bit ugly. It's interesting, bro. Catch him and rent him to a circus. I can't even think about how much money he can make for us every day. Great idea, the two Kree soldiers said and rushed towards Star-Lord. Star-Lord used his coquettish position to dodge along the way, but unfortunately the size difference was too big. At this time, Star-Lord's lizard body could not run 10 steps faster than others. With the excited expressions of the two soldiers, the two of them caught Star-Lord. He patted the non-existent dust on his body, stood up, and then saw a green-skinned woman and a bald man in front of him. The two of them smiled, and then each of them gave him a fist as big as a sandbag. The group of people took the keys from their bodies and opened the door of the storage room directly. Then everyone was fully armed and took back all the equipment. Only Star-Lord looked at his body, his clothes, his elemental gun, and so on, and fell into deep thought. Gamora took out a mobile phone from Star-Lord's equipment and said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, now just summon the boss and unlock it." Star-Lord patted his head and quickly moved over. He pressed his fingerprint first, but the unlocking failed. He looked at his paws and his phone, and everyone fell into silence. Gamora silently patted Star-Lord, almost slapping the little lizard, and her body was dizzy. "Don't you remember the password?" Star-Lord was silent, and the lizard's body assumed the posture of a meditator. Serious people, who remembers the password? What password did you change after you got the phone? He seemed to vaguely remember that it would be enough to try a few more times anyway. Rocket on the side looked at his phone curiously. Obviously, this communication equipment looks very backward, but it has an unusual feeling. Groot was standing by, shouting, "Groot, Groot!" This made Star-Lord a little upset and stretched out his paw to make a shushing gesture. Groot became even more anxious. This was the Rocket, and he seemed to have discovered a problem. After looking at the people around him, he slowly asked the question, "Where is Drax?" At this time, Groot said with relief, "Groot, no." He reported it to Ronan. "Hurry up. Why can't you remember your password?" The people around him began to urge him, becoming more and more nervous about this kind of thing. Star-Lord pressed his little paw everywhere, finally opened the phone, and then clicked on the Yochin's number. After a minute, the phone hung up automatically, and everyone looked at each other. Star-Lord was about to fight again and summon the boss, but a figure of huge amounts crashed into everyone. Everyone took a closer look and saw that it was Drax who had been knocked into the air. In the distance, Ronan, wearing black armor and holding a war hammer, was approaching. Drax's strong body knocked everyone off their feet. At this time, Liu Qian was walking his dog. The phone just rang. He said there were enough calls from the wolf, and he would not answer it. Ronan's sledgehammer was so smooth that he hit all the guys who wanted to escape. Gamora, Rocket, Groot, and Drax. The four of them together are no match for Ronan. They could only barely contain it because Rocket was going crazy. If he had known better, he would have secretly found a small spacecraft inside the spaceship to escape after getting the equipment. Why are these guys so much more cheating than the other? Star-Lord dragged his cell phone to a safe corner to fight. If I remembered to destroy his cell phone during the battle, it would be over. Star-Lord swore that he would never make casual phone calls again. "Brother, I was wrong. Woo-woo-woo." Fortunately, Star-Lord was small at this time. Although he was dragging a mobile phone, Ronan was fighting with several people and was not noticed at all. Just when Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief, his body changed instantly, and in an instant, a naked man appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Immediately attracting everyone's attention, Star-Lord smiled sarcastically and said, "Hello, everyone." Damn it. The next second, Ronan hit him with a big hammer. Star-Lord grabbed his phone with one hand, rolled to avoid the attack, and threw himself on his clothes. Ronan was going crazy at this time. Who would have thought that the little lizard was really Star-Lord? The intelligence didn't say that he had this skill. Drax, who had just been knocked to the ground by a hammer, shouted and hit Ronan directly. Rocket complained at the side, "I really don't understand why someone with such a strong body likes to use two small daggers." At this time, when Star-Lord took advantage of the thick-skinned Drax to attack Ronan, he directly performed a 5-second dressing ceremony. Who would have thought that this guy's socks and pants are actually connected together? Star-Lord said that it is warmer this way. At the same time, he made a phone call with one hand and took out the elemental gun with the other hand and shot towards Ronan. After 10 seconds passed, Li Yoqian's voice rang from the phone. "Boy, if you still bother me this time, I will turn you into an alien lizard for the rest of your life." "Brother, I was wrong. I will never bother you this time. Please help me. Star-Lord looked at the war hammer hitting his head and shouted as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. The next second, a blue portal appeared, and a hand stretched out to catch the war hammer swung by Ronan. Li Yuqian walked out casually and looked at the villains who appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1 and Star-Lord's future friends. Oh, there are quite a few people here. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and psychokinesis spurted out, sweeping through all parts of the spacecraft and binding all the enemies. Ronan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Li Yuqian, who appeared as a mysterious Earthling. It's over. There is another Earthling who looks strange and strong, and he almost has a psychological shadow. His body desperately wanted to move, but he couldn't. Ronan regretted it even more, knowing that he shouldn't provoke the people on Earth. It's a pity that it's useless for him to regret it. At most, he can only pay attention to it in his next life. Black flames emerged and began to turn the bound enemies into ashes. At the same time, robots began to appear behind Li Yuqian, and those robots began to take over the spacecraft. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Li Yuqian suddenly said something, which made Star-Lord start to look sad. I take action, but I have to pay a price. Star-Lord, have you decided what to give me? Star-Lord looked at himself, then thought about his savings, and said in a faint tone, even if you sell me, you still can't afford the price of an infinite gem. You bothered me for no reason. You asked me to come here once and pay more twice. Li Yuqian added. Star-Lord looked at Rocket and others around him. Rocket and others decisively turned their heads and whistled. When Li Yuqian saw this, he didn't waste any time. He waved his hand, and when the contract appeared, he said, Here, I'll take action once, and you will work for me for 100 years and twice for 200 years. My dear brother, settle the accounts tomorrow, and little Sunspot will assign you tasks when the time comes. So do your best. Star-Lord's legs are weak. 200 years, no, can I live that long? Li Yuqian seemed to read his thoughts. Don't worry. You can definitely live for 200 years. Your father is not ordinary. You are not a pure-blooded Earthling. You have a special bloodline. Star-Lord. Brother, is it true or not? Sure enough, I am so handsome and handsome. I am definitely not an ordinary person. Then can you find traces of my father? Brother, you are so powerful. Add 100 more years. Li Yuqian clicked on the contract, and the numbers on the contract began to change. Star-Lord's face twitched, but thinking about his biological father, he gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. I sign. Li Yuqian watched Xingju sign the prostitution contract. Bah. The word contract, and nodded with satisfaction. He looked at Star-Lord with a strange look. Let me introduce you to a person first, or a creature. God Ego, he is an underdeveloped god. He only has one brain, but he is not fully developed, but his strength is pretty good. And he also has a dream, which is to rule the universe. But his strength alone is not enough. He needs the heirs who inherit his power to launch a plan with him. That plan allows him to activate the energy seeds left behind by every planet he has visited and turn those energy seeds into a substance to control everything on the planet. He is a very typical villain, and the success rate of his plan is not high. After all, the plan affects so many planets. Even if his ability is weird, as long as he offends someone with a slightly higher level, he will definitely be targeted and killed. Star-Lord nodded. But what does this have to do with his father? Li Yuqian continued to add. The first requirement for implementing this plan is that he cultivates children who can inherit his power. So while traveling throughout the universe, leaving behind energy seeds, he gave birth to children, and when they grew up, he would pay people to bring his children to his own planet. If the children did not inherit his power, he would eat those children. I can make a mountain of the children he ate. Star-Lord looked shocked. There are actually such vicious people in this world. Even if they eat their own children, they eat them so many times. What a beast! Anyone who is his child will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. As Star-Lord was talking, he saw Li Yuqian's strange eyes, and an idea came to his mind. Li Yuqian nodded. Yes, that's what you were thinking. You are his unlucky child. Star-Lord, I have a father who eats children. a mother who died of illness, and an adoptive father who was a robber. I am broken. The surrounding Rockets and Gamora also looked at Star-Lord in shock. This little pervert, wretched man, actually had such a strange life experience. Liu Qian patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. If you mess with me in the future, I won't let him eat you. When my men are tired, they're a little tired, but at least it is safer. Even if you die, I can let you continue to work. Star-Lord, the second half of the sentence doesn't sound like words of comfort. Star-Lord was silent for a while and suddenly asked a question. Have I inherited Ego's bloodline and inherited his power? That's right. That's why you're barely qualified to be my little brother. Otherwise, why would you be my little brother? And with that blood, you can work for me for 300 years. Liu Qian said matter-of-factly, and Star-Lord was silent for a while. Then does my mother's death have anything to do with him? According to Liu Qian, his father was extremely cold-blooded, and he only gave birth to himself to inherit his power. But his mother always loved him so much until she died, and his father, the god named Ego, didn't even go back to see him. Star-Lord now even suspects that his mother's death is also related to her, and why he was not welcomed by relatives other than his mother when he was a child. Just because everyone thinks he is a disaster, his mother has become seriously ill since having him. This was indeed a coincidence, but after hearing about his father's personality today, Star-Lord had a bad idea in his mind. Liu Qian looked at Star-Lord and felt that his intuition was quite accurate. Yes, your mother is just an ordinary human being, and you will definitely die if you marry your father. Kill him for me, no matter how many years I have been working for you. Star-Lord's anger suddenly rushed into his mind. He now only had hatred in his eyes for his unmasked father. Liu Qian just clapped his hands like a panda. Okay, you are worthy of being Star-Lord, the real father killer. The fake Thanos is busy with family planning. The real Thanos is about to kill his father at the first word, and he's the one who makes the whole family filial. Okay, I'll help you once for free, but are you sure? Liu Qian was thinking about the god Ego and inexplicably remembered the god embryo inside the earth. Now he's no longer afraid of the god group. Find a time to humanely destroy that thing, and then destroy it when it is almost mature. When the time comes, the soul will be put into the human emperor banner, and the body will be compressed and stored. As we all know, gods are full of treasures, including bone marrow and brain. They're all good things. Therefore, Liu Qian feels that the god embryo and god ego inside the earth are destined to me. While Liu Qian was thinking, Star-Lord also fell into silence. After a while, he spoke. I'll go check out the situation myself first. If this is really the case, I will avenge my mother no matter what the cost. Okay, think about it and call me. By the way, if you have nothing to do, I will turn you into a little lizard, the permanent version. Liu Qian nodded. Although he was a strong man and there was no need to lie to him, this matter concerned his father. Although he had never met him, it was normal to be cautious. Little Sunspot, the dispatched robot, has completely controlled the entire spacecraft and can operate it directly. At this time, this black spacecraft was flying towards Little Sunspot's base in the universe. Liu Qian had already dealt with the matter as it should be, and stepped away decisively. The people around him were either robots or aliens, and the only woman was a green-skinned person. I didn't like it very much, so I quit. It wasn't fun. In New York, Earth, Liu Qian spent a few days leisurely as a homebody, dealing with Star-Lord's affairs and stretching his muscles. Now he is ready to continue to stay home when he returns. As a result, Psychokinesis scanned New York and found that the Justice League seemed to be holding a team building, and a table of food was set up at the headquarters. Liu Qian decisively chose to join in the fun. Not all people came this time. Only little Spider-Man, Tony, Captain America, and Nick Fury. You didn't even say a word to me when we were having dinner together. Have you forgotten our lost youth? Liu Qian was teasing while feeling that something was not right about the atmosphere. Captain America smiled instantly when he saw Liu Qian. You are here too? That motorcycle you helped me repair last time is really fun to drive now. Well, why don't you look at who I am? Li Yuqian personally modified it, and now he can drive that motorcycle into space. Captain America smiled even more happily and glanced at the black braised egg. Especially the quality, it's really good. A certain black braised egg hit my motorcycle with his car. It crashed several times, but my motorcycle is fine, but his car is broken. Oh, not all of it is broken. Only the air conditioning system is good. Li Yuqian touched his chin and noticed something was wrong. He looked at Nick Fury and immediately realized something was wrong. He is so dark, and he is still wearing sunglasses. Even if he wears sunglasses, where is his beard? No, where are the eyebrows behind his sunglasses? Li Yuqian was stunned. Originally, this guy looked like a black braised egg, but now his whole head was hairless, and he looked more like a black braised egg. Tony and little Spider-Man Parker came over, pulled Li Yuqian aside, and started whispering. Ever since the last motorcycle incident, Captain America and Black Braised Egg had been having S**X. It just started. It was just a verbal argument, nothing more. But it wasn't until yesterday that Captain America sneaked into Nick Fury's office, and while he was taking a nap, he directly shaved off his eyebrows and beard with a razor. The situation became serious. After Fury woke up, the Agent King couldn't suppress his anger. He couldn't bear it for a while, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He took a step back, and the more he thought about it, the more he suffered. Then, Fury drove directly into Captain America's motorcycle. As a result, the motorcycle was fine and his car was completely destroyed. Then they were mercilessly ridiculed by Captain America. Tony and little Spider-Man were trying to make peace today. Li Yuqian felt a cold sweat in his heart. Captain America was quite shady. As for Nick Fury, I was embarrassed to take the blame. The three of them were still whispering crickets in the corner, and they were more enthusiastic about eating melons than the ant at the entrance of the village in the big country in the east. When Captain America looks at Fury now, his nose is not a nose, and his face is not a face. Fury really couldn't stand it anymore. F***K. F***K. I've said it so many times, I really didn't do that motorcycle. Am I so free? I had my eyebrows and beard shaved by you for no reason. So, I'm the victim, okay. Li Yuqian. Indeed. Only the framer knows how unjust the framed person is. Fury didn't want to be carried away by anger, but he did his job well. Originally, I was already very irritable because of the disbandment of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, while I was working hard in my office, I was inexplicably telegraphed by Rogers. I frowned and explained for a long time, which made me so upset that I finally took a nap, and even had my eyebrows and beard cut off secretly. If I can endure it any longer, I will no longer be the king of agents. I will be the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Captain America curled his lips. No. Who else could you be? It's impossible for me to do it myself, except for the fact that the Avengers had a grudge against me before. Who else? Hawkeye, Black Widow, Falcon. If you don't have that much free time, who else can you have besides you? A scheming villain? The last time I saw your account's online name, I knew you were not a good person. Tell me, is there anyone in this world who would cut off the brake line on my motorcycle without any reason? As he spoke, several people present looked at Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian, it seems that everyone has a pretty clear understanding of me. Regarding the scene where everyone was looking at him, Li Yuqian sighed. Everyone had a clear understanding of him. Then he immediately started to defend himself. Bah! Explain. Absolutely not. You all know that every time I disappear for 3 months. I was taken back that day. I couldn't cut Roger's motorcycle right after I came back. I have no reason either. Li Yuqian's eyes were firm, and Tony winked as he looked aside. Captain America believed what Li Yuqian said, and so did Nick Fury. It would be quite normal if Li Yuqian just came back and secretly took advantage of Tony. But the relationship between Captain America and Li Yuqian is not that familiar yet. Although he likes to tease people, he can be quite measured sometimes. Captain America and Fury quarreled again. In response to this situation, Li Yuqian waved his hand and drank. The 4 people present were drinking and chatting. Captain America and Fury were arguing and slowly stopped. As for why there are 4 people, It's because little Spider-Man Parker is too young and the big guys won't let him drink. Fortunately, there are no children except him. Otherwise, little Spider-Man Parker will be driven to the children's table by 4 unscrupulous people. Sometimes conflicts between men are so easy to resolve, and the meal took quite a long time. In the end, when Captain America and Fury left, they still looked at Li Yuqian with moved faces. You know, when encountering this kind of thing normally, Li Yuqian would definitely be sarcastic, taking pictures and nostalgic. This time, Li Yuqian didn't do that, and even tried to persuade him to make peace. Captain America and Fury said that he really made me cry to death. After Captain America and Fury left, little Spider-Man Parker also chose to retreat because he had to go to school tomorrow. Only Tony and Li Yuqian were left there, and Tony patted Li Yuqian on the shoulder. Don't bully Fury next time. He's really going to take the blame. Do you have a photo of Fury with no eyebrows or beard? Did you just take that? Li Yuqian was silent for a while and asked a question. Tony looked shocked. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? Li Yuqian said nothing and just looked at Tony. In the end, Tony was defeated. Okay, I'll let Jarvis pass it to you later. That's not bad, Guang. They are so incompatible with each other. Then, Li Yuqian began to live a messy life, but unfortunately he didn't live a messy life for a few days. The sand sculpture Star-Lord came and called again. At this time, he had arrived at his father Ego's planet. Li Yuqian stretched and stretched his muscles, then opened the portal and walked in. After walking out of the portal, we saw Yondu, Star-Lord, Rocket, Groot, Gamora, and Drax. There are also some of Yondu's men around, and those are men that Yondu can trust. Those previously low-quality subordinates were all dismissed, such as the electric shock in the original plot. Li Yuqian still can't figure out why that person named himself Electric Shock Killer in Malian. Isn't this homophonic for fool's face? Have you thought about it? Li Yuqian perceived the planet outside. A very special life form. It looks like an ordinary planet, but in fact it is a condensed planet with a huge brain and various substances floating around it. Star-Lord rubbed his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. Brother, how about you go with me? If you're not here, little brother, I am really not safe. However, I am anxious to witness the truth with my own eyes, so I want you to go to this planet with me. Star-Lord actually believed what Li Yuqian said before, because he asked Yondu. Yondu also explained the truth of that year. Although Yondu's usual work was not very righteous, he had a good character and had many years of upbringing. Star-Lord also believes in himself as his adoptive father. Li Yuqian nodded and agreed. After all, it was idle time. However, Li Yuqian still made a sound. You see, you are in a hurry. Fortunately, I have nothing to do now and am in a good mood, so I will reluctantly agree. Li Yuqian looked at the fully armed Guardians of the Galaxy, plus Yondu, as the 5 of them walked toward the small spaceship. Driving the small spacecraft, he flew directly towards EGE's planet. Just like in the original plot, Rocket, Groot, Drax, Gamora, and Star-Lord formed a Guardians of the Galaxy together. This time, Star-Lord embraced the strong man's lap. These people at home really have the same temperament and personality. For various reasons, they became a team again. Li Yuqian's psychokinesis envelopes the spaceship. Even if the planet is Igo, as long as the spacecraft is traveling normally, it will be considered a circle inside. Egg won't find out either. Afterwards, everyone took a closer look and saw that even though Star-Lord's brothers and sisters were all in the form of bones, Rocket couldn't help but comfort Star-Lord. Don't be sad. Think on the bright side. At least you won't be like these brothers and sisters when you die, and we must at least arrange for you to be cremated. Star-Lord, black flames appeared on Li Yuqian's fingers. I'll cremate you for free, without charge for cremation. After all, you are really miserable. Drax even started crying, and the veins on Star-Lord's head popped out. Why are you crying? Oh, my emotional response is relatively slow. I'll practice it first so that I won't be able to cry when the time comes. Drax said honestly, leaving Star-Lord speechless for a while. Actually, I'm not that sad. Besides, Drax, it's too early for me to die. You don't have to practice now. Yandu looked at the corpses everywhere and felt very uncomfortable. When he was young, he didn't know the situation. Help Egg pick up the children. How many of the children among the bones were picked up by himself? If I didn't pick it up, would some children be able to escape that beast Ego? Before, although Yandu was suffering internally, he felt better because he didn't see the specific fate of those children. Now that he sees so many corpses, Yandu seems to have aged more than 10 years. At this time, a pair of small hands touched his head. Instantly, a strange feeling appeared, and Yandu felt that the sadness was much lighter. But this scene directly made Star-Lord next to him nervous. He took out 2 elemental guns and pointed them at the person who suddenly appeared. It was a female alien with very white skin and big eyes. Unfortunately, she had 2 small tentacles on her head. Damn bug people, don't try to capture Yandu and lay eggs in his body. The female alien known as Bug People by Star-Lord will later become Mantis, a member of the Guardians of the Galaxy. She immediately raised her hands to show that she was in no danger and defended herself. I'm not a bug. I'm a mantis, and I don't lay eggs on people. It's just that this person is very sad. Let me ease it for him. Who else are you? The owner of this planet is Ego, not you. Who are you sneaking around here? After hearing Mantis Woman's question, Star-Lord did not exude the temperament of a sand sculpture, but instead felt a little sad. Me? I am the brother of these bones, or the son of Egg, but I will kill him to avenge my brother and mother. What about you? Who are you? Star-Lord did not put down the elemental gun in his hand, but pointed it straight at Mantis. Oh, don't point at me. Point at me. I'm nervous. Apart from Egg, I'm the only intelligent person on this planet. Plus my ability. Isn't it obvious? Mantis stretched out her hand, trying to carefully move the muzzle of the elemental gun aside. After hearing what Mantis said, Star-Lord didn't give her this chance at all, and the gun was almost pointed at her head. So you're my stepmother? Mantis, what kind of brain circuit do you have? I am his doctor, and Egg is not my type at all, okay? After Star-Lord heard this, he did not relax his vigilance. Even if he was not his stepmother, the guy in front of him was still EGE's. Okay, this bug man has a kind-hearted personality and hasn't done anything bad. Otherwise, I would kill him as soon as he gets close. Liu Qian slowly said a good word to Mantis at this time. It would be great fun if Star-Lord directly killed his future teammates. After hearing this, Star-Lord put down his gun, but Mantis said that she was not happy. Can you please stop calling me Bugman? Resistance is futile. Liu Qian told Mantis to shut up with one sentence, and he was very sincere and had a pitiful look on his face. At this time, Drax, who was watching the show, suddenly spoke with a curious look on his face. Can you make people not sad? Actually, as long as I touch others, I can know their feelings and share them with them. Mantis corrected Drax's statement. Drax was extremely interested and raised his hand directly. Let me try. Then Mantis touched Drax's shoulder, and the two ended up laughing. Ah ha ha ha, ha ha. I have never felt so funny. Liu Qian, everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord looked helpless. I feel inexplicable, so embarrassing. Okay, Rockets, separate the two of them quickly. Stop laughing. Let's get down to business. Rocket also jumped up with a speechless expression and separated the two. Star-Lord then looked at Liu Qian solemnly. Brother, it's time to talk face-to-face with my biological father. Liu Qian nodded and snapped his fingers. The psychokinesis gradually dissipated, and the various abilities inspired by the Mind Stone, including the hidden abilities, gradually stopped being used. The spaceship and the Guardians of the Galaxy were instantly exposed to Egg's perception. In an instant, countless blue energy lines gradually outline a person's body. His beard and hair are gray, and he looks extremely kind, as if he's a kind old father. He is the god, Ego. Who are you? Why did you invade my planet? Ego was a little afraid of the group of people in front of him, because he had not noticed the aura of these people before, and then they appeared in front of him in a flash. It was obviously what this group of people wanted to know, and they only found out after they came. Very weird and dangerous. At this time, Star-Lord stood up and looked at the biological father in front of him. I am your child, the one from Earth. Do you have any impression? Egg looked at Star-Lord standing up and Yondu behind him. His brain was running rapidly, and he immediately showed a kind expression, as if he wanted to say something. But he was directly interrupted by Star-Lord. He pointed to the bones behind him and said, I know the whole truth. I just want to see you tell it yourself. Egg was silent and suddenly stretched out his hand, and an energy tentacle emerged from the surface and hit Star-Lord directly. Li Yuqian did not stop him because this was just a test to see if Star-Lord had inherited the power of the gods. Sure enough, when the tentacle approached Star-Lord, he felt as if he sensed something, and he stretched out his hand, and all 8 tentacles were immobilized. But after a few seconds, the tentacle resumed action, but instead of launching an attack, it gradually disappeared. Egg's face changed instantly, and his tone became very kind. My child, I'm misunderstood. These bones cannot be regarded as my children. They have not inherited my genes. Only you're my real child. As a father, I will not harm you. We don't need to be so stiff. In response, Star-Lord directly raised his middle finger. No matter how you pretend, you killed my brothers and sisters and also killed my mother. I want to avenge them. Egg's expression was uncertain. After thinking for a while, he said directly, as long as you follow me, you can gain great power and a long life. Don't you desire these? And as long as my plan succeeds in the future, you can become a being inferior to 1 person and superior to 10,000 people. In this regard, Star-Lord was not moved at all and fired 2 elemental guns directly, hitting Ego. Ol B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Damn unfilial son. I will directly control your body to realize my plan. Egg was anxious since he couldn't do it softly, he could only do it hard. The surface of the planet cracked open with cracks, and countless energy tentacles rushed towards Star-Lord. This scene scared everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy to death, and even Star-Lord was confused. He had a flat A, but the other party just opened up. Liu Qian waved his hand, and a barrier appeared around him, wrapping those tentacles. Afterwards, Liu Qian and the Lijiang Galaxy Guardians stuffed themselves into the spaceship, disappeared directly with the spacecraft, and appeared in space through the portal. The planet of ego in front of him was shaking constantly, and a human face appeared directly on the planet. The planet that was originally similar to a sphere now sprouted countless blue and white energy tentacles. Seen from a distance from the outside, the planet looks like the head of an octopus, and Egg now looks like a twisted octopus. Liu Qian touched his chin, looked at Egu, who had directly transformed into his second form, and sighed. It's so strange that you can break the shell into pieces and keep the brains as collectibles. At this time, Rocket in the spacecraft looked at the twisted, octopus-like Ego, and then looked at Star-Lord and couldn't help but sigh. You and your dad look so different. Before Star-Lord could react, Mantis screamed, "This dog can actually talk." Rocket, yes, another nickname. Liu Qian felt that Karmatage would have nothing to do with him. The plot of Doctor Strange was still very early, and he was about to escape. Cassius stood up suddenly and said, "Supreme Mage, wait a moment. I have something to say. If you have anything to say, just let it go." Liu Qian didn't like to see this guy, who was very good at being a good person. Cassius took a deep breath, feeling extremely angry in his heart. But there was no change on the surface. Temporary Supreme Mage, your mission is to find the true successor to the Supreme Mage. Without a doubt, I feel that I am the most qualified among Kamal-Taj. As he spoke, he puffed up his chest and showed unusual confidence. Among the magicians of Kamal-Taj, he can be said to be the top one, and among that group, only himself, Modu, and Wong are relatively young. The rest are all Lao Deng. The younger ones, Xiao Deng, are very weak. Among the three, he also has the highest magical attainments. I asked who else is there. You look very confident, but I refuse. Liu Qian's style of painting suddenly changed, and his tone became jovial. Cassius's expression became very ferocious. I can't figure out who else is more qualified to be the supreme mage than me, regardless of magical attainments, age, or even qualifications. I'm a supreme mage. Li Yuqian blocked Cassius' words with one sentence. He said angrily, Li Yuqian, you will regret it. Aguang. Why was Mao so angry during this conversation? Under Cassius' unhappy look, Li Yuqian summoned the blue portal and walked directly in. Behind Li Yuqian, Cassius roared in his heart. If this is the case, then I can only take that step. Even if I can't become the supreme mage. I also want to read the banned books. I want to get infinite power from them, live forever, and save my wife and children. Of course, Li Yuqian went back to his big flat to hang out, play games, walk the dog, have nothing to do, and crack down on criminals. Then forcefully emphasized that his hero name is his ancestor. He is definitely not a bicycle king. The days passed like this. When Li Yuqian went out for a walk, he suddenly got lucky and picked up money, $100. What does this mean? It means that he is lucky today. After Li Yuqian finished walking Pochi, without saying a word, he washed his hands and started pumping 10 times in a row. Twining of thorns. Thorns can be summoned. The user can control the thorns at will, entangle and attack others. Dog language translator dialect version. You can translate dog language into dialects. Travel card. You can randomly travel to other worlds for 3 years. Time passes slowly in the main world, and it will take 3 months. Super Flower Shaker. After shaking the flower hand, you can fly into the sky, reaching the fastest speed of sound. Ordinary Person. After using this skill, everyone will think you are an ordinary person. Half Sugar version. Random upgrade card. Randomly upgrade a skill of the user. Flying Sword. You can name it by yourself. It has conceptual skills. It is extremely sharp. Its sharpness is extremely terrifying, and it can cut everything. 10,000 Soul Banner. Universal Edition for all realms. After killing someone, you can get a ghost to fight by refining your soul. The more evil ghosts there are, the stronger the power of the 10,000 Souls Banner. If you don't work hard at cultivating immortals, you will be brothers within the 10,000 Souls Banner. When I was 18, I stood like an ant in the 10,000 Souls Banner. 10,000 World Cotton Seeds. After planting and maturing, pick and gather them together to extract world energy. Hey brother, you lack farm tools. Nothing. Aguang. Stop reading. You have run out of energy and you didn't get anything. Of course I can give you one to thank you for your patronage. Wow. Golden Legend. This is the first time that Li Yuqian has drawn so many good things in 10 consecutive draws. Although the last one is thank you for your patronage. The first one was entangled with thorns. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and several thorns appeared and tightly wrapped around table. Being haunted by your own mother? Who dares to mess with me next time? I will just tell you that you have a way to die, and then I will be haunted by my own mother. Jia, jia, jia. The second one can be used by Pochi. Next time, put it on his head. Now it's better, it can also talk. Not to mention the third time travel card. What Li Yuqian wanted most was this, the fourth and fifth. Well, it's hard to comment. And about the half sugar version, are you sure the ordinary people you are talking about are normal ordinary people? Li Yuqian curled his lips, looked at the sixth one, and then used it directly. Afterwards, Li Yuqian touched his whole body, but there was no change at all. The next second, Li Yuqian felt that his little world was expanding crazily. In the small world, Xiong Da Xiong Air, who originally wanted to plant the small world with trees, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the sudden appearance of a large area without trees, Xiong Da Xiong Air fell into deep thought. He would have to work on this for the rest of the year. In fact, it is not necessarily Xiong's responsibility to protect the forest. The small world upgrade is okay. Li Yuqian is in a very good mood, as long as it's not a very rubbish skill. For example, if I have a skill that can change my hair color, if I had that skill, I would have to vomit blood. Li Yuqian made a casual move, and a flying sword full of the style of the world of cultivating immortals floated in the air. Very good, very suitable for decoration. I like it, and it also comes with a conceptual ability to kill everything. Li Yuqian said that he had to give this flying sword a nice name, and after thinking about it for a while, suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred, and Li Yuqian felt that the Tao had given this flying sword name. Just call it Wait. Li Yuqian touched his chin and looked at the last thing, the famous 10,000 soul banner in the world of immortality. Moreover, it is a universal version for all heavens and all realms. No spiritual energy is required. All you need to do is kill people and become a ghost. It is simply a necessary treasure for murder and arson. However, how can a gentleman like me use such a thing? Li Yuqian was righteous and awe-inspiring. For someone as righteous as himself, he would definitely not pull out the 10,000 souls banner. It must be a Guang's problem. This should be the human emperor banner. Yes, that's it, Li Yuqian thought, happily taking the 10,000 souls banner and the human emperor banner into the small world. A Guang. No, can this be blamed on me? As for the last one, it sounds interesting. Put it away, put it away. Li Yuqian is not going to draw 10 consecutive rounds later. According to the law of conservation of luck, these 10 consecutive draws are so good, so they must be very good, so he should try again in a few days. Li Yuqian was in such a good mood that he couldn't help humming a song and took out the gourmet tablecloth. Then hot pot appeared directly on the tablecloth, as well as various kinds of fat beef, mutton rolls, etc. Eating hot pot and singing songs. This little day is simply wonderful. Then, with a bang, Li Yuqian's flat door was kicked open. Li Yuqian. Degree. Li Yuqian felt that Karmatage would have nothing to do with him. The plot of Doctor Strange was still very early, and he was about to escape. Cassius stood up suddenly and said, "Supreme Mage, wait a moment. I have something to say. If you have anything to say, just let it go." Li Yuqian didn't like to see this guy, who was very good at being a good person. Cassius took a deep breath, feeling extremely angry in his heart. But there was no change on the surface. Temporary Supreme Mage, your mission is to find the true successor to the Supreme Mage. Without a doubt, I feel that I am the most qualified among Kamal-Taj. As he spoke, he puffed up his chest and showed unusual confidence. Among the magicians of Kamal-Taj, he can be said to be the top one, and among that group, only himself, Modu, and Wang are relatively young. The rest are all Lao Deng. The younger ones, Xiao Deng, are very weak. Among the three, he also has the highest magical attainments. I asked who else is there. You look very confident, but I refuse. Li Yuqian's style of painting suddenly changed, and his tone became jovial. Cassius's expression became very ferocious. I can't figure out who else is more qualified to be the Supreme Mage than me, regardless of magical attainments, age, or even qualifications. I'm a Supreme Mage. Li Yuqian blocked Cassius' words with one sentence. He said angrily, "Li Yuqian, you will regret it." A Guang. Why was Mao so angry during this conversation? Under Cassius' unhappy look, Li Yuqian summoned the blue portal and walked directly in. Behind Li Yuqian, Cassius roared in his heart. If this is the case, then I can only take that step. Even if I can't become the Supreme Mage. I also want to read the banned books. I want to get infinite power from them, live forever, and save my wife and children. Of course, Li Yuqian went back to his big flat to hang out, play games, walk the dog, have nothing to do, and crack down on criminals. Then forcefully emphasize that his hero name is his ancestor. He is definitely not a bicycle king. The days passed like this. When Li Yuqian went out for a walk, he suddenly got lucky and picked up money, $100. What does this mean? It means that he is lucky today. After Li Yuqian finished walking Pochi, without saying a word, he washed his hands and started pumping 10 times in a row. Twining of thorns. Thorns can be summoned. The user can control the thorns at will, entangle and attack others. Dog language translator dialect version. You can translate dog language into dialects. Travel card. You can randomly travel to other worlds for 3 years. Time passes slowly in the main world, and it will take 3 months. Super flower shaker. After shaking the flower hand, you can fly into the sky, reaching the fastest speed of sound. Ordinary person. After using this skill, everyone will think you are an ordinary person. Half sugar version. Random upgrade card. Randomly upgrade a skill of the user. Flying sword. You can name it by yourself. It has conceptual skills. It is extremely sharp. Its sharpness is extremely terrifying, and it can cut everything. 10,000 Soul Banner. Universal Edition for all realms. After killing someone, you can get a ghost to fight by refining your soul. The more evil ghosts there are, the stronger the power of the 10,000 Souls Banner. If you don't work hard at cultivating immortals, you will be brothers within the 10,000 Souls Banner. When I was 18, I stood like an ant in the 10,000 Souls Banner. 10,000 World Cotton Seeds. After planting and maturing, pick and gather them together to extract world energy. Hey brother, you lack farm tools. Nothing. Ah Guang. Stop reading. You have run out of energy and you didn't get anything. Of course I can give you one to thank you for your patronage. Wow. Golden Legend. This is the first time that Li Yuqian has drawn so many good things in 10 consecutive draws. Although the last one is thank you for your patronage. The first one was entangled with thorns. Li Yuqian waved his hand, and several thorns appeared and tightly wrapped around table. Being haunted by your own mother? Who dares to mess with me next time? I will just tell you that you have a way to die, and then I will be haunted by my own mother. Jia, jia, jia. The second one can be used by Pochi. Next time, put it on his head. Now it's better, it can also talk. Not to mention the third time travel card. What Li Yuqian wanted most was this, the fourth and fifth. Well, it's hard to comment. And about the half-sugar version, are you sure the ordinary people you are talking about are normal ordinary people? Li Yuqian curled his lips, looked at the sixth one, and then used it directly. Afterwards, Li Yuqian touched his whole body, but there was no change at all. The next second, Li Yuqian felt that his little world was expanding crazily. In the small world, Xiong Da Xiong Air, who originally wanted to plant the small world with trees, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the sudden appearance of a large area without trees, Xiong Da Xiong Air fell into deep thought. He would have to work on this for the rest of the year. In fact, it is not necessarily Xiong's responsibility to protect the forest. The small world upgrade is okay. Li Yuqian is in a very good mood, as long as it's not a very rubbish skill. For example, if I have a skill that can change my hair color, if I had that skill, I would have to vomit blood. Li Yuqian made a casual move, and a flying sword full of the style of the world of cultivating immortals floated in the air. Very good, very suitable for decoration. I like it, and it also comes with a conceptual ability to kill everything. Li Yuqian said that he had to give this flying sword a nice name, and after thinking about it for a while, suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred, and Li Yuqian felt that the Tao had given this flying sword name. Just call it Wait. Li Yuqian touched his chin and looked at the last thing, the famous 10,000 Soul Banner in the world of immortality. Moreover, it is a universal version for all heavens and all realms. No spiritual energy is required. All you need to do is kill people and become a ghost. It is simply a necessary treasure for murder and arson. However, how can a gentleman like me use such a thing? Li Yuqian was righteous and awe-inspiring. For someone as righteous as himself, he would definitely not pull out the 10,000 Souls Banner. It must be a Guang's problem. This should be the Human Emperor Banner. Yes, that's it. Li Yuqian thought, happily taking the 10,000 Souls Banner and the Human Emperor Banner into the small world. A Guang. No, can this be blamed on me? As for the last one, it sounds interesting. Put it away. Put it away. Li Yuqian is not going to draw 10 consecutive rounds later. According to the law of conservation of luck, these 10 consecutive draws are so good, so they must be very good, so he should try again in a few days. Li Yuqian was in such a good mood that he couldn't help humming a song and took out the gourmet tablecloth. Then hot pot appeared directly on the tablecloth, as well as various kinds of fat beef, mutton rolls, etc. Eating hot pot and singing songs. This little day is simply wonderful. Then, with a bang, Li Yuqian's flat door was kicked open. Li Yuqian. Degree. So Falcon felt that this time the hotline was going to solve something, and he had to get some refreshments. so he couldn't always be there to cheer him up. Ever since, when Liu Qian opened the blue portal, Falcon took the lead and ran in. Liu Qian touched his chin and felt that Falcon was very good and energetic. It's a pity that his strength is a bit too weak. The person who called the police this time was a white ant. She seemed very anxious. She pointed to her backyard and shouted in horror, "Oh, Mag, you are finally here. Listen, listen, there are a lot of children suddenly appearing in my swimming pool." As soon as these words came out, Falcon understood everything instantly. Okay, let me guess, they're all black children in the swimming pool. It's amazing. He is indeed a superhero. You know it. The white ant looked shocked. Falcon was instantly angry. This damn racial discrimination. Okay, stop talking, shut your mouth. Are black kids bothering you? There's no need to call the police or the superheroes. I'm sick of you guys. Just for this stupid thing, what did they do? What did they do? They are drowning, the white woman replied quickly. Instantly, the scene fell into an awkward atmosphere. Liu Qian, Spider-Man Peter Parker. Them? Oh, gift crab. No, the Falcon flew directly towards the swimming pool behind the house. Liu Qian turned his head and looked at little Spider-Man Parker aside. This is New York, not Florida, right? If my memory from childhood is correct, it should be right, little Spider-Man Parker replied after being speechless for a while. Liu Qian experienced the daily life of a superhero and found it quite good and a lot of fun. That's why the current style of Justice League feels a bit weird. After returning home, I had dinner and prepared to walk the dog, but Poach actually refused to do it. Porky has been very sad recently. He watched other dogs on TV have partners, but he didn't. There was nothing I could do. Liu Qian said it was normal. A dog is only as big as a dog. You Boki looks like an elephant. You are still single, forget it. Since then, Pochi has become emo, and he won't slip away even when walking at night. Liu Qian felt a little unaccustomed to it. After half a month of daily routine, he really couldn't stand it anymore. He had to have some fun, and with a happy expression on his face, Tony informed that he was leaving for a while. Then he pulled a guang out. A guang was wrapped in a white scarf, looking shocked, and then covered his body. Pervert! After the punch, a guang instantly became honest. Liu Qian looked at a guang speechlessly. What a pervert! I can only wear the same clothes as you did before. A guang said aggrievedly, You are different. I was just taking a shower. How can you take a bath with a ball of light? Liu Qian was speechless. A guang said that this must be argued with reason. The system also has system power. What's wrong with taking a shower? Really? Okay. I have something to do. Please help me with it. Liu Qian pouted. If you have something to do today, let him help so you won't bully him. A guang was shocked. His host actually asked him to help him with something. Zundu Fakidu. To be honest, Liu Qian basically has all the capabilities he has as a system. Even Liu Qian is stronger to some extent. What can you do to help him? Usually, I am AB*****************. D. Although my host is disobedient, I can't control it. But Liu Qian was very capable, and the 3 melons and 2 dates he earned from it were enough for A guang to live on. But now his host said that he wanted to help, which really confused A guang. He had been a salted fish for a long time, and he suddenly had to work, and he was a little overwhelmed. A guang thought about it and stretched out his 2 little hands and hugged his body tightly. Could it be that this pervert is finally going to explode? Even I won't let him go. This can't be done, at least not by humans. Liu Qian, is this be sage scolding himself in his heart again? After a crackling punch, A guang's injury, which had only healed in the past few days, returned to its original state. The Tathagata Buddha's same hairstyle was still as vivid as ever. A guang instantly became honest, raised his head, and held his chest high. Host, no matter what the task is, I, A guang, promise to complete it. Yes, A guang has already acquiesced in his name, which is A guang. After all, life is like this. Since you can't resist, you have to enjoy it and admit it. Liu Qian's tone was very casual. It's okay. I've been staying at Marvel for so long and want to travel across the world to play, right? A guang's heart skipped a beat, This dog host wouldn't have PR asterisk SD asterisk asterisk ooted for nothing again, would he? My dear host, this time travel requires a time travel card. Without the card, I can't do it. Agwong spread his little hands and then laid down on the ground in a round shape, as if he was about to travel through time without risking his life. Li Yuqian was very happy that this stupid system was actually playing this trick with him. Don't you know how to work quickly? You even took me to that bloody article about the real and fake young master before. You help me quickly travel to the world of cultivating immortals. It doesn't matter if I'm a man or a woman. I want the world to be stronger. Li Yuqian thought about it carefully and realized that he had been to almost all types of worlds. So brave devil, superhero, Naruto, but I have never been to the world of immortality, which is a pity. Of course, you can also collect methods for refining magic weapons in the world of immortality. I find that I am a bit wasteful in dealing with the physical body of living beings, and my soul is generally given to the human emperor banner now. I also have to go to the world of immortal cultivation to learn, such as how to refine bones into puppets and blood into consumables, so that I won't waste any of them in the future. Be a frugal person. Now, the bodies of some weak creatures after death are not very useful to Li Yuqian, but the human emperor flag is different. No matter how weak the person is or how poor the quality of the soul is, it will work if absorbed into the flag. Even the more absorbed, the quality will improve on its own. I have to learn the refining method of a magic weapon like the demon cult. If nothing else, I just say that it will improve its quality. I want to improve this magic weapon too much. Li Yuqian liked it very much, but Agwong was not happy. This kind of time travel has no benefits, and it also wastes the world's energy. Okay, it's a little good for the host. It can strengthen the original source. That's fine. The host can give energy to the world. As long as the energy is in place, I will wear it for you now. Li Yuqian suddenly grinned and said in a leisurely tone, Lao Lai, do you still remember that you owe me world energy? Are you still embarrassed to ask me for world energy? Agwong's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition came over him. Oh no, the dog host would use the fact that he owed him the world's energy to go whoring for free.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.